Check. Check. Ha? Di pa kayo, layo pa nyo, Dax, ha? Mga 30 minutes pa kayo. Tambay ka lang dito. Sige. Check.
Mic test. Rinig po. Candy pa.
Ready player gets set, time to raise the impact. All the way from APAC, now that BCT's back. We be going full stack, never gonna lose that spirit. Always fly high like a jet. Here we are, crazy to think that we've come so far. Feels like a shark dove from so far. We be shining like a superstar. Here we are. Every time I fall, I thrive in the chaos. When I get in my zone, I'm the invincible. You know where I'm from, let me tell you once more. 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 It's not a minor region. AP Rising. I'm the APAC, I'm the APAC. Who you calling underdog? I'm the APAC. Watch me ace that, flick it on tap. Everybody going down, I be AP Rising. I'm the APAC, I'm the APAC. Who you calling underdog? I'm the APAC. Watch me ace that, flick it on tap. Everybody going down, I be AP Rising.
And then, there were 12. Nagsimula tayo dito sa Valorant Champions na meron tayong 16 teams. Pero dito sa day number 7, magtatapos tayo na 10 team na lang ang makakasama natin. Pag-usapan natin lahat yan over here at our pre-show. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 7 of Valorant Champions. Kasama ako ang inyong host na si Likeable, and kakaiba yung kasama natin sa panel ngayon kasi hindi ito yung usual na nakikita natin. Kasama natin si Honey Glaze at si Raph.
Kumusta, Honey Glaze? It's been a while.
Nakakapanibago. Gusto mo yung kinamusta kanya ng Tagalog. Iba na agad si Raph pag wala si
I'm a
Ate
changed
Rai.
man. Kasi kung nandito si Honey Glaze, may immediate translator ako. Di ba ano yung word Honey Glaze? Di ba may practice na? Pero
So,
ako,
si
Asa
Honey
Rai.
Glaze yung nagturo sa'yo kung ano yung kwelyo.
Oo. Di naman. Guys, okay. Grabe si Laika. Di niya kaya mag-get over sa kwelyo.
Ay, nako. Pero anong masasabi nyo na, mababawasan na naman tayo ng 2 teams today?
Sana hindi APAC. No?
Sana
hindi APAC team.
Bang! Sayang naman may pa-team song pa tayo. Tapos mariremix pala. APAC crying yung magiging lyrics. Ayaw natin yun. Pero I like your hair, guys. Parang signature hairstyle nyo na tong dalawa. I've seen this before.
Nagamit ko to nung nakaraan, so I think I'm sticking with this para at least, di ba?
Okay. Yinsu from Cavite. Alam nyo na. Yan si Honey Glaze. Pero guys, sana talaga hindi APAC yung matanggal today. Malaman naman yung usapan natin today, pero simulan natin sa kung ano nga ba yung teams na nakita natin mag-perform recently. Siguro isang magandang pag-usapan dito yung FPX versus Exit kasi hindi ito yung ine-expect ng mga tao, pero at the same time, alam naman natin na tong Exit, may firepower rin sila na kayang ibuga dito. Pero on the side of FPX, parang hindi ito yung expectations natin from them, especially that last map.
Really was. Dahil alam mo yun, nakuha lang ng exit dito yung magandang footing nila when it comes to the defense at they were such a stronghold na hindi talaga makapag-react on time dito ang FPX, especially ng mga retakes. Isipin mo yun, first half pa lang, ilang beses na nila nagawa yung objective nilang yun against the side of FPX.
Well, again, talk about FPX. Well, kahit wala si Asoray dito, yung manok niya nandito pa. Yung manok ni Asoray nandito pa. Ba't maayos yung Tagalog ko? Basta hindi si Asoray yung kasama ko. Ewan ko. But again, we go back to FPX versus XSET. I think this really was one of the biggest upsets because again, I think FPX was one of the tournament favorites. They've been super, super consistent. Meanwhile, XSET, they did have a strong showing pero yung mga holes and weaknesses ng game nila, sobrang kita sa fracture ng FPX. Granted, fracture is, as Honey Glaze mentioned, it is the stronghold of FPX and they're still 100% on that.
FPX yun nga, isa sa mga teams na simula pa lang ng competition natin dito, ine-expect na natin na mag-perform talaga. Pero ito, another team na dapat nating pag-usapan, nag-qualify na sila and sila pa nga yung tumalo dito sa Paper X, diba? So pag-usapan natin tong Leviathan.
They were just really insanely scary. Nakita natin yung mga times na magbibigay ng pugay dito si Shy once na magkaroon sila ng magandang executions dito. Laban sa Paper X na we all know how dominating it is para sa Paper X na maging aggressive, na magkaroon ng magandang entries inside of mine. But the problem is, para silang na-turn around kaagad dito nila Shy and then the rest of the gang of Levi.
Can I just say na nagkaroon ako ng glimpse of Asoray dun sa sinabi ni Honey Glaze na isingit pa yung pagbibigay pugay.
So sorry!
We miss you, Asoray.
Ay talaga,
We miss you.
namimiss mo si Asoray?
I will not confirm nor deny these statements. I'm entitled to a lawyer. Pero, you know, of course, si Asray, he needs to rest. Siyempre, kung matanda ka na, dapat may day off ka, diba? So, si Asray, meron siyang extra. Oo, siya yung lolo ng
Grabe umatake itong si Raf. May pagdamay pa nga ng edad. Pero as you guys can see right behind us over here at the panel, we're taking a look at the brackets that we have. Tulad yan ang sinabi ko, today we're starting out with 12 teams. Pero by the end of the day, 10 na lang tayo. Makikita natin kung paano nga ba matatapos yung ilan sa mga bracket natin dito. So, let's start with Group A, Raf. I'm sure you have a lot to say kasi Paper X versus Team Liquid. Siyempre, APAC represent yan.
Grabe, no? 12 minus 2 equals 10. Talino mo talaga, Laika.
Thanks.
Talino mo talaga. Pero again, yeah, Paper X, Team Liquid, this is something that I feel like is close to a lot of our hearts. I mean, for all you old tack shooter old heads out there, you've known Scream since when we were wee lads, and of course Paper X. I feel like would it be fair to call them the rising rockstars? So sana rising rockstars, sana hindi matalo yung Paper X. Pero syempre kung may predictions, I think you've already heard mine. I think this one's gonna be really, really close. If we could discuss the matchup mechanics a little bit later, I think we can, right? So doon ako mag-nerd out. But yeah, again, everything here is just as exciting as it can be.
It really is. So, dito naman, Honey Glaze Group B. Isa pa to sa mga mapapanood natin ngayon. Loud versus Zeta Division. Siyempre, maalala natin, last game, rematch of the century na naman tong Optic and Loud. So, sa tingin mo, okay kaya, ano kayang kalalabasan netong Loud versus Zeta?
Parang magiging mainit yung dugo dito ng Loud, no? Dahil nagiging mortal enemy na rin talaga dito nila is Optic Gaming. So I'm really excited kung ano ba yung kaya nilang ipalabas na against Zeta dahil we all heard and we all research about this na nagkaroon pala sila ng rematch way back then. So this is a good start for them para mapatunayan na kakayanin pa rin nila makatapat ang Optic going into the playoffs. Pero may isa pang magiging harang sa kanila which is Zeta Division.
And speaking of rematches, kahit yung laban nila versus Zeta, sila yung nakalaban nila nung opening series. Ito na naman, maghaharap na naman sila. So siguro, ito na yung signature ng Loud. Lagi na lang, sa sobrang tagal na nilang nandito sa competition at lagi silang bumabalik sa international stage, lahat na halos ng mga nagka-qualify, nakalaban na nila. Walang pahipahinga pagdating dito sa Loud. Pero ayun nga guys, yan yung mga series na mapapanood natin today. So, kung ako sa inyo, punta na kayo sa mga socials natin dito. I-cheer nyo na yung teams na gusto nyong i-cheer kasi possibly na ito na yung last chance na mapanood nyo sila dito kasi from today till tomorrow, dito sa group stages, lahat tanggalan na. Ito na yung last chance na makakapag-qualify sila dito sa playoffs natin. Dahil kapag hindi sila nanalo sa mga series nila, wala na. Mapapasama na sila sa Sursia. May maleta na rin sila.
Kalma. Buti na lang, Sursia, yung sinabi mo, hindi boom. Nako, boom. Nako, Sursia. Ano na?
Mali kasi itong Saoirse. Naglabas kasi agad ng maleta. Ready,
Ay,
ready
what?
na.
Akala ko straight to playoffs, straight to play at home. Never mind.
Kasi nga, aanin mo yung maleta papuntang playoffs, doon pa rin naman gaganapin yung playoffs eh. Pala desisyon tong Saoirse. Siguro kinausap nyo si Ray Ray. Si Ray Ray rin nagmamaleta dito sa studio eh. Shoutout nga pala sa'yo, Ray Ray. Ayan, oh my goodness. I can't even imagine kung ano yung pumapasok sa
Di, wag ka
mga
lang.
isip ng... gusto ko eh.
Sige.
Hindi ko makakapigil.
Sige mo.
Pero ikaw, Raf, you've experienced... Meron kang... tawang-tawa siya sa sinabi niya eh. May competitive experience ka na, di ba? Pag mga ganitong do or die situation, ano sa tingin mo yung pumapasok na dito sa mga isip ng players natin?
It's a lot, honestly. No matter from what game, the circumstances are the same. You have to play your best. I think that's the first thing that comes to mind. Kahit PPGL or Team Liquid, you have to play your best. You don't wanna go down without a fight. And sometimes, you know, of course, it's gonna be real heartbreaking if we see, again, our last APAC representative leave. Pero I believe. Sorry na Team Liquid, pero I believe. Pero actually, baka ma-jinx ko. So, sige, malakas naman yung Team Liquid. Hindi naman na...
Iniisip ko na lang, kahit anong mangyari, andyan naman si Zeken, Pinoy
Reverse
Pride.
Oo, kahit anong mangyari, Pinoy Pride. Kasi si Zeken, PH represent.
Si Zeken, half Filipino, half amazing. Huwag yung kakalimutan niya na. Zeken, meron pang pinapakita sa amin. Di lang namin napakita kayo sa screen eh. May dinadamdam yung isa sa mga casters natin dyan. Pero bahala na siyang mag-share kung ano nga ba yung mamaya. Meron naman siyang panahon niya dyan. Sa ngayon, kami muna yung bida.
So, what are you trying to say about Dax and Black and Blue? Kung tayo bida sila.
What is this?
Ay, nako, yung first name. second
Okay.
name, Scream.
So let me explain what this graphic is all about, guys. Kasi alam naman natin si Scream. Jet
Siyempre.
or Phoenix. Which pill is he gonna take? So yan, kaya tayo may pa-QR code dyan. I-scan nyo na para makasagot din kayo dun sa ating Twitter poll.
Parang
Yan.
Matrix lang, no? Red pill or blue pill.
Talaga ba? Di ko
Have you not seen the Matrix?
I'm joking. Yes, I have.
That's right. No, I didn't expect any more from you, so it's okay.
What's happening? This is so chaotic.
Wait, okay. Alam ko na kung ano nangyayari.
Ano?
Wala si Asoray. Wala tayong binubuli.
Ano, walang punching bag.
Kaya
Kaya pala kayo
ako-
nagkakaroon ng
Kaya ako
sagutan.
ako
Kasi,
yung pinag-iinitan ni Raf.
Di ko awayin si HG.
Masyado mabait si HG.
Oo,
Ano?
sobrang
Kaya nga,
bait ni HG.
Angel, di ba?
I have devil horns here to
Sure.
deny that fact.
Anyway, guys, bago pa kami mapagaya kay Coach Honor dito, magbe-break muna kami kasi nagkakainitan kami masyado ni Ralph eh. Magsi-ceasefire kami. Pero in the meantime, magkakaroon tayo ng quick break. When we return, pag-usapan natin ang Paper Rex and Team Liquid. Nagbabalik muli ang VALORANT Champions at tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, pag-uusapan natin ang Paper Rex pati ang Team Liquid. So let's break it down over... Natawa rin ako sa sinabi ko. Let's break it down, yo. Dito sa ating analyst desk, kasama niyo pa rin ako, si Likeable and of course, si Honey Glaze with a double E and si Raph. O diba? Tawang-tawa. Ang saya na naman nila. Pero alam nyo, sana talaga manalo yung Paper X kasi gustong-gusto ko naririnig yung tono ng ni Darnie dito sa APAC Rising video niya. Gusto ko pa marinig yan, napapa Junts.
Bakit ba? Kung matalo yung Paper X, tanggal din sa trabaho si Darnie. Yun
Hindi ko alam. Pero speaking of Paper X, ito na nga sila. Isa sa mga teams to look out for talaga. Sinasabi rin to ng mga players dito. So, gusto ko kayong matanong, yung talaga, yung nararamdaman nyo pagdating sa team na to?
Let's go Paper X!
Sabihan mo naman kami next time.
Nilabas niya talaga yung emosyon no? Sa tingin nyo ba, is Paper X underperforming right now? Or are other teams just really stepping up?
Oh, I don't know what to say. Kasi talagang may mga times na makikita mo na deserving na makita yung other teams to have their performance picking out laban dito sa Paper X. Paper X, nasabi nga ito ni Taylor na hindi ko talaga makakalimutan na they have their controlled chaos. Pero once that chaos become chaotic against the other team na kaya dito i-deny yung mga ganong klaseng plays, alam nila kung paano nila papatumbayin kaagad yung mga minds dito nila, Mind Freak at syempre nila Forsaken. Oh, no.
Ang sakit ng graphic na to.
Oo nga parang,
No.
sige,
Error,
wag na lang.
Bill, kung nanonood kayo, ito yung curse, hindi po like curse, walang ganun. Pero apparently, on the side of Paper X, may second place curse.
Oh boy. Oh, why you gotta show Boop like that? Why you gotta show Xerxia like that? Come on.
Aray!
Oh,
Wala
si
na.
Kangkang!
Sino po yung nag-decide na ganito yung graphic natin? After introducing Paper X, pinakita yung mga teams na pinauwi na. Bakit naman ganon?
I think tama lang. Kasi of course the hope of APAC is on the shoulders of Paper X. And to address your question earlier, are they underperforming? Is everybody getting better? I think the answer is yes to both. Because again, in their last matchup, I believe it was it Leviathan or Loud?
Yes, it was.
It was Loud?
No,
Leviathan, right? It was Leviathan. They were trying to get that Paper X flavor in trying to succeed in the individual duels. We saw a lot of Forsaken pushing on Bind. I mean, that's not new, right?
Yeah.
But I think yung anti-strat talaga ng Leviathan din, it really did come to fruition. But I feel like Paper X should have adjusted. This is a team that has quite a bit of expectation on the side of APAC. Again, they carry the souls of their fallen brothers. They kind of have to do it now. It's now or never.
Sakit talaga. Raf, tropa mo to, si Mind
Oo
Freak.
nga. Salamat sa picture pala, pare. Oo, barkada ko yan.
Ay, pareho pala kayo, magkasama kayo doon. Pareho kayo,
Oo.
naranasan nyo
Tropa
magpa-picture.
namin. Tropa namin.
Tropa nyo. Pareho nyo naranasan magpa-picture kay Mind
Oo,
Freak.
bait.
Hindi kasama siya.
Oh,
Siya yung kumuha ng picture.
Bait niya. Uy,
Behind the camera.
Sobrang habol niya, no?
Iilang tao lang yung makakapagsabi na ganun yung ginawa nila kay Mind Freak. At kasama na kayo dun sa bilang na yon.
Of course.
Hi, PRX. Pagdasalo natin guys, RNG gods, lahat na. Kung sino man yung santo para sa Crispy Aim, kayo na po ang bahala. Ito na po yung Apex Hopium. Diba? Kung meron tayong NA Hopium before, ngayon APAC Hopium naman tayo on the side of Paper X. And nakakatakot lang talaga kasi nga, sanay tayo na rock solid yung start ng Paper X. Pero this time around dito sa group stage, di ba nakita agad natin sila sa lower bracket. So, struggle talaga. Pero on the other hand, ang kakalabanin naman nila is Team Liquid. Oh, kilala na rin natin tong team na to. Lalong-lalo na tong magkapatid na si Scream at si Nevera, na interview pa nga sila last time. Pero ito yung nakakatuwa, meron tayong intel.
Ano?
Galing kay Tita Mika.
Ay.
Ano sabi ni Tita Mika? Si Mika Fabs, di ba?
Mika Fabs.
Oo.
Wow.
Ano sabi ni Tita Mika Fabs?
The ultimate
Nakausap, may info siya kay Yampy. Kay tropang Yampy. Sabi niya, idol niya daw si Forsaken. At saka, ang plano niya daw, kung mapunta sa bind so feeling ko may pag-asa na mapunta tayo sa bind, magsa-stand daw siya sa isang corner, tapos pag sumugod na daw yung Paper X, uubusin niya.
Ay,
Grabe yun.
heavy yun.
Grabe, nagtagalog pala si Yampy, no?
Ganun na nga. Nagtsikahan sila ng Tita
Multilingual.
Mika Fabs. Ito, meron tayong papanoorin na video ngayon. Pakinggan nyo ng mabuti dahil ito yung open mic video nila. Let's take a look at this.
Okay.
Oh, we're away.
Stim straight down short.
Gulong. Just go fast, guys. Nobody push. Acelera un poco, acelera.
Acelera.
Meto, perro. Ven, Jano. Voy a pasar por él. I will fake TP instead. I cannot dock. Come guys, after Molly, flash together, we go through, okay? Ready, one. Luka, en elbow. Fondo. Voy a
It's a bit weird that we've taken B-side with 0 fight back, but this retake is going to be starting so quick. There's the first one of 4. It's Benkai gone.
Voy por fondo.
Meto un amoroso.
Triuka. La saco de una, cúrame. No se te dio una fondo.
Forsaken takes down his first with a jump around Tarkov.
No. Side. Last one. Estoy.
Shy denies, Diffuse comes in, Leviathan. This is the most unorthodox start to a game I have ever seen.
That was intense.
That was so hard to watch.
Yeah. Pero ibang-iba yung dating nung gameplay. Pagkita mo talaga yung mismong perspective ng mga player, naririnig mo kung ano yung naririnig nila. That was wild. Wow.
That was
So
super
imagine nyo yun,
wild.
nag-rush sila dito from Bilong, tapos ando na si Yampy, nakaabang. Diba? Ganon yung plano niya eh. Pero speaking of Yampy, tingnan nga natin kung sino pa ba ang dapat natin kilalanin dito sa side ng Team Liquid. So, honestly, recently, nakikita ko nagsi-step up na tong si Soulcast. I love it. I love it talaga. Ang ganda nung performance niya last game niya.
You know, I love Scream's hair. Wow, that's crazy. I have to sub in for Riri. Dapat may ano talaga, segment na Scream appreciation segment of the battle. Kasi wala si Riri ngayon. Dapat ako yung mag-appreciate sa
Oo nga,
looks
no?
at skill ni Scream. But yeah, man, everybody has been stepping up on Liquid. And my goodness, man, I don't want to compliment the team that's gonna play against Paper X. Come on, walang bias dito, pero
Kaya
nako.
pala nag-hold
Oo
back
nga,
ka.
okay, no.
Hindi, kasi I know Raph, and Raph enjoys supporting Team Liquid as well. So,
Oo,
ang
ang
conflicting
hirap,
neto
oo.
na yung team na galing sa region nyo, lalaban dito sa team na matagal mo na rin sinusuportahan mo. So, parang
Ang sakit.
tug of war sa
Struggle.
internal ni Raph.
But again, we go back to a more serious note here. How did Scream fix his hair that quick? Magic powers ng Liquid yan. But anyway, yeah, you have mentioned that Soulcast has been stepping up on multiple fronts, but I do kind of put this back on Yampy. Kahit may intel kay Tita Mika, and of course, we've been talking about him. I think in this matchup, he has to be the doorstop for Forsaken and, of course, Jing to go power through. Because if you really just put this as a metric, right? If we go for gun duels, of course, Scream is going to be one of the... What are you guys doing?
Nakiki-warm up. Nag-warm up sila eh. Sabayan natin.
I don't know.
Sige, tuloy mo lang.
Okay. So anyway, while no, I can't do this, guys. Sorry. While Liquid has had the mastery of honestly dealing with this type of playstyle, of course they're very experienced on both fronts. But I could honestly keep going. Maybe let's just give it a little bit of time to go.
Yeah, in the meantime, eto, si Scream. Pakinggan natin, ano nga ba yung meron kay Scream na kakaiba bukod sa kanyang red pill and blue pill?
I'm honestly surprised that his agent pool hasn't been as wide, considering his aim is gonna translate as well as it can, no matter who he picks, no matter what role you put him on. I feel like Scream would have been so good on that chamber had he put the time in and had Liquid decided to do that. Pero kahit nag-Jet or nag-Phoenix siya, sobrang effective naman yan, diba? I feel like it's two schools of thought. I guess I'll use Breeze as a bit of a metric point here, right? If they want to go fast, if they want to do that gap close as quickly as they can, then they go for the Jet. If they want to stagger the utility a bit more, maybe play into Scream's mid-round, then syempre yung pick niya yung Phoenix. But man, Team Liquid, come on, man. Don't.
Kinaitkip na, no? Don't.
Kalma lang.
And then speaking of, yun exactly yung napag-usapan natin during the last time na nakalaban nila tong EDG. Ine-expect natin na double operators yung ilalabas
Yeah.
nila. Pero sinorpresa nila tayo. Nilabas ni Scream yung Phoenix dito sa Breeze. So, wala. Hindi tayo nakakita ng double operator. But at the end of the day, pareho sila ni Yampy. Ginawa talaga yung part nila, yung expectations natin sa kanilang dalawa.
Yeah, nakita ko rin talaga dito, no? 'Cause Team Liquid, they know what they had to do nung nakalaban nila dito yung Edward Gaming. We all know how fast and furious is Edward Gaming pagdating
Ginawa
sa
mo
kanilang
naman silang kotse.
Oo, pero kasi
They're a family.
nakita ko kung gaano sila kabagsik sa pagpasok ng site. Sorry, panibagong Tagalog word na naman.
Tagalog
Pagpasok
ba yan? Actually, bagsik is Tagalog?
Yeah.
Really?
What?
Okay.
Is there,
Bakit?
same
May-
ba yun
same
meaning?
meaning, yeah.
Okay. Yan, so,
Diba?
going back.
Going back.
Yung pagiging bakit mabagsik kasi dito ng Team Edward, akala natin na yun yung magiging reason kung bakit bigla natin makikita na hindi magkakaroon ng progression dito ang Team Liquid, na magugulat sila sa mga nagiging playstyle nila pagdating sa mga hype moments nila kakam. But, nakita din natin dito for Team Liquid is yung maturity nila against the other players dito ng ADG.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there kasi lagi ko sinasabi noon na ito nga si Yampi, isa siya sa mga full-time chambers natin. Pero nung nakalaban nila yung EDG sa Bind, anong ginawa niya? Nag-sage siya. So alam mo na nag-e-evolve talaga tong team na to. They're ready to try new things. Para lang at the end of the day, sila yung mag-come out on top. Ito lang talaga si Scream nung in-interview siya last time, tinanong siya, bakit ka nag-Phoenix? Kasi gusto ko.
Gusto ko. Bakit? May problema ba? Diba?
Wala naman, nanalo
anong meta?
sila eh.
No.
Diba? But I think this is probably one of the most direct matchups we're gonna have because both of these teams on their way to this point have played against both Edward and
Yes.
Leviathan, right? And like you said, the maturity on Team Liquid side, I feel like this is an absolute advantage. Again, they handled EDG quite handily. The way they at least tried to survive Leviathan, there was a little bit more, how do I put this? A little bit more sense in their game plan, a little bit more gist, pero kulang lang sa execution. But of course, Leviathan, we all know how strong that team
Yes.
is, not to discredit at all.
Ang galing kasi talaga nung ginawa rin ng Leviathan doon. Alam mo na they came prepared and so ready kung paano yung magiging approach na itong PRX. We had expectations of them, especially kapag nagsistart off sila as attack. Kasi alam natin, dyan talaga magaling yung PPRX eh. Pag sumugod sila sa site, ang hirap na i-retake. Ang ganda talaga nung kung paano nila ginagawa yung mga executions nila. Pero dun sila nagkulang last time na nakita natin sila. Hopefully though, syempre yung puso natin nandito pa rin sa APAC. And we're hoping na as they face off Team Liquid, papalag at papalag talaga sila. Put up a good fight. Para walang regrets
Parang
in
talo
the end.
na.
Hindi.
Put up a good fight, Laika.
Hindi.
Grabe ka naman.
Hindi ganun. Iniisip ko nga kanina, sabi ni Honey Glaze, Fast and Furious na yung EDG. Kaya pala kumanta na, it's been a long day.
Without you, my friend.
Of course, guys, I always get my dose of cringe no matter who I get partnered with. Basta kasama ko lang si
Alam mo,
Laika.
Raf, it
Oo.
sounds like a you problem.
Oh.
Pero sa ngayon, guys, we are gonna go off to a quick break. Pag return natin, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba nangyayari dito sa ating main stage.
Look, I don't even know what you'd call that. What the fuck is that, bro? See when you want to go on some different, like when your mind just goes on a mud. Look, I don't even know what you're called at. Look, you need to start drinking.
Welcome back to VCT Champions. Before the break, nagkaroon tayo ng konting initan talaga dito. Ewan ko ba, iba kasi yung vibe namin ni Rafi pag wala si Azuray. Parang yung lahat ng energy ni Raf sa akin niya binubuhos. I'm thankful but at the same time, Azuray, we miss you.
Parang naman. Grabe, at sama mo ka. Parang, Azuray, dapat nandito ka para mabugbog ni Raf.
Gusto, kailangan lang na ibang punching bag kesa sa akin. Yun lang naman yung kailangan ko. I'm happy to have Honey Glaze here. Meron tayong translator kasi ang hirap eh. Pag ako yung kalaban yung dalawa ni Azuray, hirap na ako. Pero may natutunan na naman ako kay Azuray, sandwich.
Sandwich daw.
Sandwich.
Actually, naalala mo yung word of the day ko sa LCQ? Porcupino, di ba? Kasi Onyx.
So, ayun
Ay,
nga.
nako.
Every single day is a learning experience for us. Mapa Tagalog, mapa English.
Oo nga. Tapos iba din yung yung mga lessons ni HG sa akin, yung dalawang words, sapat at kulang, di ba? So para sa kulang si Azuray or Kulang sa restraint or what? Or so
Kulang sa masahe.
What? Where is this going?
Kasi naalala ko na naman yung
Ay,
pinagsasabi niya
nako.
nung andito siya last time.
Ano sabi ni Azuray?
Curious siya kung ano daw feeling magmasahe ng
Ay,
kalbo.
oo nga. Nako, Azuray, at Azuray Gaming on all his socials.
To be fair, 3 a.m. na yun.
3 a.m.
3 a.m. na. So, bigyan natin ng
Understandable.
Wala
ng understanding, deeper understanding.
No
Mga
difference
na-open
daw
niyang topic, cosmic twerking.
Ayoko na. Okay, move on.
Move on na tayo.
Move
Move
on,
on na
move on.
tayo. Naku, curious nga ako eh, kung ano na kaya nangyayari sa main stage natin. Pero, konting tiis na lang guys. Konting tiis. Kami muna yung maglalakad. Dead joke lang. Tingnan na natin kung anong nangyayari sa main stage natin over at Istanbul. Let's have a look.
Team Nuke is a very good team. We would love to face them. Maybe we can learn some few things from them. We played them a few times before in Scrim. Official is gonna be different, you know.
PPGL are a really dangerous team. Jing and Forsaken are the strong players.
Kim is really good player. He can one-tap everyone. But I'm pretty confident that maybe I can win against Scream.
I believe we can beat PPGL. They surprise a lot of people in other tournaments, and now people are going to be aware of how they play. In my opinion, we can counter them pretty easily.
It's not gonna be the same as the Leviathan games. We're gonna bounce back for sure.
We'll see how everything goes.
Nossa vitória contra a Zeta mostrou bastante para que a gente veio agora, que a gente veio para passar essa fase de grupos.
とにかくめちゃくちゃ楽しみですね。ラウドと再戦できることができて嬉しいです。でも僕個人としてはプレッシャーがかかればかかるほどパフォーマンスが出るっていうのは自分の経験上分かってるので、もっとプレッシャーかけてくれぐらいの気持ちではあります。
Yeah, I expect to be a tough series. We respect them, but not that much in game. Our team has a big chance to go through.
さらに高い壁、どんどん難しい問題が出てくるんですけど、全力でぶつかって駆け上がっていきたいと。
Ganda. Ang ganda talaga ng production quality natin pagdating dito sa VALORANT Champions. Kahit anong araw pa tayo magsimula dito, lagi tayong may panibagong nakikita from our players turned into actors. Napaka-creative talaga. So ngayon naman tingnan natin, ano kaya kakaibang lakad yung makikita natin, especially since isa sa mga maglalakad, of course, si Benkay. Suking-suki yan dito. Ano kaya makikita natin? Nakita natin siya as construction worker, Turkish ice cream vendor.
Yeah.
Yun pa lang ata. Parang dalawang beses pa lang naman eh. Oh. Pero in the previous international tournaments, nakita natin siya maging dinosaur, lady in pink. So, ngayon guys, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba yung nasa stage natin.
Paperex. Team Liquid. Loud. Zeta Division.
Okay, I'm pretty sure na dito sa map selection pa lang, grabe na yung pag-overthink. Pero kung yung info na binigay ni Tita Mika Fab sa atin ay maa-apply dito, I'm expecting na mapunta tayo sa bind. I'm hoping that we get to bind.
Bind can really be a big factor dito for the side of PaperX para makakuha na nga kaagad na magandang lead and their momentum. Pero we are already leaning towards it. At like, makikita natin that Fracture and Breeze is already banned out. Pero makikita din naman natin dito that Pearl is still available for them to pick, and Pearl can also be one of the teams or one of the map picks dito ng PaperX. Kung sakali man na makuha nila ito, talagang masasabi natin na kumpiyansa tayo dahil yung first game nilang nailaro nila dito in Pearl, it was really just one of the dominating games na nailaro nila.
Tingin ko statement game tong bind eh. Because could you imagine Team Liquid still had the first ban, they'll choose to let it go. So parang okay.
Gusto talaga.
Oh, gusto talaga. Yeah, those are the fine words that I was actually hoping to hear. But I think the thing about both these teams is that both of them are frequenters of all the maps we've had. I feel like this is pretty even veto-wise. Pearl, I still think is a bit of a toss-up, but I think we've seen a bit more of a sample size on the side of PaperX. Pero kahit anong mangyari, I think this is going to be a really, really good series.
Yeah, ito yung opening map nila nung opening series against EDG Pearl. Unang sabak natin dito sa VCT Champions sa Istanbul, yun agad. Nilabas na talaga. Well, si Edward Gaming naman nga yung pumili nung mapa na yun at that time. Pero this time around, may sagot na yung PaperX. Ready na talaga silang ipakita rin sa mundo na kaya-kaya nilang i-bring out na naman tong Pearl. And sanay naman tayo sa PRX na meron silang pagka-pioneer eh. Diba? Lagi silang may surprise factor. Pero ayan na nga, Raf, sumagot na yung Team Liquid. We're gonna be banning bind kasi may chance pa kaming gawin to.
I do feel that also that's one of the reasons, but I actually thought bind went through. My goodness, I got a little too excited from the hype video. The production has been absolutely fantastic. But thinking about this, yeah, yung surprise factor talaga yung, I guess, pinakamalakas na weapon sa arsenal ng PaperX. But I feel like Team Liquid is just so difficult to do that against. They played against literally every region that's been available. They've mostly prevailed against a lot. And kung kahit hindi naman champions or yung ibang, I think, master stages, even in previous experience and just sheer games, I feel like Team Liquid is still the more mature choice here.
Yeah, they are mature enough to secure in Haven, and it's one of their best maps talagang makikita natin throughout their runs, even throughout last year, na makikita mo naman that we had so much progression dito for Team Liquid na simulat sa pool pa lang, we all know how they are really complicated when it comes to using in their strats, tapos dagdagan mo pa dito yung kanilang pagiging systematic when it comes to their strategies, and then we have your Paper Rex. Now, they have their explosiveness, pero kasi ang Team Liquid dito, they know how to control and that explosiveness dito ng Paper Rex para makuha nila yun for their disadvantage.
Yeah, as I've said, if we go to player matchups, I feel like Yampi's responsibility to attempt to clamp down both Jing and Forsaken at the same time. Of course, sobrang hirap na objective yan, but again, Yampi has been stepping up all throughout this tournament. But of course, Forsaken and Jing, they're not ready to go home just yet along with the Paper X boys.
Oh my goodness. Ito na nga yung usapan, yung pressure na dadagdag na naman. Di bale kung parang parang yung interview kay Laz kanina dun sa hype video natin na ang sabi niya, I perform better under pressure. Hindi ako sure if Paper Rex is ready for that same mentality. Kasi
they're really young.
Kasi they're really young, and alam natin na pag Paper Rex naglalaro, nag-e-enjoy lang sila. You can see it in their faces, you can see it in the gameplay that they show us. Pero yun nga, pag andyan na yung pressure, pag natatalo na kayo, ano na yung magiging reaction nyo afterwards?
That's true.
Nakita nyo ba si Coach Alex noon talagang nagwawala na siya, hindi rin siya mapakali. Which is something na usually hindi natin nakakita sa kanya.
There's also this saying where obviously Jing and Forsaken, it does look like that their playstyle, and I feel like a lot of players have been influenced watching Scream when, you know, we throw it back to the old days. But there's this saying, like I said, never meet your heroes. Baka maging rivalry to, baka maging classic of you know, maybe
like
EMEA versus APAC. So there's just so much on the line.
Gusto ko lang sabihin na ito kasi yung statement na gusto nating ipakita. Nasa hype video natin ng APAC Rising na we're not a minor region. So sana talaga, ito na naman yung chance natin na patunayan yung sarili natin. Kasi especially on the side of Paper X, I'm sure na at this point, nakaka-frustrate na siya na always so close. But not enough mismo. Honey Glaze, sa'yo na nanggaling, diba? Ang dikit lagi, pero lalong-lalo na nitong Masters, diba? Umabot sila sa 5 maps. And then, yung breeze na akala natin sa kanila mapupunta, wala eh. Nag-online na sila Soigetsu.
Yeah. Pero good enough for the series na nang magiging panimula natin is Haven. Ito rin yung isa sa mga comfort max or comfort picks talaga dito ng Team Liquid since recently this is one of the few maps na they have been playing throughout playoffs dito laban kina FPX and then dito esports. But then we have your Paper Rex. They know what to do dito sa Haven, and they have their explosiveness, at dito ko gustong makita na komportable na muli sina Forsaken, and then there's Jing, and then sina Mindfreak. So hoping for the best to come para dito sa team na ito dahil APAC Rising.
APAC Rising. I'm actually thinking how this is gonna match up stylistically in terms of points of interest and controls. Rather control of the map, because we look at Paper X, they do kind of tend to, if they ever want to default, it's a pretty even spread. They do put a bit of bodies towards B, even on the attacking side. They have a lot of garage control, so meaning they want to have a lot of activity if they want to establish a lurk either way. But like I said, Team Liquid is just such a difficult team to surprise. I'm pretty sure that they've seen everything the world has to offer. Of course, Paper X, like you said, they are the trendsetters, the innovators of that surprise tactic.
Do you think we'll be seeing Jing on the Reyna today?
I wish, because a wise man named Black and Blue once said, Reyna is not a bad agent. You just have to be a good player. I mean, it's true.
It's true.
Yeah.
Ganun talaga yung utility ni Reyna eh. Kung hindi ka
Clickhead.
makakapatay, kaya Jing, go kill.
Jing, go kill. Best call of all time.
Ganun naman talaga eh, no? Pero nakita na natin si Jing, pag nilabas na yung Reyna, he means business. Yun na yun. Alam niyang
He wants
online siya nung
contact
araw
na.
na yun.
Yeah. Ito yung pagkakataon na natalo nila nga ang Edward Gamer or Edward
Sino ba yun si
Gaming.
Edward?
Sorry.
Na-excite
Ang
masyado
EDG.
eh. Oo. Pero yun nga, Edward Gaming on that side. Pag-usapan natin etong Team Jacob. I-welcome na natin tong dalawang teams na to dito sa ating main stage. Aww, napaka-cute talaga ng entrance dito ni Jing. And here he is, the person who has been really stepping up recently, si Soulcast. Ba't tawang-tawa kayo? Porque tropa nyo tong Paper Rex, ginaganyan nyo ako.
Kasi, di ba, yung entrance mo lang dito na Team Liquid, it's just really dominating, it's intimidating. Pero makikita mo dito,
mga bata.
They have the peace sign and then the heart.
Ay, wala yung good morning towel ngayon. Wala.
Yung good
Baka na
morning
kaya
towel.
na kay Ben kay.
Baka coding ngayon.
Di makakaana pasada.
Oh. Uy, tropa.
Photographer nyo.
Grabe, pero sobrang seryoso ni Mindflick dito. As you mentioned, HG.
Time in the game, no?
Exactly. Of course, Yampy also. His hair kind of looks kind of red as that. But, you know. Uy, ano to, Benkay?
I did not expect that.
Pizza ba yun or pie? Pizza? Pizza. Si Emil. Alex.
Oh boy.
Ino-offer na ba?
Don't say no.
Oh, he said no.
Yampy's like, I don't know, man.
Diba last time nag-offer din siya ng ice cream, tapos
Uy.
humindi.
Ay, umaayaw din yung mga kalaban niya sa
Eh kasi nga, baka tactic. Baka ano daw laman nung pagkain. Sigurista
Boaster
lang.
nga eh. Si Boaster nga, binigay sa kanya yung ano, diba? Yung sandwich ni Benkay. And he just went for
Nung
it.
nung media day nila.
Nung conference.
Pumapwesto na sila. Tingnan natin kung tuloy pa rin yung warm-up ng Team Liquid dito. Kasi ako, aaminin ko, nag-warm up talaga tayo doon. Si Raph giniginaw na dito sa studio eh.
Sobrang lamig dito. Naka-jacket na.
Oh, thank you, Benkay.
Sige, kunin mo
Kung
na.
nandyan lang kami, Benkay.
Nom.
Okay. Okay, Laika.
Okay.
I will not acknowledge that.
Sama mo. Bakit kapag Team Liquid ayan, magkakaakbay sila? Pag Paper Rex, wala. Wala silang ganon. Wala silang akbayan na nagaganap.
May pizza si Benkay eh. Baka maano.
Sa bagay.
Imagine if you just see Benkay take the slices like while the game is going. Like, yeah.
Kain na lang. He has
Pag
grease
maaga
on his
kang
head na.
namatay, pag maagang namatay si Benkay, alam mo na. Naranasan nyo na ba yun? Nasa game kayo. Tapos namatay kayo ng maaga. Kakain na kayo. Sabay ni-revive kayo ng Sage.
Oh, most of the time yan. Lalo na kapag order ka na ng takoyaki and then may kasama pang milk tea. Ay,
May pa-specific na pagkain tong si Honey Glaze.
May
Ayan na.
preference
Ay,
talaga.
binigay sa sa prod team, sa League Ops natin yung yung pizza. Sana kami rin dito.
Actually, we had pizza the other day. I don't know what you're talking about.
Galing kay Benkay. Siyempre,
Ay,
iba
so-
pa galing kay Benkay.
malay mo, luto mismo ni Benkay yun, diba? May sentimental value. Ito naman, Raf eh.
Grabe, no? The
Kita
man
mo,
of many
si
skills.
Honey Glaze na yung nagsasabi, hindi ka marunong makisama, Raf.
Ako?
Oh.
Hindi.
Yun yung sinabi
Aw.
niya. Aww. Masasama na naman yan sa Twitter natin ng Cats of Istanbul.
Either way.
Kanya-kanyang version ng Cats tong
He
mga
still
pro players.
has
Ayun
his
yung good
or
morning
morning.
towel.
Laging na kay Benkay yung towel niya. Yun ba yung
Baka yun yung ginamit
Yun yung
kanina, no?
ginamit
Parang,
mo.
pre, bakit amoy pizza to, men?
Maybe he likes it.
But man, if I were Paper X right now, like you said, they always love to have fun on the stage. Maybe they're gonna be a bit more serious now. Nakita naman natin sa mga huddle kanina. They did look a little more, I would less
Merry.
jovial, yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot more serious. Of course, playing against Scream, even as a competitor, it is a big honor. You know, in the tac shooter environment, it's a big honor. But Paper X, they want to come closer to that ring, to that championship. Not just home yet.
Okay, Raph. Kung manalo ang Team Liquid, would you style your hair like Screams?
Oh, pwede.
Ah.
Oh, I like
Pero kung
that.
panalo yung Paper X,
Yinsu.
Magbabans ka na rin.
Yinsu,
Paper
oo.
girl.
Grabe naman si
Oo,
Yinsu.
sige, kung
Okay, so,
Never mind.
ayan na guys,
Never
narinig
mind.
na dito sa panel natin. And habang pinag-uusapan natin to, ito na, magsisimula na silang mag-lock ng mga agents.
Jing!
Once again, Haven, and here it is. Jing seems to be online, or at least yun yung notion natin dito as he brings out the Reyna.
I think this is a lot of comfort picks, diba, HG? I mean, I guess it would be a little dangerous to go against the utility shuffle of course, the rising up Soulcast and the rest of the boys on Team Liquid. So it does look like Paper X mukhang yung first strategy nila here is to really strong arm it. Again, Benkai on that Cypher. We know how he operates on this and what he tries to bring to the table. But I feel like on the jump, maybe slower defaults, mukhang lamang pa din yung Team Liquid.
Totoo yan. Nakikita ko dito, malamang sa malamang yan is may comfortability na magkaroon man dito ng magandang frags sina Jing, magkaroon sila ng magandang momentum and intimidate in Team Liquid. Ang mangyayari dito for the rest of the players of Paper Rex, they might be relying too much sa mga game plays dito and their strategies dito within Forsaken and Jing. But here we have Team Liquid. They are far more demurring na sa mga nakikita ko dito. Lalo na't may dalawang initiator silang nakakakuha talaga ng magandang, alam mo yun, may impact ka na. And then you even have the enabling capability dito ni Nevera kay Script.
Yeah. Dito kasi sa side ng Team Liquid, marami silang damage utilities. Meron tayong Raze, meron tayong Breach, diba? Diyan pa lang ang dami ng damage na pwedeng i-incur dito sa side ng Paper Rex. On the other hand naman, Paper Rex, ang dami naman nilang access to information. And yung explosiveness, nakita na natin tong composition from them in the past and alam natin na yun nga, pag Jing is online, Reyna talaga yung gusto niyang i-pick. So hopefully, for our sake dito sa APAC, mailabas niya talaga yung firepower na hinahanap natin sa kanya.
Sana. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of utility and a lot of delay in the power of at least the lineup of Team Liquid here. So, of course, they can definitely avoid many gunfights with Jing. That's definitely the prerequisite as just an aim player in general. Dapat yung aim duels mo clean. You have to get those aim duels clean. Otherwise, you might just experience a little bit of tilt. Pero syempre, iwas tilt tayo. We are a champions. This is do or die. And we just hope, no matter who comes out on top, this is gonna be quite a series, Laika.
It is gonna be quite the series indeed. At sino pa nga ba ang pwedeng magkuwento sa atin ng mga malulupit na kaganapan sa series na to than our very talented casters? So with that, we're passing you over to Black and Blue and Dax.
Anong kwento-kwento? Siyempre si Laika naman talaga yung pinaka-chismosa dito sa panel natin. Lahat ng malalaman sa BCT dahil sa host natin to. Pero sige, thank you guys. Oh, peace bump, peace bump. Sige guys, eto na ang labanan sa pakan. Paper Rex versus Team Liquid. Black and Blue, andito na tayo kasi ako sobrang... Una-una, welcome back sa atin. Ang tagal natin na vacation.
Ang tagal natin may break. Pero at least yung kinabalikan pa natin dito, ang huling natitirang APAC team dito sa Champions.
APAC Rising.
APAC Rising.
APAC Pride. Ano guys, hindi nyo alam.
Game na pala.
PRX, yung P stands for Pinoy. Pinoy Rex. Kaya bibigyan natin talaga ng Pinoy Pride. Ito Rex na to. Napala na kagad.
Nice one.
Nice one. Nakadalawa sa simula pa lang. At alam naman natin, si Black Blue, big fan siya ng Reyna picks. Palagi lang gusto niya. Palagi nakakita ng Reyna. First Rivera. Dyan, si Levi. Huli na nga. Jumpy Red. Sasagot kay Jing.
Nako. Naubuso na pala.
Nakahuli pa nga ng isa. Rivera daw, low na yung HP, magagaling pa nga dito sa garahe.
Right
3v2
there.
situation, mind flick. Back off muna dyan, pero Paper Rex, ganun na kaya nakukuha nila. Usog natin yung pangalan ni Mind Flick to. Mawala lang sana sa mapa yan, pero bigla na lang si Benkai pa rin. Pantay na pantay. Fade muna dyan, konting utility at si Benkai pa rin. Pantay, yung Soulcast daw. Looking to get the aggression on. Konting waiting game para sa team. Kala ko, maglulusuban sila dito sa gusto. Pero ito na nga, konting pang nauna. Benkai daw, huli si Nivera. Huli na dito si Soulcast at siya ay mahuli na naman ni Benkai. 1-0 Paper Rex. Tapos na, okay na.
Oo nga.
Tapos na, ayaw na.
Sinimulan nila ang pistol round. Paper Rex dito. Kailangan na kailangan naman sa attacking side. Pero, Dax, ito ang composition na nakita natin nung kinalaban nila ang Edward Gaming. It's one of the only... Si Edward? Si Prince.
Si Prince Edward.
Si Prince Edward.
Kala ko siya yung sa Twilight eh.
Aso na Team Jacob, pag ganun, di ba? Dapat kailangan na...
Yun pala yung joke kanina ni Laika.
Oo.
Funny talaga ni Laika.
Oo nga, dami nga ang joke, dami pa siya. Di ba? Paper Rex. Ito nga, sinasabi nating parang comp na talagang they're the only team that brings out this Reyna comp. Katulad ng sinabi ni Raf kanina, when you have a Reyna, when you have a Jing, edi pwede. But if it's any other player, kung hindi ka malupit, edi wag mo nang balaki. Pero Paper Rex, kaya nga Paper Rex kasi Pinoy, they will Rex.
Paano kung si Black and Blue yung nag-rin?
Edi palpak. Pero Yampi, ayun. Ako pa nga niyang opening pitas dito kay Forsaken. Dalawa
pa nga. Sumastepa pa. Kailangan dito ng Team Liquid. Mahilig silang force sa mga shares sa mga second round. At ito na, bumapala. Gulat na lang ang Paper Rex. Biglaan dito yung mga Spectres na hulog na lang. Apat nga sa kanila. Yung tatlo naka-sheriff. Isang naka-headhunter. Nabusan ng bala dito sa Yampi. Pero happy naman siya nakakuha pa nga sila ng upgrade. At para sa Team Liquid, it's a common gamble na ginagawa nila. Paper Rex ngayon, pupunta na nga ng A-site eh.
Yun nga ang kahirapan ng comp na to no? Talagang pagdating sa tutok, that is what they're trying to go for. Wala sila masyadong information gathering. May mga comp sila minsan na niran na Jet Reyna, Omen, Sova, Cypher dito sa Paper Rex. In this case, wala silang Sova, wala silang Omen. So that will give them a bit more pressure, pagdating sa kalawakan ng mapa. But nakukulangan silang impormasyon. At kung alam lang nila kung nasan si Yampi doon, malay natin, hindi siya nakakuha ng 2 pitas ng basta-basta.
Sa totoo naman, tutukan lang naman tong matchup na to Isipin natin, Team Liquid, one of the best, if not the best mechanical dev team sa EMEA. Parex na lang naman natin, W gaming, lusog lang ng lusog. Si Benkai on the device, tandem na naman. Huli pa nga si Yampi dyan, pero nakakita rin. Ay, kaya mga transfer pa nga ng pangalawa dyan. Pero delikado na to, inipit ni Scream. At Team Liquid, kinuha na nga yung second round.
Ayun na nga, kinailangan ni Benkai makahanap pa ng isang pitas doon para sana mas maging winnable ang round. Pero Team Liquid, sa eco pa nila, bumili ng mga sheriff at napatunayan niyang kayang-kaya nila. I mean, katulad ng sinabi mo nga, these two teams, sila ang pinaka-similar sa isa't isa. Pag kinumpara mo ang APAC at saka ang EMEA. Puro tutok kadalasan makikita mo ang mga composition nila kung saan nila binebase around. Now, mas madaming ang information, mas madaming konting utility dito ang Team Liquid. At doon ako nag-aalala para sa Paper Rex. Paano sila lulusob? Paano sila papasok pag madaming utility na nakaabang dito? May Breach ang Liquid, may Fade ang Liquid. Ang dami nang pwedeng gamitin para palayas ang Paper Rex pag parating.
Lugi sa labanan pag ganun yung setup. At syempre, pag si Yampi pa nga lang, safe siya, aggressive. At ayan na naman, nasa taas lang, hindi nakatingin si Forsaken bago tumawid. Yung tuloy na hit na lang. Still, Team Liquid.
Bawal yun.
Bawal nga, makukulang ka dun. Sige nga. Walang pre, walang makakatakas dun. Pero Paper Rex, kailangan nila mag-ingat talaga dito. Team Liquid, basta willing sila mag-aggress, willing sila na mainit yung kamay talaga nila. Di alam naman natin, headshot machine, Scream pa lang. Paano pa? Kung yun pa, si Soulcat, si Yampi. So far dito sa tournament ito, at ang assist, nahuli na rin ni Benkai. Binalikan ni Benkai, sabi niya. Dito sumisay to, here, natapon na nga dyan sa kanan. Ni Ben, naghahanap ng parang palapit. Presenting na lang ang dumikit dito. Paper Rex, on-site already. Mabilis ang Neurotef. Konti lang kailangan mo para sa ating Cypher. Pero hindi pa rin, 3v3. Hindi pa nakakomit. Lumalaban na lang, Mindbreak rin. Tumatap dyan, Benkai though. Ipit na dito, Yampi ang muna. Gusto niya tumulong. Mukhang buhay pa nga rin dito, Team Liquid, Paper Rex though. Mapunta nila ang A-side.
Makukuha pa nila ang plan dito sa A-side. Si Mindfreak na lang dito ang may konting buhay para lumaban. Di masik din. So isang low, isang full HP dito. Kada team Paper Rex, makukuha ba nila dito ang eco at makakabawi ba sila kumpara dun sa Team Liquid? Flank, naka 1-1 split ngayon dito sa retake ang Team Liquid. Yampi has to go big.
Yampi go big, go home. Diba ito naman yung matchup na to? Uuwi ang matalo dito. Ang manala, timing nga is everything, sabi ni Yampi. Mindbreak to, muntik na maswingan, pero hindi pa rin si Yampi. Tumigil, tinira na lang yung bala. Lang, wala ka na. 2-1, Team Liquid with the lead.
Buo na lang para dun sa Team Liquid na nung flash ni Devay ang long, ay yun yung hinanapan niya ng informasyon at hindi niya flash yung sewers. Doon sila kasi nag-aalala na baka may nanggaling nga sa long. Tapos, na unang pitas pa ni Mindfreak doon si Dimasik na mas low HP kasa kay Yampi. Pag ganun, kung kakayanin, mas gusto mo siyempre mapitas muna yung high HP, pa rin low HP, madali ang transfer na lang. Pero 2-1, tignan natin ang bawi dito ng Paper Rex. Kailangan nila as many rounds as possible dito sa attacking side. Huwag natin kakalimutan, attacker side itong Haven. And for the fact na Team Liquid, magandang start nila, napaganda talagang simula to.
Siguro pre, labanan to ng duo. Siyempre, Jing Forsaken, best buddies, parang inampon na nga yung nanay ni Jing si Forsaken, di ba? Akin na tong batang to. Pero sa kabila, tunay na magkapatid. Scream, Nevera. At alam naman natin, nung yung Team Liquid, gumaling talaga nung pumasok na si Nevera doon sa roster. Highs and lows sa kanilang history, pero talaga, better late than never. Late into the year, doon sila pumapalag. Team Liquid though. Huli! Tamaan pa nga Scream still consistent with the shots. Flash it out ka. Defend that A side. Paper Rex though, hindi nila titigilan to. Mukhang gusto pala nila aggression. Papunta sa tatlong nang nakastack dito para sa Team Liquid.
Ang hirap pasukan nga nito. At itong pinapag-usapan natin, Dax, kailangan nila makakuha ng pick para lang makakidos. Yung utility na dito, hindi pabor sa mga posisyon na ganito. At ngayon, nung pa nga, Soulcast, mahanap siya dito ng divide yung matulong ngayon. Pero si Benkai, mahuhuli pa nga si Yampi. Benkai, makakapakalawa, hindi si Scream, sasagot naman. Wala nga ang one-tap machine. Here comes out the showstopper. Hindi sila makapush, wala silang magawa. They can back off though, may 30 seconds para mag-rotate.
May headshot sana yung showstopper, pero takot kagad
30
dito ang
seconds
Paper Rex
left.
sa paputok. Punta nga sila papunta dito sa C-side. Ang galing nila mag-rotate dito para sa side ng Paper Rex. Ilang beses na natin
Kaso
nakita.
bulag.
Naghahanap sila ng opportunity. Bulag nga ang sarili, pero kita natin dito sa mapa, si Jing ang nagkikitay, naglalakbay. At huli na nga si Rivera dyan. Isa pa nga, Jing, pakita mo
Grabe
paano
naman.
lumatag ang Reyna mo. Jing na naman ang malakas. Natitira na lang dito si Scream. At para sa Paper Rex, this should be a round secured. Hindi nakapalag yung showstopper. Wala na sila dito sa may A-site. And Paper Rex rotation game is the name of this game.
At dun talaga nilang binabawian no? Talaga itong Paper Rex, wala silang necessarily nagawang anything special pagdating sa utility combos sa round na yun. If anything, nag-aabang nga sila. And they waited for those timings perfectly. Ayun talagang kalakas ng Paper Rex, waiting for those off timings para mahuli dito at para makapunish dito sa kalaban. And Team Liquid, naghanap sila ng info 3v4, so wala silang masyadong rason para maghiwalay. In that case, Paper Rex, alam nila, pwede tayo mag-rotate, iwan tayo ng isa, at doon natin dalihin. Scream nag-iisa, probably gonna get that one tap. Siyempre, expect na natin yon dito kay paring Scream. Pero katulad ng sinabi mo, Dax, ano dito ang lalamang? Yung tunay na magkapatid or yung parang kapatid lang galing sa ibang ina?
Yung kapatid lampon. Sinasay mo yung brother from another mother ba? Is that what you just did? Grabe ka talaga. Pinoy caster ka na.
Diba?
Buti ka pa nag-effort.
Ayun lang yung mga isang paraan na masasabi natin ang salitang ina dito.
Don't get me started. Wag mo ako umpisa.
Tamber.
Wag mo ko si Valentine. Tama lang, may teamers dito. Na natin din, ayun, parang nahuli. Ni Device si Soul kasi ito yung ibang si Present na pag nasa-shut down mo yung tour de force talaga gamit ng Vandal. Ganun ka. Nakita ko ng stats kanina, guys. Mga impact team talaga. Vandal over Phantom.
Ang top 3 teams na gumagamit ng Vandal dito sa Champions is Paper Rex, Boom, Edward, tsaka Sersha.
Edward
top
yung number 4.
Top 4.
Binaliktad mo lang yung stats eh. Kasi yung, di ba yung stats pinaka nag-phantom? Binaliktad mo. So worst to best.
Alam mo, surprisingly, yung pinaka ma-phantom is Optic. Actually.
Hindi kaya. Di ba 100 Thieves?
Ay, 100 Thieves. Tama ka.
Sabi
ko,
ako yung EV chismis dito.
Again. Hindi naman totoo yan eh.
Oo nga.
Tamang kwento eh.
Hindi totoo yung degree ko. Totoo naman.
Ba't ka pa nag-aaral?
Ako, tito mo, nasa casting ako. Ay, nako. Ay, big shoutout sa mga ating mga APAC lovers dyan. Last hope na to ng APAC. Kaya inaangkin ko na.
Anong APAC lovers? Nagmamahal ng APAC o nagmamahal ng taga-APAC?
Pwede naman pareho. Parang isa lang yung kilala ko dito sa VCT na yung umahon sa kahirapan.
Oo nga.
Shoutout kay Taylor.
EMA lover naman yun.
So diba? Team Liquid siya ngayon.
Team Liquid. Kaya siya wala dito eh.
Hindi ko off day off. Kawawa naman. Palagi naman sila eh.
Lagi na nga naman.
Tagal nga natin hindi bumabalik eh.
Oo nga eh. Pero ngayon, dire-diretso na kami. So, huwag kayong mag-aalala guys. Makikita niyo na si Dax araw-araw halos dito sa may Champions. Ako, nakabuntot na lang.
Bakit ako? Pero
sinasabi dito ng Soulcast, mamaya, konti yun nilang, bakit ako? Ba't ako lang natira dito sa site lima sila?
Stinger naman siya, kaya naman. Kita natin, Stinger is the way. Kaya mo yan. Nakatago dito sa likod na lang ng Cloud versus Sniper Cage along the way. Pero para sabi ng Paper Rex, sabi na yung kanan ng site na to. Still, Soulcast, ina-hold muna niya yung short angle, nag-iitay ng konting tagatulong. Pero mag-iikit muna dyan ni Mike. Natogas mo yung masakayang talaga. Yung lurk doon ni Soulcast. But then again, Paper Rex, you want divided! The tower, Yampi, yet again. Ayun na yung smoke, hinahabol mo eh. Iniintay mo eh.
Bitin pa din!
Sabi mo, bitin na bitin. Si Yampi pa rin ang magwawagi. Low HP na dito kagad. Si Forsaken, Scream, nag-iitay na lang sa kabila. Si Dimasik nag-iitay rin kung sino man ang mag-lurk. Pero Paper Rex, full commit ang galawan. Konting kutsilyo lang. Alam na niya, may malapit dyan sa pader. At Jing, ready to hold that corner. Pero marami to sa TV. Up and down, saan ka titingin? Si Scream, ang makakahuli tayo. Ben Kaito, ipit na ipit. Here comes Forsaken, but down he goes. And Paper Rex yet again. Mukhang ma-overrun ng Team Liquid sa sheer numbers na buhay pa sa kanila eh.
Oo nga, simple mistakes na napapunishan talaga. Nakita mo doon, Dax, bitin yung Cosmic Divide at hindi talaga natatakpan yung Heaven. At dahil doon, nakapitas pa nga si Yampi. Pero ang MVP para sa akin ng round na yon dito is si Nivera. Nakita mo nag-iisa dito si Soulcast. Talagang yung utility ni Nivera, una, fault line papuntang sewers para maka-atras si Soulcast papuntang sewers at makatago para ma-clear man niya. Nung na-clear na niya, yung mga flashes ang sumusuporta para din doon sa pag-pick niya sa sewers, and he wouldn't have been able to get to sewers in the first place kung wala si Nevera gamit sa utility niya. And then the retake, pag nawala yung Cosmic Divide, sakto din yung fault line, tamahin sa gravity, tama si Jing, at doon na nakuha yung retake.
Mahirap talaga, pwede ka mag-coach eh. Pero
Oo nga eh.
bago sa lahat, sabi mo, simple mistakes. Wala dito si Simple Pair, si Scream.
Ay, ganun ba yun?
Oo, wrong game eh.
Ano tawag natin? Forsaken mistake?
Forsaken mistakes. A few mistakes here and there. Papawi pa sila. Dito na naman si Team Liquid. Kita natin, nahihirapan yung Paper X. Makukuha sila ng immense momentum na gusto nila. Diba? Pag play na gamit mo, gusto mo round after round, nanalo kayo, nag-pop off lang yung mga star player mo para lang ma-decimate mo, ma-overrun mo yung mga kalaban. Pero Team Liquid, ang ganda yung pullback ending line. Here we go yet again. Ang tamber-tamber natin. Ito yung safety ni Yampi! At galing sa itatas na naman ng cargo dito. Tingin na lang, wala pa makita. Kaya pa makahuli ng tatlo. Abati mo na para sa Team Liquid. Flawless ang hold nila dito.
Nako, delikado pa naman. Pag si Yampi, binigyan mo ng operator at naka-farm na siya dito ng ultimate orbs para sa kanyang tour de force. 13-3 dito in 6 rounds. Yampi getting at least 2 kills minimum kada round dito sa simula ng mapa na to. Paper Rex. Unang-una, tama naman ginawa nila, di ba? May cyber cage dun sa sewer para hindi sila mapigyan kung sakali may op. Tapos inabangan ni Benka yung mag-swing pagkatapos na wala ang cyber cage. Pero talagang si Yampi, naunahan niya pa din. Ito lang talagang young prodigy ng EMEA showing what he's got.
Di mo kailangan ng pad LBC para kay Yampi. Siya na ang magpapadala ng lahat ng bala dyan. At mapapatimeout nga dito, Paper Rex. This is what we have been waiting for. This kind of matchup. Alam natin nag-scrim ang Paper Rex at Team Liquid. Pero maraming meeting sa kanila. Sabi nila, alike sila eh.
Pogi sila eh.
Pogi sila eh. Magkamukha yung gameplay nila eh. At ilang beses na lang natin iniisip, paano kaya kung nag-matchup ang Team Liquid versus Paper Rex? Maraming nag-iisip na, okay, hit button lang sila, magsusuntukan, magsasapakan. Pero kita talaga natin dito, Team Liquid, a bit of that experience, especially into the prior backgrounds, yung ini-exploit nila, yung pwede mo gawing safety with the chamber, and there you go. Na lang, disappearing up, wala na kagad ng Paper Rex.
Oh, grabe talaga tong Team Liquid. At yun nga, ito lang sinabi mo, Dax, yun yung expect natin, diba? Parang bakbakan lang, head-to-head. And that thing is, yun yung gusto ng Team Liquid gawin ng Paper Rex. Yun yung inaabangan nila, especially on this defensive side. Pag tinignan mo yung utility nila, it's playing around a lot of the trap setups na parang binabalak nila. Not literal na may trap, pero inaabangan nila may trap. In this case, either may operator nakaabang dun sa nagbe-bait or nakaabang si Nevera gamit yung fault line. At pag yung composition mo, based around more dry peeking, dito ka doon ng Paper Rex, Jet, may Reyna, mahirapan ka talagang makapasok. That's why pag sa ganito inisip ko, dapat ba talaga ang Reyna i-pick nila? O even though, yes, fan ako ng Reyna, pero dapat against the right comp.
Hindi ka naman fan ng Reyna talaga eh.
Hindi fan naman ako. Tingin ko lang dito, hindi dapat.
Paano kung si Asroy nag-Reyna?
Wag na lang.
My eyes are down. Trash talk yun ah. Tama lang. Wala na naman siya dito.
Hindi, pero pag Jet pwede naman.
Pag Jet.
Wow. Jetters yun eh.
Jetters yun. Pinoy Jet. Akubao Jet.
Oo.
Akubao Flex. Gawa-gawa. Pero sige na nga, Team Liquid. Kita natin paano yung hold. At kita mo na naman, ayaw nila mahuli. Ayaw nila biglaan magkulat at yung Paper Rex. Teleport out pa nga si Dimasik para makakuha sila ng konting regroup. Sa side of Paper Rex. Night mo na lang magiging galawan dito. Meron pa nga aftershocks punta sa logs of Forsaken. Ano na ang kalag mo dito? Huli ka dyan, bata! Dimasik, makakapatay na nga ng isa. Teleport na naman sa likod na itong platform na to. But Paper Rex trying to play into the cover. Soulcast daw, ito na nga nagdidikit na nga sa Team Liquid. Pantay sarado kung saan man manggaling dito ang Paper Rex. Ang laban na to, tapos na kagad bago pa nga magsimula. And Benkai, goodbye sa'yo. Mind Freak will get too sure. Pero sa Team Liquid na naman itong point na to.
Ay, di pa namatay si Mind Freak. Wala pa siyang nadampot na barrel, pero okay lang. At least nakakuha siyang konting consolation. Pero the fact that Team Liquid, nakasecure na sila ng 5 round dito at round 8 pa lang tayo, okay na half to eh. Kahit talo sila dire-diretso from now on, 7-5. That's not gonna be a bad half at all. Musal na dito sa first half ng defense on Haven. So, EMEA looking good right now. Team Liquid especially looking better. At alam naman natin Team Liquid pagdating sa LAN, dun sila medyo nagiging faulty. Pero sometimes, kailangan mo yung isang easy win na yon para makakuha ng confidence. Look at this combo. May fault line, may seize, may nade, kaso wala nga lang natamaan.
Ito lang yun. Alam mo yung, ano show yung Wonder Pets ba yun? Alam mo yun? Sasabi, what's gonna work? Teamwork.
Teamwork.
At ito sa Team Liquid, marami nagsasabi, minsan hindi sila mukhang team eh. Minsan,
Individual Liquid.
Individual Liquid lang, papalag lang, Scream Liquid.
Solo Liquid.
Or minsan Yapin, Friends, mga minsan together time. But this time, kita talaga natin pag tumatama yung mga combo nila, and especially right now, paano sila rumeres back, paano sila nag-retake. Ang ganda ng coordination nila compared to what we've seen so far. So talaga, bumabawi sila dito against Paper Rex in this matchup. But here you go, Paper Rex right now.
Grabe, counter.
Pinatalon si Forsaken at mukhang ulang-ulo nga siya. Huli siya ni Solkas dyan. Davaido, sasagot na rin. 4v4, Paper Rex though. Slowed na naman yung pace nila. At kita talaga natin, naging uncomfortable dito ang Paper Rex kung napipigil sila ng Team Liquid.
Ang hirap talaga mga B-site, mas lalo na't may Rolling Thunder dito ang Team Liquid. Kailangan nilang ma-expect yun. Ang breach, lagi sa may AR ceiling lang yung pupwesto. At dahil doon, nakahanap pa nga ng libreng pitas dito ang Team Liquid. Paper Rex. Jing has to go big here. Dadating na naman to sa individual play, sa individual timing ni Jing. And, well, nakalusot nga siya, Dax. May star nga dito, puntang ceiling. Makakagapang siya. Pero dahil nga doon sa start mo, napa-atras tuloy si Nivera. Alam niya ang posibilidad na magpupush dito at nakuha pa nga niyang pitas. Grabe, ang laki talaga ng impact dito ni Nivera sa mapa na to.
Kanina ka pa Nivera, yun tuloy. Makakuha ka pa nga ng iba. Davaido, huli na nga, ipit na dito sa corner na to. Makakalapit pa dito ang Paper Rex. Mukhang ang tangunungan natin, saan kaya manggagaling ang Team Liquid ngayon sa retake nila? Ikot na lang, sabi. Hindi masikat ni Scream. Holding hands. Pantay sarado na nga. At para sa Team Liquid, two-pronged attack. Isang manggagaling sa leak. Ito, sa gitna. Gusto nila makuha yung control. Especially pupunta doon sa window. Mindfreak daw ang kinontes. Nauna pa nga nahulog dito si Scream. Isa pa kaya para kay Mindfreak hindi. Si Dimasik lang mag-train. Patapay! On site and ready to go. 2v1. Dimasik now. Naghahanap ng paraan. Pero naku, nagkasakitan dun si Benkai. Huli ka lang. Ibuhan pa nga. At Paper Rex nakakuha na rin ng puntong muli.
Alam mo, Dax, talaga, wala masyadong parang utility combos ka nakakita dito. If anything, parang nabubuking pa nga sila dahil sa utility doon. Nung pagka-dash yan, nag-signal na magbato ng Rolling Thunder. Pero, importante din, nung gumagapang dito si Jing, papunta sa B-site, tapos naglagay sila ng star doon sa may ceiling, doon nalaman ni Nivera, ay, meron pala sa B-site.
Matchasin! At hindi pa ako si Jing! Kanina ka pa! Nanunod nanay mo dito! Kitang-kita talaga! Ready na naman si Jing lumaban! 4v2 na to! Hirap ang retake ng Team Liquid ngayon.
At ayan talaga ang kalakasan ni Jing at ang Paper Rex. Once nakakuha silang momentum, talaga ang susugurin nila. Parang bulldozer lang, wala kang magagawa. Game 6, sasagot naman, 2v3. Winnable pa rin sa Team Liquid. Jing needs to have discipline here. Do not overpick. Hindi pwede siyang pabasta-bastang susugod dito. Ayan, tumama na nga ang flash dito, ang paranoia. Jing able to get the third and Mindfreak will close out the round. 5-4, Paper Rex crawl back.
Sinabay pa nga at Paper Rex. Yun lang naman kailangan ni Jing eh. Sabihin mo lang kung saan sila. Ako na ang bahala. Diba? Basic lang yun para sa Paper Rex. At kaya natin nakikita yung Cypher, kaya natin nakikita yung Sky. Intel para lang lumaban. At simula pa lang wala nang laban yung Team Liquid eh.
Grabe talaga si Jing. Pag binigyan mo ng momentum, wala nang makakapigil sa kaya Mindfreak as well. Really big rounds here, pati si Benkai. Just playing that trade game, one after the other. At alam mo talaga, Dax, Mindfreak is one of the big cases na nakikita natin dito throughout this entire tournament, throughout this entire VALORANT Champions. How many controller players have stepped up this entire year and this entire tournament? And Mindfreak has been one of those big players. Sabi nga niya daw, parang may interview siya na may mga fans nagre-react na kala nila, nagulat sila na si Forsaken pala Indonesian player. Tapos kala daw na madaming fans na siya lang yung Indonesian player sa Paper Rex. Sabi niya, gusto ko, kilala din nila ako.
So sino yung Pinoy sa kanila?
Silang lahat. Si Alex.
Si Alex kaya hindi galing saan eh.
Diba? Okay. Tsaka nga yung ano eh.
Di ba siya ay French?
I don't know.
I think he's French.
Somewhere there.
Oo.
I don't know.
Parang yung baget lang nakita natin kanina sa grocery.
Check natin sa stats.
Oo, French niya.
Hindi, PM na lang natin
PM
si
Alex. So, parang Alex, tama naman eh. Tropa naman yun, mabait yun.
Oo nga. Check natin.
Di ba kausap mo siya dati?
Ay, tama ka.
Nag-FaceTime kayo?
French.
He's a French?
Oo. From the France.
Pero Pinoy pa rin.
Oh, Pinoy pa rin.
Pinoy pa rin sa puso.
I mean, dinala naman nila ang ating bandila.
Oh, that was a long time ago. Di ba ano pa yun? Masters 3 last year?
Yes.
Oo.
Hindi pa yung ating team secret.
Nung ano pa sila? Brand pa yun, di ba?
Oo. Bagong switch.
Bago pa lang. At syempre, alam naman natin ano ang pinakalaban ng Pinoy. Hindi yung patch-up, kundi yung visa.
Oo nga, yun talaga ang pinakamahirap na qualifier sa buong
alam natin, extra lang yan. Pero sige na nga, back to the game. Paper Rex. Kanina, gumana tong A-side push nila. Mauulit ba? Mauulit ba? Naku,
Trailblazer.
Trailblazer. Huli na nga, Yampi. Mapapa-out nga dyan. Meron ni Cosmic Divide, so mapipilit na si Yampi. Lumaban ng malapit. Kaya ba niya lumaban dito? Yun yung tanungan natin. Trademark to, nasira na nga. At bantay sarado dito sa pader. But Paper Rex actually holding back for now. Kakaiba to Paper Rex. Gusto nila mawala muna yung wall bago lumaban. Ano kaya yung timing nila dito, Black and Blue?
Ay, ito na nga ang timing na kailangan nila. Kaso may Lear ba sila? May flash dito. Yampi able to find one for sake. Makukuha ang trade agad ni Vera. Sasagot naman dito. Madami siyang utility para i-repel dito ang Paper Rex sa pagsugod nila ni Vera. Makakahanap ng pangalawa. Here comes Jing though. He goes big, but not big enough. So Cass able to close out the round. 6-4. Sumagot na naman dito ang Team Liquid.
Hindi ko vibe yung call na yan. Pre.
Hindi mo vibes?
Hindi ko vibes, so totoo lang. Kasi binigyan mo na sobrang naming oras yung Team Liquid mag-setup eh.
Oo nga, nakaset na sila.
Okay, kasi sa totoo lang, gamble nga yung Team Liquid na pumwesto ng ganun. Baka mahuli sila ng over-rotation, kita mo nga yung Omen medyo malayo pa. Pero at the same time, na yung Paper Rex nag-iintay lang ng ganun, nawala yung advantage nila eh. Na nahuli na nga sila si Yampi, na pa-teleport out na nga siya, nasira na nga yung trademark. Kung diniretso lang nila yun, baka mas may pag-asa pa eh.
Problema din kasi doon, wala sila masyadong initiating utility. Oo, may Lear sila at saka may guiding light, pero nasaan siya? Ba't hindi na iba to? Baka ubos na kasi. And yun yung problema dito ng Paper Rex. Okay, sana mag-abang sila, burn utility dito sa Team Liquid, tapos bago siguro bumaba yung Cosmic Divide doon. Biglang push kill
na
off
flash!
timing. Pero ni Vera, makakadalawa! He gets 2 birds with a single stone, Dax!
Uy, grabe talaga. Isang flash, dalawang patay, kriminal. Pang TV Patrol talaga yung magiging galawan na yan. Pero sabi ng mga tao, yung breach pang setup ng kapwa. Pero sabi ni Vera, pang setup sa sarili lamang.
Ay, ganun pala.
Ganun talaga.
Parang kala mo mang-wingman, tapos sa'yo pala napunta.
Hindi, yung tipong lumapit sa yung babae, alam mo na, like, uy, sige, ako na lang.
Gibbs.
Akin na to. Sige, thank you very much. Pero, uy, Yampi, natamaan niyo pa. Sige, natamaan mo na. Yampi, hingahan mo. Konti lang. Huli nga siya na location reveal. Pero ito na nga, rolling tada magiging galawan. Yung gravity well, yung chup-chup dyan. Hindi pa rin tatama. At yung aftershock Ben, kaya natakas mo dito. Hindi, may sulok pa siya dito. Pero si Jing, nandyan na. Manglalaban. May pick rin. Nakakuha ng angulo dito. At Paper Rex sa Team Liquid. Nagsasapakan na lang galing to sa connector mismo. Then again though, it's 2v2 now. Scream. Hawak niyang operator. Magiging delikado to dito para sa side ng Team Liquid. Pero si Ben, guys, 7 HP na lang. Isang bala. Tumama, patay ka na dito, Ben. Kaya anong gagawa ng pizza mo? Wala. Huli ka na dito, nakagataan ni Scream. High ground pa nga pwede gamitin. May showstopper at tinabas na nga dito ni Scream. Mind fake, naghahanda. Ini-anticipate na lang kung saan magaling dito si Scream. Doon sa tower nga, ang ating race. Ayan na, lumabas at tumama pa rin. Patay sa kidlat at Team Liquid na lang ang mananalo dito.
7-5 na secure na ng Team Liquid dito. Ang advantageous half at the very least. Paper Rex, Benkay, hindi na talaga pwedeng tapatan ang smoke na ganoon pag low HP siya. Isang bala lang pwede siyang mapatumba. At ayun ang problema dito ng Paper Rex. Wala sila masyadong utility para sumugod sa mga ito. Oo, magaling sila tumutok, but you need more utility. Still though, valiant effort ang nagawa nila considering 3v5 pa yun, Dax.
Si Vera talaga eh. Akin to, boss. Akin to. Sinarili lang yung flash eh. Di mo kailangan ng teammate, apparently. Kung ikaw si Vera at kita talaga natin, dito lumalakas ang Team Liquid. Nagamit nila yung utility advantage ng composition nila, diba? Ready sila makipaglaban sa Paper Rex sa duels mismo, sa trades. Pero later on into the round or early to the round, may flashes, may showstopper nga. Laking tulong dito para sa Team Liquid para lang mas madali yung odds sa kanila. But here we go, Paper Rex right now. Forsaken, nasa na ang lakas mo. Nahihirapan nga dito. Mythical scoreline of 2-10. But then again, full time na naman at mapipigilan na naman dito ang attack ng Paper Rex eh.
Lusot na pa nga ni Forsaken. Oh, nakuha pa nga niya dito galing sa Tracers. Pero isa lang makukuha niya. Muntikan pa mga pangalawa, Dax. Dimasik, parang may kutubata siya na parating nga sa kanya. Makahanap ng isa lang lamang. But Benkay with a Stinger and Defy with a Spectre. Able to find one apiece. 3v1 na ngayon as Jing finds a kill on Vera. It's all down to Yampi.
Oh, Yampi, kanina ka pa. Nag-multi-kill. Sige nga, pakitaan mo kami kung paano to. Pero Paper Rex, map control na naman. Si Davay na ang una makikipaglaban. Kita ba? Uy! Nadaanan pero hindi nakikita. Yampi, ready. Umiikot, nag-iintay at goodbye sa'yo. Sabi ni Yampi, 1v2 na to. Manggagaling kaya sa garahe siya? Hindi. Kusog na naman. Pero double up na magiging galawan dito ng Paper Rex. Ben kay Jing. Yet again, kailangan nila magsama-sama sa angle dito. Muntik na mag-line up, pero buti na lang. Mabilis ang baril ni Benkay. 7-5, not too bad para sa side ng Paper Rex. Pero kita talaga natin, Team Liquid overall, big advantage with that chamber, with that breach. Laking tulong talaga sa utilities nila.
Yes, talaga pumutok pag ganong angulo. 7-5, Paper Rex, nakabawi naman. Pero dapat nga 6-6 to. Sana. Pero Paper Rex still not out. Team Liquid really, talagang sa simula ng tournament, doon sila nag-struggle minsan, tapos midway through, lumalakas, but we haven't seen them reach the heights na talagang ina-expect nitong Team Liquid, or same with Fnatic for that matter, if we're gonna talk about itong EMEA teams, nadamay sila. Pero, I mean, in reality, sila dapat talaga dito ang maiisip nating, I guess, overdogs compared to the quote-unquote underdogs.
Ano yung overdog?
Yung
walang term na
opposite
overdog.
ng
Favorite.
underdog.
Favorite
ba?
Ano
Sige
yung
na lang.
overdog, pre?
Yung di ba syempre underdog, buti nga di overcut eh.
Gumagawa ka na naman, Tamber eh.
Siyempre, ito yung trabaho natin.
Ay,
Pwede
no.
tayo gumawa ng mga salitang gusto natin basta-basta.
Ako makapag-google nga ako.
Under Rex.
Under funny mo talaga.
Under dinosaur.
Ang lala, ano yung overdog, pre?
Totoo naman eh, hindi ba?
Hindi talaga. Oh, no internet
May T-Rex.
T-Rex yan,
T-Rex. Alam mo guys, yung sa ano?
Wala talaga. Kahit si Google ayaw pakita
pag nag-google kayo, tapos walang internet, may lumalabas sa T-Rex.
Meron talaga overdog! Okay,
diba?
Sino gumagamit
One that
nito?
is dominant or victorious?
First known use of overdog, 1908.
Oo nga. Meron talagang salitang overdog, man.
Okay. Kaya ka-English caster.
Diba? Kayo sa chat, pinagtatawanan nyo pa ako, ha?
Hindi. Tayo natututo. Parang ano yung sa news nun? Yung FILD.
Alam mo
yung
yan.
FILD. Tayo natututo ng
Totoo
words.
yun.
Totoong word ang overdog. Ang tanong ko sa'yo, kailan ka maglalabas ng rap album, Nico?
Pwede bang rock and roll muna?
Hindi, rock and roll rap.
Yung rock and roll, pag nag-mainstream ka na.
Gusto ko gumawa ka ng album, may guitar solo, tapos rap, tapos guitar solo, rap. Ganun yung kanta mo.
Dapat kasunod pa no?
I can't believe there's a word that's overdog. Ako hindi ako naniwala.
Siyempre, may underdog nga eh.
Bakit ganun?
May overdog.
Bakit ganun? Sino gumagamit ng word na overdog? First time ko narinig sa'yo.
Di ba kaya nga may overwear? Kasi may underwear. Diba?
You're not wrong.
Google mo.
You're not wrong, but
diba?
you are wrong.
Diba?
Wala mo. Hindi, halftime to.
Ay, halftime pala.
Ito yung tipong dapat ni-explain mo bakit nanalo Team Liquid eh.
Kasi mas magaling comp nila eh. Ganun posible lang yun eh.
Trust
Nakita mo naman eh, sa 2000 eh. I mean, may Astra dito ang Paper Rex. And although a lot of the variations that we have seen recently is may Astra nga pag Reyna Jet comp. Para sa akin, look at your comp. It's all about outplay. Out of almost all of the other Sentinels, Benkay being on a Cypher is about outplay. Using your utility to outplay the opponent pagdating sa ganoon. Same with Reyna, same with Jet, same with the Sky. Bakit sila may Astra? Even though Astra, one of her best map is Haven, I think an Omen would have done them better.
Nako, sinasabi ka na lang, baka kailangan gumising ni Boss Jason dito. Medyo 3-11 pa lang siya ngayon.
Oo nga.
Mahirap. Pag yung dynamic duo mo, hindi na-step up yung isang part.
Lang.
isa lang yung order, si Jing lang ang nakakuha dito mga petas. At nahihirapan niya yung Paper Rex rin. Kasi pagpasok pa lang ni Forsaken, patay na agad siya eh. Yun yung pinakapansin ko. Hindi naman sa tipong nag-whiff si Forsaken. Hindi siya nabibigyan ng chance, pre. Hindi siya nakakuha ng pagkakataon
Binubugbog siya ng utility
yan din ito. Bugbog na kagad sa screen. Umpisa pa lang. Ito, nakita natin sa impact pa lang. Favorite event. Kahit tumakampay, pero masyado ka napaintay dun, sir. No loitering. Yun tuloy. Huli na nga ni Nevera. Yapito. Tagapantay dito sa likod. Dito maming headhunter. Magastos yan. 150. Isang kada bala. Pero 4v4 na to. Napunta na nga sa side. Guiding light ang magiging galawan na naman. At si Jing ang manguna dito sa paglusob na to. But Soulcast trying to take that high ground on the way. Team Liquid. Iba na ang galawan. Gusto nila i-reverse kagad ang mga pwesto dito. Purging already getting the defuse. Team Liquid. Hindi makabalik sa site. Nahihirapan sila. Forsaken ang naging bodyguard dito. At Paper Rex, inikutan lang ang kalaban para makuha yung round.
Tama naman dito ang inisip ng Team Liquid. Sige, nanggagaling sa likod, i-push natin ang city nila. Alam natin na kulang sila ng tao at hindi nila mahawakan ng city. Pero hindi naman city ang kailangan ng ng Paper Rex dito eh. Kailangan nila ang harap ng site kasi nakaplant yung spike para sa long at para sa sewers. At dahil doon, parang ang naging Team Liquid pa ang kailangan mang retake sa sarili nilang site.
Pre, bakit parang pinanood muna ni Benkay paano siya mamamatay eh?
Oo
Gusto niya
nga
ng cinematic cam.
May feeling ko nung una, parang gusto niya sana mag-trigger ng cyber cage. Pero napindot lang niya siguro yung camera. Hindi ko alam eh.
Pinanood muna. Uy! Benkay, kanina ka pa. Ayos naman lineup.
Oo nga.
Pero yung team
Sa
league...
TikTok ba yan?
Oo, sa TikTok yun, pre. Alam mo na, lahat ng news nasa TikTok.
Nagam ba?
Oo, pero
Pinaka-credible.
Pero ito yung news to Team Liquid. Kailangan nila makalimutan yung round na yun. Kailangan nila maalala. Sila na yung attacking side ngayon. And yet again, second round Sheriff gameplay. Sa totoo lang, against PaperX, okay lang to. Kasi mahilig sila mag-Vandal. Kahit mag-light armor ka sa third round, wala pa rin naman really maiiba compared to teams that like to play the Phantom anyway. But here we go, Jing already gonna be able to get that takedown. Spectre nga magiging galawan dito na side ng Paper Rex. At mahilig nga sila makakuha ng mga baril dito. Ready to secure the round as much as possible. Just stay away from the headshot range ng Team Liquid ngayon.
Bigat ng presence nila dito sa mid.
Gano'ng kabigat?
Ilang
kilos?
Ilang 30 kilos, boss, magkano?
Baka mag-overweight sa Cebu Pack, ah.
Oo nga eh. Ano ba yung ano doon? 45 kilos? Parang gano'n ata yung ano eh.
Hindi ko alam, pre.
Yung pwede mong dalhin eh.
Ano lang ako? Actually,
isang malaking aso yun.
Isang malaking aso, Ray. Kanina pa tayo about him today.
Wala siya dito eh.
Oo nga, pag pinagtitirapan talaga kahit wala siya.
I mean, kahit nandito naman siya, kahit harap.
Oo nga, pero yun, nakuhuli ka nga Yampi dyan pa PaperX already getting on the board. Biglang nagiging trades dito, pero PaperX na naman ang gagawin. At si Zulkas na natitira dito. Sheriff na naman galawan. Ikot-ikot lang, konting tambay. At uy, muntik na mahuli dyan. Pero walang ka-auction. Benta ka agad dito, pupunta kay Jing. At na-tie up na ng PaperX ang scoreline na to.
Auction ba yun, Dax? Binibenta ka ba? Ang bilis mo ah.
Ito na, 150, 200, 277 ang scoreline natin. At naman na tayo sa Haven ng galaban na makakabili na ng Team Liquid ng mga baril nila, pre.
Kaya bang 50 na lang, boss? Ilang pera ko eh.
25 tayo, pre.
25, sige kalati pa. 50% off.
Oh.
At katulad dito, ng 50% off, PaperX na bonus man lamang. Have to be deadly with these weapons para makabawi. I mean, especially na sa defensive side ka, the arguably more difficult side dito sa Haven dahil malayuan dito ang rotations on the map. You see PaperX try and get the initiate early. Flash on out. Inaabangan nila dito sa may long. Forsaken, Endring nagbabalak mag-peek. Pero wala silang mahanap.
The Mommy's Boys, nagsama-sama na naman bumaba dito sa sewer. First Forsaken, natamaan pa nga. Kailangan ng band-aid, biglaan lang dito galing kita Vibe. Pero kita nalaga natin, sabi ng Team Liquid, willing sila mag-hold ng pwesto nila para ilang i-challenge ang PaperX per the Vibe. Does he get the intel? Okay, nahuli na nga niya si Dimasic. Mahirap na ng Team Liquid pumunta dito ng A site. At nag-teleport pa nga siya dito para lang makalabas. So finally, bit of the pace being slowed down right now. Team Liquid, naghahanap ng ibang paraan para makapasok ng site. And this can be interesting kasi past 2 rounds sa attack nila, medyo steamroll lang yung pagpasok nila dito. This time, naghihintay tayo kung pwede sila maka-combo up para lang makakuha yung pwestuhan nila.
Mahirapan si Mindfreak i-hold ang site dito. Although may tulong nga siya ni Benkay dito sa may garage. Nangalabas nga ang Cypher Cam, pero dahil ang PaperX nag-stack up sila dun sa may sewers, kailangan naman galing sa likod pagdating sa retake dito. Tingnan mo, bibigay nga ng PaperX dito ang site. Ayun na nga sinasabi natin. If nakabantay sila sa may default lang, sa may loob lang ng A site, pag full retake yan galing sa city. Pero dahil nga nanggaling sa likod, they have to come from behind. Kaya mahirapan sila using these Spectres to try and challenge long range. Ang Bulldog na, makahanap
ayun na, yung backstab na sinasabi mo, pre. Pero yun na kasi Scream. At least, matitrade niya si Mindfreak dyan. 4v4 ng galawan na to. And Yampi yet again, Reign advantage. Halatang halata para sa side ng Team Liquid. Pero si Nevera, up close and personal. Dismiss para makalis. Pero si Jing pa rin ang pwedeng magbalis. Unfortunately for him, tol, Soulcast ready pumantay na naman. At Team Liquid, sabay nila. Nanalo naman, pero medyo magastos. 2 lang natira.
Ayun nga ang mahirap na sinasabi ko nga, diba? Dahil nga nakastack up sila dun sa sewers, Matic, mahirap na mag-rotate galing pa sa billing, galing pa sa ceiling para lang makatulong dun sa city at sa garage. So they have to push for that flank. Kaso, dahil hindi sila naka-rifle, sa akin ng bonus nga sila, nakita mo talagang nahirapan sila mag-challenge galing long. Kahit 3 pa sila, ang Spectre, ang Bulldog, oo, Delix yan. Pero hindi katulad ng Vandal at dun na lamang ang Team Liquid. So, they get the round up here. But PaperX, sila man dito, may buy.
Eto na yun, PaperX. Kung makuha nila tong round na to, mas may pag-asa pa nga sa game na to. Benkay Stinger lang magiging galawan. Jing yet again, hard aggressor. Here we go, Team Liquid is ready for it. Alam na nila anong gagawin dito ng PaperX. At bastang-basa ang Apex squad natin. 4v2 na bigla lang dito yung chup-chup na medyo iniwan na lang ni Yampi dyan. Siya pa nga nung una with the spike. Benkay getting ready. Ano gagawin mo dito sa Stinger mo? Ano mo papala ng 1,000 credits mo basically? Mukhang miss at the very least 1v3. Sige nga, Benkay, kung magawa mo dito na tayo na mag-cosplay dito sa stream mismo. Brandon ka na lang magiging galawan. Nevera pa nga na headshot na dyan. Pero wala, Stinger lang eh. Stinger lang, pre.
Stinger lang, pre. That stings.
That stings. Funny.
Funny.
Ay, nako.
Ay. 9-7, PaperX. Okay naman idea nila doon. Sige, push nila ang mid knowing na kulang nga sila sa baril at lamang dito ang Team Liquid naka-rifle. So, nag-push nga sila sa mid. Kaso, medyo nakulangan din ng timing dito ang PaperX. Hindi napunta sa kanila. And Jing, nung naipit siya doon sa ilalim ng window, wala siyang nabatong counter leer para lang makakuha ng konting pwesto, para makakuha ng konting space pag pinik na siya. Dahil doon, na-juke na ni Yampy at na-follow upan dito ng kasunod ng Team Liquid. So, the rest here of PaperX, let's see if ma-convert nila ang eco.
Yeah, sayang nga talaga. Pero, doon naman, half buy na lang dito ang PaperX. Mga Stinger, mga Marshall, mura-mura lang ang mga baril ng 50 sa Stinger na yan. Pero, then again, Mind Freak, if you can hit these headshots, magandang angle tong Silong. Here comes Forsaken though. Mukhang nagigising na kaagad si Jason ngayon. Max on the way.
7 kill pa lang yan.
7 kills pa lang yan. Paano kung maging 17? Laki tulang yan sa PaperX.
Isipin mo, partida pa yan. 7 kills na dito si ano.
Partida na to.
Partida pa yan.
Okay. Good analysis.
7 kills. Kasi yung 17 na yan, kung talagang nag-top frag dito si parang Jason, malay natin, anong score na natin.
Si Jason Susanto.
Oo.
In my head, at ito na nga, in his head, Soulcast will go on down. PaperX yet again using the blades to full efficiency. Pero mahihirapan na nga dito ang Team Liquid kasi naubos na ng members yet again. Jing right now up close to personal. Here comes Forsaken. Lumutuloy, lumulutang, at pumapatay na naman ng iba. Dafay na nga ang makahuli ng huli dito. Dimasik all alone. And it's PaperX who steal around the raid. Thrifty ang galawan. Kanina yung Stinger teaser ngayon. Full experience gamit ng blades.
And they are one of the best teams in terms of converting those eco rounds dito sa Champions because of their tenacity to repick and to have these type of setups na talagang to catch the opponent off guard galing sa off angles nila. Scream unang tumumba, and that just set off the cascade that was Forsaken to finally get himself around dito na talagang pwede siya maging confident. This is the first good round that we've seen for Forsaken this entire game pagdating sa amount of kills na nakuha niya. May space siyang nakakuha ng attacking side. Pero these type of rounds, importante to get him going, to get one of your stars of the team really activated.
Alam natin, iba yung time zone kasi sa Istanbul. Iba sa Indonesia, iba sa Singapore. Kaya ngayon, nagigising na si Forsaken. At sa totoo lang, kung real talk and real quick, kanina, pain siya nung first half. Medyo pain lang siya. Like, eto na si Forsaken. Mauna ka na, pre. Kaya mo yan.
Kawawa naman si parang Forsaken.
Kawawa nga si parang Forsaken. Hindi, totoo naman eh. Kasi, balagi na lang, pag nag-i-entry siya, ano nang sasagot sa kanya? Breach. Sasagot sa kanya fade. Sasagot sa kanya raise. Sasagot sa kanya chamber. Tapos yung the rest of the team yung mag-follow up. Now, here on the defending side, mas safe yung mga angle niya. Siya yung pwede mag-peek in and out. At kita talaga natin dito, aim is still ready. And with the blades, nakakuha siya ng confidence. Operator na ang ilalabas dito ng PaperX. Team Liquid, operator rin. Labanan na talaga ng big guns dito ngayon.
Sige, nahirapan kanina si Forsaken sa first half. Pero this is the half na kailangan talaga niya ma-activate, maging online, and to come here into the game para naman sumagot. Kasi kanina pang dumadakdak dito ang Team Liquid. Dami nilang sinasabi. PaperX, anong sagot nila?
Ayan, sagot. Prowler na naman. Pero syempre, may escort palagi si Forsaken dyan. Papunta sa sewer si Jing. Sinalo muna yung fade utility. Then again, Team Liquid. Nakuha lang nila intel. Ayaw na nila. Pumunta doon sa A side. Mind Break. Getting ready, but Scream was quicker on the trigger finger. Nivera, awkward na yan. Nahuli nag-rolling thunders kasi si Jing lumusob na naman. Benkai still on the side at PaperX. Walang katakot-takot dito para lumaban. Yampy na natitira 1v3 pero delikado ang pwesto dito ng Team Liquid. Huli pa nga si Yampy ngayon. Saan ka pupunta? Ang tanong ni Benkai. Ma'am, sir, ID po. Pero kita talaga natin, tong op na to, mahihirapan sa scenario na to.
Man, they aren't even really doing anything super special. I keep on saying that this entire game and most PaperX games. But the special thing that they do is really find the timing and punishing on the space that they can find. They don't throw anything new, necessarily like super new, pero the fact that yung off timing nila, hindi na expect dito ang Team Liquid na susugod sila bago pa lang lumabas ang Rolling Thunder, habang palabas pa lang. And now Yampy, he secures his position, pero alam na lang nasan siya.
Na-jump pick pa nga 2 beses at nalaman na rin ng PaperX na off ang hawak dito ni Yampy. Then again, Para sa Team Liquid, nahuli lang sila ng PPRX aggression. Sinasabi mo walang ka-special ginawang PRX. Sinasabi ko, yung special talaga doon, yung willingness nila na lumusob. Yung hindi sila natatakot. At guys, pag kayo nag-hesitate, doon kayo mamamatay. Kaya go lang ng go. Tanungin mo na siya kung mahal mo ba. Pero nako, inapakan pa nga si Yumpy doon sa dulo. Parkour, galing kay Dabay. At binigay na lang niya yung orb papunta kay Forsaken. PPRX tying it up. May laban pa rin ng impact dito.
Ay naman yung movement dito ni Divine. Nang hap siya galing dun sa city.
Practice sila.
Dire-direto.
Pre, paano mo ginawa yun? Ako rin.
Nagpa-practice siya dun sa, yan yung sa the range, yung mga bato-bato na
yung paano mo dadarin yung practice? Ay, yung sa likod.
Oo, yung mga bato-bato na parang lumulutang lang. Yan, mga jumpers.
May tulong pala yun sa game. Okay.
Sabi.
Uy, si Alex happy na.
Thumbs up.
Uy! Ba't tayo walang watch party?
Oo nga
Kailang watch party natin?
Hindi naman tayo imbita eh.
Gawa tayo watch party.
Oo nga.
Dito sa office. So guys, invited na kayo dito sa office ha.
You want to play?
Huwag niyo tanungin sa akin yung address kasi hindi ko bibigay.
Oo nga. Medyo Delix. Pero Forsaken, ito ang Delix in position niya. Going for the random shot. Walang na-connect. But now they know the op is here.
Wala silang makita eh. Yun yung magiging mahirap. Pero sige na nga, Team Liquid. At least meron silang safety net dito. Tour de force mga magiging galawan ni Vera though. Trying to get into the corner. But then again, Scream using that timing to get to the other side. Dimasik though on the board already. Mind break na dito na lang sa side pa rin. Makakadalawa pa nga pero si Yumpy rin ang makaka-refrag dyan. 3v3 na ang galawan na to. Team Liquid. Nakuli na rin nila kung kailan makakapasok dito sa site mismo. Forsaken though lumalapit. It's gonna be Benkai going on down. Dimasik on the board yet again. Knife pa na magiging nagalawan dito. Team Liquid. But the buy is still there yet again. Knife out. Huli na dito si Forsaken. 2v1 na magigalawan to. Bulag na bulag. Walang makita kundi ang kapwa. At sige, Yumpy na lang natitira para sa side ng Team Liquid. Manggagaling sa garahe. Dabay. Nasa likod lang. One shot, one kill. Kita talaga natin si Yumpy. Naghihintay lang at ready para manalo. Team Liquid. Mukhang binili ka ng PPRX.
Sumagot naman dito. At yun nga yung problema sa pagdating sa operator no? Kung hindi mo makuha yung opening pick katulad doon, nung na-smoke nga ang C-Long, hindi na siya makakahanap ng pwesto para maka-retake. Mahirapan talaga siya mag-retake with an operator. Ever since the dawn of time, that's always been true. Operator, not the most ideal weapon to have in a retake unless talagang makapasok kayo and he can hold that angle. Dahil na-smoke ni Mindfreak ang C-Long, parang naabala pa nga si Forsaken doon at hindi siya makahanap ng unang pitas.
Walang makita yung PPRX sa simula. At dahil lang doon, yung sinalo ni Vera, yung stun, diba, nung Astra, sabi niya, o kapatid, mauna ka na. Go ka na lang sa backline at kita talaga natin. Yun yung timing ng Team Liquid. Perfectly played by TL right now. And they still have the lead because of that. PPRX though. Nakuha sila ng good rounds kanina, good streak. So okay maging economy nila moving forward and they have the full buy even in this scenario. Kita talaga natin though, Team Liquid yet again with the stall. PPRX though getting ready and they're going with the shots. It's Jing and Forsaken getting the takedown. Si Jing na naman ang malakas pero huli siya ng kakampi niya. My freak, mag-ingat ka dun, pre.
Tama lang.
Ay, yung lurk ko. Yung lurk nag-iintay.
So, umatras din si Benkai na napansin
niya.
New plan. Medyo booking, medyo open. So, tag muna tayo dito. Okay, he has his own safe corner.
Ano to,
can see the C-Long.
Nico, trust the process.
Trust the process. Benkai.
Ayan na.
Ayun, tanggapin yung pizza niya kanina.
Oo nga eh. Ayaw kumuha ng slice pre. Wala naman lasa yan. Gusto lang niya mamigay. Kita tuloy. Ready na naman. At goodbye na lang sa'yo. Perfectly played mind games ni Benkai. Hindi lang sa cosplay pre, kundi sa in-game.
Oo nga. In and out of the server.
So ba't di kaya sila kumuha ng slice ng pizza kanina?
Alam mo, sa tutusin, kung ako yun, kukuha ko. Kahit isa.
Oo, diba? Patikim naman. Diba? Baka hindi pa luto kasi. Sumamit. May oras si Scream mag-plant pero wala. Okay, sige. Round is over. Headshot machine. Yet again. 3K for Scream pero wala pa rin. PPRX tying it up. Ayaw talaga bumitaw ng PRX dito.
Itong nakita nyo sa PPRX, they throw these very different type of setups and positions talaga na makita mo, sige, no round na to, pumeso ako dito on the defense, try ko sa ibang position, and they keep on using all the different positions possible on the map to try and have those off timings, masala na dito, at saka off angles skills dito sa defensive side. Kaso, when you get this late into the game at naubusan ka ng mga ibang looks na nagamit mo na, what do you throw at them? You don't have that utility. That's what you've been seeing be a problem dito. Team Liquid, that's part of the reason why na minsan napapanalo pa na dito ang mga Thrifty, ang mga Eco Run na because they have utility to fight with first.
Yeah, well, Paper Rex. Ngayon, Angles magiging pinakagalawan nila. Kita natin sa defending side. Mas nakatulong. Sige nga, wala masyadong utility. Pero kung mailagan lang yung setup ng Team Liquid, kayang-kaya pa manalo. Guardian gameplay daw from Yampy. Kanina pa siya with the operator. No dice whatsoever para kay Benkay. At Team Liquid pa nga makaka-first blood dito sa round na to. So slow and steady pace. Kita na natin, second round pa lang, Team Liquid happy to just play for headshots. Play with things like the Sheriff. At slow plays. Slow play. Going towards that seaside still though. Forsaken operator yan, pre. Huwag ka dyan tumingin. Pero si Jing, ready na. Isa pa nga. Isa pa nga. Isa pa nga. Buy one, take two. Tanga tatlo at nag-out pa nga. Apatin mo na. Give him the ace. Di masik. Sige na. Magpakita ka dito kay Jing. Eto na. Reyna gameplay. Pero wala. Panira ng highlights. Panira.
Dax kasi, binati mo kasi. Ayun tuloy. Nahanap pa nga.
Para naman maiintindihan ako ni Jing.
Ganun ba?
Tatagalan mo sa Jing.
Narinig ka uy! Galing sa kabilang hati
wala
ng
tayo
mundo.
sa Istanbul, pre. Pero wala ka kay Jing, pre. Ay, no! Eagle Eye, what was that? Nakita pa.
Lang niya. Uy! May tuldok dun. Sige nga.
Siya na nagping. Siya pa pumatay.
Oo nga, siya na nagping.
Di ba?
Pero, Jing, okay. Talagang activated. Definitely not a fault of his kung bakit medyo nagsistruggle ang Paper Rex kanina. But they finally get the lead. That's the first lead switch this entire game.
25 kills na ang Reyna natin. Alam nyo na, guys. Reyna is the best pick forever and ever. And there you go yet again. 26 na natin yan. 2K Forsaken. Sige, sa'yo na to. Pero ito na naman ang dynamic duo ng team natin galing APAC. Jing Forsaken. Best friends forever. Best duelists forever. And ready to go yet again. Natita na lang dito si Zolka sa sulok na to. Paano pa kaya siya makakatakas? Si Jing nagbabantay sa kanya. But Paper Rex, they're getting the momentum that they need. They're black and blue.
Perfect timing. Perfect read dito. And flawless round dito. As Paper Rex finally secure match point versus Team Liquid.
Ipak yan!
Grabe naman. Basang-basa. They went towards that C site. Alam nila, hey, last time around they went A and B. Now it's time for C. So nabilang nga dito ng Paper Rex. And that's what they need to do. If Forsaken's opping sa anong site, kailangan nila ng isang kaduo niya para may makakatulong sa kanya pag nag-push na. Kasi pag mag-isa kang op, after yung first shot mo, sige, makapitas ka, but then you're left open and really vulnerable for the opposing side to punish. So, good thing may katulong siya doon. And Jing there.
Oh my God! Ano ba yan?
Basang-basa ng Paper Rex!
Basa! Ninostra na lang ang simula. Okay. Kita. May tao dyan. Pero ito yun. Dati nag-posting Forsaken sa Valorant PH looking for duo. Una nag-comment si Jing. At alam mo na, the rest is history. Pero di na matali yung bubot, pre. Ingat tayo dyan. Boombot, masakit. Simula pa lang doon. Ito na naman si Jing eh. Kulit eh.
Eco round dito para sa Team Liquid. They've been very thrifty at converting these stacks.
Ang grabe. Nag-save pa sila ng pera na kung matalo sila dito tapos na ang labanan.
Kaya daw nilang panalunin to para sa gun round next round.
Sabi mo yan, Scream. Basta ikaw nagsabi. Ikaw naman yung veterano. Sige, makikinig lang sa'yo.
May pera nga si Solcas pang...
Yun nga, di ba? May pang-sponsor.
May pang-sponsor sana eh.
Si Yampy rin, no? Spectre sana eh.
Si Scream.
Sige. Tingnan
natin. Isang pitas may showstopper
sila. Alam naman natin. Aim for the head.
Oo nga.
Yun yung
They know him for his one-tap stats.
Kung may Assassin's Creed, meron Scream's Creed. Headshot is the way. Benkay daw. Alam na ng lahat.
Perfect timing.
Siyempre, natampay si Benkay sa taas. But there you go. That's what we're talking about. There you go. CS pa lang, malakas na dito rin sa Valorant. Soulcast na also gonna get on the board. Showstopper looking for target. Walang mahuhuli. 4v3 na to. Team Liquid though running out of time. There's the Cosmic Divide. Benkay di makalapit dahil doon sa flashback. But here comes Yampy at tingin sa likod. Ingat kayo, Paper Rex. Soulcast winning against Forsaken. Benkay will fight Scream. But then again, Yampy, ayan na nga, nagpakita na. Bulaga, pababa, mahuhuli. At Team Liquid, paano nyo nagawa pa yun?
Eco pa yun ha?
Oh,
may pera pa sila.
May pera pa sila.
May sukli pa sila,
ano
men.
Yun?
yun!
Grabe naman, Team Liquid. And all starting from the opening pickup screen from a 5v4. Nabawian pa nga dito ang Team Liquid. Mind you, Jing, nakuha pa nga niyang opening spam kill dito kay Nivera. They did not have the breach for this take, but it doesn't matter. Team Liquid, they bring it to the final round of regulation.
Check nyo yung PC, check nyo yung keyboard, check nyo yung mouse, check nyo yung kamay, check mo nyo na lang lahat. Galing sa...
Check mo na rin yung buhok.
Tsaka galing sa blast pack jump yun. At dahil sila ay nakakuha ng pitas, hindi nabantayan ng Paper Rex yung kanilang flank. Yun tuloy. Meron pang pag-asa. At ayan na nga si Yampy ang makakatalo kay Forsaken dito. Gusto ng Team Liquid makakita ng overtime. At kitang-kita talaga yung mundo. Kumukulog-kulog pre.
Patay.
Kita na lang. Dito si Jing sa tulok. Patay na nga ni Soulcast. Kita talaga natin dito Team Liquid. Ready, eyes wide open. And a flawless way to end regulation. 12-12. Hindi pa tapos ang map number 1.
And what do you do there? Pag ganun kabigat ang push dito ng Team Liquid on the attacking side, nakita mo talaga, Dax, ang pinakamalaking factor dito between these two teams, pinakamalaking difference, utility diff. Look at how much utility Team Liquid have to throw here. The Hunt, the Seas, the Fault Line, the Prowlers. Walang magawa ang Paper Rex kasi wala silang pansagot dito kung hindi tutok man lamang.
Ito na lang sasabihin ko pre. Nung nakita ko yung Nightfall, nakita ko yung Rolling Thunder, kala ko hindi na Valorant pinapanood natin Ganun karami utilities, walang katakas-takas. At huwag natin kalimutan guys, ito ang elimination match. Kung sino man matalo sa best of 3 na to, goodbye sa'yo, uwi ka na galing Istanbul. At kita talaga natin, 12-12 scoreline, it's so intense. And look at Yampy even. Big gamble, up. Op at op lang si Yampy. Wala siyang pera for anything
Glass
else.
cannon, pero alam natin, yung mga ganong cannon ang talagang masakit minsan at hindi maabangan dito. Baka di pa ma-expect ng Team Liquid. So, good thing na lang, nag-trailblazer, nahanap pa nga nila. Mind Freak almost getting punished there, pero napatras na nila.
Medyo yung toes ko pre nag-curl up.
At least alam na nila may operator dito sa Team Liquid.
Nakuha nila yung intel na sobrang importante ngayon.
Knowing that, i-continue pa ba nitong A-site?
Pag makita nila yung timing against Yampy, feel ko kakayanin nila. Pero naka-reposition na si Yampy. Nasa tower na siya.
Delix.
At yung magiging Delix nga, as you say, yung tipong si Jing kung manggagaling na ilong pero nag-drop down na dito. Muna ang Team Liquid. Gusto nila ng slightly more aggressive angle, shorter holds, even a shorty to boot galing kay Yampy. Paper Rex though, playing a slow game. Minsan mo lang ito makita sa side ng Paper Rex. Delikado nga, pero ayun ang Cloudburst para lang makakunti na cover. Benkaido will find Yafty after he misses the first shot. Scream, manggagaling dito sa short angle. Tago muna sa sulok. At gulat na lang ang dalawa na pumila para sa kanya. Audition ni Navai at Benkay. Na-reject na kagad dito ng Team Liquid. 3v3 na ang galawan dito. Paranoia into the shot. Perfect combos yet again. Galing dito sa Team Liquid. Pero si Mind Freak may ibang plano. Nasa likod mo lang at ready na siya. It's all up to Mind Freak. Clutch na clutch ang player na to. Pero nauubusan na siya ng oras ngayon. Mind Freak, ano pa ang magic trick mo gagawa mo dito? Pick the plant, get the aftershock out, running out of time, Nevera out in the open, pero wala ka ng oras, Mind Freak. That's the game, that's the round. It will be Team Liquid taking the lead.
Demasek, good responsibility dito na alam niya talaga not to peek in that situation. No time to stick the plant, 3.25 seconds, not enough. And Paper Rex, they let this lead be swept away. Team Liquid have answered back. Paper Rex, nakita mo talaga, ayun ang mahirap dito. They play slow. Wala silang binigyan na rason dito ang Team Liquid para mag-rotate. Naghintay lang sila ng halos 1 minuto doon sa A-long. And they didn't even give a reason to try and force Team Liquid to rotate off the side. They didn't even look for space otherwhere in any other places aside from Mind Freak maybe. Pero wala din siyang makuhang timing. And that is Team Liquid just punishing them for it.
Masyadong assuming rin after that Trailblazer, diba? Binitawan na lang yung short at yun tuloy. Isa lang kailangan mo sa Team Liquid nakapwesto. Marami nga nagsasabi, diba? Team Liquid and their heroics individual plays. And yet again, Scream did not disappoint dun sa 2K niya bago siya mahuli. This is it for Team Liquid. Kung matapos na itong round na to, it's gonna be absolutely instrumental kasi Paper Rex, pwede pang pumalag kung mag-OT pa. Parehong teams natalo ng Leviathan kanina dun sa group stage matches nila in the past few days. Magiging malaking redemption to para kung sino man manalo, and especially the momentum for the best of 3.
Yung momentum nga, napaka-importante na mapuan na to, Dax. That's what they need. Let's not forget, kung usapang elimination stage, ito ang huling representative ng buong APAC, barring DRX coming from East Asia. So, lots riding on the shoulders dito ng Paper Rex. Lots of utility din binabato.
Magastos.
Counter flashes, counter hunt. Madami utility nga na burn. Jing in a great position pero hindi siya makadismiss. He finds two. That's all cast quick on the trade. May cam nga dito si Benkay. Alam niya kung nasan si Yampy. The spammers come through. Alam na nila. Buntikan pa siya yung mamatay. Low HP na si Benkay.
Nawala yung smoke, pre. Puntik na yun para kay Benkay. But then again, Team Liquid, hindi pa sila makapwesto doon sa site mismo. It's Yampy though, into the corner. Forsaken will make the trade happen. The Vi is there also. And it's up to Soulcast now. Pero wala pa rin siyang palag sa marami ng Paper Rex. Hindi pa tapos ang map number 1 na retake na PRX. OT pa muli tayo.
Grabe si Yampy. Kahit alam na nila kung nasan siya. Nakuha pa nga niya ang pitas doon. Muntikan pa tumumba ang Paper Rex sa unang overtime. Pero hindi pa rin susuko tayo mga kaibigan. As ang Pinoy Rex, ipagpatuloy pa nila dito ang kanilang run dito sa Valorant Champions. We're going to the second overtime, Dax. At mukhang hindi pa to titigil.
Hindi tayo titigil, pero hold that thought really quick. Naka-30 na, pre, si Jing.
30.
Naka-30 na.
Grabe.
As they always say, he got that 30, bro. And now, he's ready to go for more. Kita talaga natin daw, step up when they need to the most. The Vi, low-key, triple-double, naka-13 assist na. Laking tulong talaga ng mga guiding light niya. Ilang beses na para sa side ng Paper Rex. But Team Liquid, this time they change it up. Yampy, hindi na siya mag-operator. Pumili ng mga headhunter bullets, ready na siya with the full armor. At mukhang gusto ng Team Liquid ng mas close duel, diba? At
Ito mo paano niya cleaner yung card na yun. Ipatalon pa.
diba? May talon, may screen shake. Make sure, lahat ng angles niya check. Eagle eye, diba? Matang lawin, as they say.
Tingnan mo din yung lupa. Baka may nakaabang doon.
Oy!
Ay! Kaso hindi pa niya na-punish. He was in the perfect spot to be able to do that. But Yampy! 1 tap, 2 tap. Alam mo, Dax, anong pinaka-importanting utility sa buong laro na to? Headshot.
Headshot. Tama. Walang magagawa ang kalaban kung sila ay patay.
Mismo, patar.
Pwede na nga B-site na tayo dito.
Grabe.
Paranoia yet again. Kanina pa si Dimasic na on point with that one. Per Team Liquid, hindi nila matake yung opportunity. Instead, konting retake na lang, konting pwestuhan muna at hintayin natin si Yampy mga galing sa likod. But Forsaken, iba naman ginagawa niya kasama si Davai. Dumediretso sa papunta ng A-Link. Ayun na nga ang ating paint shields rin para lang ma-distract si Benkay pa dito mismo. Delikado na ito para kay Benkay kasi hindi lang isa kundi dalawang magagaling sa likod niya. It's Scream getting on the board. Forsaken though, getting ready with the blades also. At ito na, nag-dash in para lang mamatay. Dimasic and Yampy yet again. Team Liquid, yung depensa talaga nila. Wala kang pwede mapuntahan kung hindi sa kamay nila.
At nakita mo naman, they really just have to rely on that single flashes na ng kay Devay. Yung mga guiding light, ayun ang talagang utility na nagagamit nila pagdating sa mga initiate, pagdating sa mga scramble na ganito. Especially when Jing goes down, you don't have those layers. And Benkay, how do you even fight against that pag may mga binabato pa sa yung blast pack? And that is really the problem dito ng Paper Rex. If they don't get those opening picks going their way, nahihirapan silang bumawi. Kasi konti na ang utility nila. If they don't find that opening pick, mas nababawasan pa.
Kita mo nga rin yung timing ni Yampy eh. Dahil sa flash ni Nevera, hindi makapeak si Jing kasabay nung kanyang kakampi. At yun tuloy, Team Liquid na naman ang nangunguna sa karerang to. Kaya pa ba ng Paper Rex sumagot? Isa pang round, isa pang overtime. Mukhang ito na, big gamble over onto A-Long Expedition na pumila! At ayan na ang Team Liquid, handa pa rin sumagot sa kanila. Masyadong marami yan, Jing. Alam namin magaling ka. Pero si Dimasic, so sick of the aggression. So tired of Tears at so tired of Haven already.
Nako.
Team Liquid, gusto nang tapusin to. Benkay na lang natitira. Pero nako, delikado to through the smoke. Nakakatakas pa nga siya on the side, getting ready. Naghahanap kung sino man pwede pa makita. Pero ayun na, goodbye sa'yo. So Dimasic, yet again, ginawang bangkay si Benkay at ang Team Liquid ang kukuha ng first map natin.
What a game dito para sa Team Liquid. And from the get-go, Dax, it looked like their map as Team Liquid. Composition pa lang, nakita mong mas okay na talaga ang dinadala nila. Ito ang map pick, by the way, ng Team Liquid. So, all things considered, this is a good map for Paper Rex. Not their map pick, they're going to Pearl. Natitignan natin kung ma-extend ba nila to into a 1-to-1 series para umabot sa map 3. But for the meantime, the opening map pick here, taken by Team Liquid. All things considered, Dax, maganda ang nagawa ng Paper Rex considering composition pa lang parang lugi na sila. But still, in the end, what matters is the win and it goes to Team Liquid.
At ito na pre, nangangalib na ang buhay ng APAC dito. Matalo sila sa Pearl. Goodbye sa lahat ng APAC reps natin. Kita talaga natin though, this is the matchup that was promised. This is what the best aimers in VALORANT Champions can do. Na tutukan pa lang, ganun ka nakalukupit. Meron kang Jing na makaka 30 kills sa Reyna. Tapos sasagot naman ng Team Liquid, may Yampi ng ready mag-chamber. Moments galing kay Forsaken there to the second half. But then again, moments galing kay Scream. Napapasok pa lang ng site, eco run pa nga. Kaya rin manalo. And yun talaga, unstoppable force, immovable object. Pero yung in this stalemate, yung Team Liquid, yung nakahanap ng mas magandang consistency and mas efficient utility dun sa dulo ng overtime.
At ang hirap din kasi namang ang composition ng dala dito ng PaperX, no? It requires the two big players dito ng PaperX to pop off, Forsaken and Jing. But you can't just have one of that. Especially pag naka-Jing, naka-Reyna at saka naka-Jet pa naman ang dalawa. It sometimes can be so hard to even get yourself in a position to fight pag konti na nga ang utility dito ng PaperX. Pag nauubusan na sila. But you can really see Team Liquid, palagi silang handa sa mga binabato dito ng PaperX. Not that it was a lot, but really the utility. Pagdating sa execute, pag tinignan mo yung overhead camera, nakita mo saan pupwesto ang isang tao because every single default playable position talagang sinesecure ng Team Liquid with all the utility that they have. Ang dami lang nababato.
Diba? Parang pag nahuli lang, especially ng Team Liquid, ang plano ng PaperX doon nag-fall apart yung mga rounds mismo ng PRX. And that's what the gamble is all about. Mag-all in ka, mag-aggress ka na ng kakaibang timing. Minsan gumagana, but more often than not, yung Team Liquid, yung may sagot. Kawawa nga si Forsaken ng first half, hindi natin makakalimutan yun. Yung napatalon siya.
Oo,
doon sa B-side. Pero kakadash lang niya. So medyo patay lang siya doon. But guys, ang pag-asa ng IPAC nasa buhay pa rin ng PaperX. Tayo mag-break muna. Map number 2 coming right very soon. Dax in Black and Blue. Kita-kitsa naman dito sa VALORANT Champions.
Nagsisimula pa lang tong VALORANT Champions, kina-question natin kung gaano ka-consistent nga ba ang kalalabasan ng run dito ng Team Liquid. At heto na nga, sumasagot na nga sila. Dito sa do or die match nila versus PaperX, pinakita talaga ng Team Liquid na we are consistent and we are here to stay. Pero pag-usapan natin lahat yan dito sa ating analyst desk. Kasama niyo ako, si Likeable, ang inyong host. At sa tabi ko dito, si Honey Glaze and of course, si Raph. Naku po, itong laro na to, dati ang dami nating open-ended questions on the side of Team Liquid. Pero this time around, masasabi ko na sa PaperX na yung mga katanungan na ang hirap sagutin. Lalong-lalo na pag pinag-usapan natin kung bakit nga ba laging ganun? Bakit nag-over-aggress sila masyado?
Well, nasabi nga natin at napagkwentuhan natin kanina that based on their lineup and their composition, morely on a head-to-head combat, ang gusto talaga nila mapanindigan. Lalo na't kanina, di ba, nagkaroon ng moral boost ng pagkakataon dito for Jinx. Almost close out with an ace. Pero doon, hanggang doon lang din pala yun dahil nakakuha ng tamang landas na tatahakin dito. Sila Dimasic and then their Soulcast para makakuha ng utility play na laging nagko-connect every time na gusto nila may panalo yung round.
And I kind of want to build on that. Sabi mo na, I guess, Paper X with this direct combat lineup that they have, medyo nag-overextend sila. Pero yun nga, tingin ko yung problema sa draft talaga eh. Again, with this type of positioning that's been given as Jing on Reyna and Forsaken on Jet, you really kind of have to play for that W key. And it's just so difficult to find any safe openings. Lalo na sobrang online ni Yampi. Diba siya yung win condition sa Liquid? Yeah. I talked about it earlier and absolutely there he is. With again, Dax being so supportive. Buti na lang, si Dax is a very, very wholesome person that would never, ever say anything bad, di ba? Laki ng ngiti niya dito.
Pero another supportive person on this team, syempre yung duo na yan, Yampi, Scream, Soulcast, lahat talaga sa Team Liquid, maganda yung support system nila. And nakita naman natin, dun sa mga executions nila, they were able to shut down Paper X, especially towards the latter half and nung overtime period natin. So, going back to this, sa tingin mo ba, Raf? Kasi nakita na natin yung ibang composition ng Paper X dito sa Haven. Do you think na kung yun yung pinull out nila with the Sage, iba kaya yung kalalabasan nitong laban nila against Team Liquid?
To be honest, kahit maraming problema yung comp na ganito, yung double duelist, tapos, again, Benkai on that Cypher, I think Paper X, this is as close as they could get. This is a comfort pick after all, so we really cannot question if they could have had a better lineup. But again, talking about those weaknesses, yung mga post-plan din ng Paper X, sobrang hina just because of the fact that they already have objective 1, which is to get the spike plant, pero yung maintenance, yung sustainability on the site is just not prevalent at all.
We had Yampi's Crazy Holes na mention mo nga dito. Si Nivera pa lang pati sa mga times na magre-retake na dito ang Team Liquid, they are just really on point. And then there comes Soulcast. Pagdating naman din sa paranoia niya, sobrang nakakabigha na bakit magkoconnect agad bigla yung yung paranoia niya dito? Hindi ito ina-anticipate. Most of the time nila Forsaken and Jing to the point that they are immediately punished throughout na makita nila na si Yappy naka-operator na naman.
Ang ganda talaga ng utility shuffle on the side of Team Liquid. Pero hindi natin makakalimutan, meron ring rounds, especially nung nagde-defend sila, or sorry, nagde-defend nga, na medyo naperwisyo lang rin sila nung utilities nila kasi na-reveal yung positioning nila na dito nanggaling yung Prowlers, dito nanggaling yung skills ni Breach. So, yun yung part lang na medyo ingatan lang ng Team Liquid. Yung element of surprise, medyo nababasa sila when it comes to that. Pero going back over here to Scream, kanina pinapili tayo kung Jet Pill or Phoenix Pill. Bakit wala namang nagbigay ng option ng race pill dito?
Siya yung surprise factor today.
Never let them know your next move.
Exactly. So now I'm gonna leave. I'm kidding. Again, in all seriousness, I feel like this race pick has been so prevalent on Haven. Kahit, again, in the early days ng Valo, sobrang niche. Parang, okay. So yung value ng boombot niya, para garage lang. Tapos yung control mo sa A-long medyo hina if you're defending side. But people have been so creative about it. And honestly, Paper X just could not find a way to suppress, I would say, just the firepower of Scream. And like you said, ang daming utility pwedeng mababato sa Team Liquid na parang Paper X, okay. Sige, saluhin ko na lang. Wala namang magawa. Let's just play for retake. And on the flip side, if you're Team Liquid, with everything that you have, all you have to do for Paper X is to wait. Wala naman silang iba-ibang timing Yung timing nila, okay, let's explode or let's...
Wala head to head na combat ang gusto na lagi dito talaga na Paper X. Kasi alam mo yun, multiple times, kaya head to head. Kasi we had here Jing na mag-overextend and then there's Forsaken na there are times talagang hindi magkoconnect yung mga shots niya, yung mga times na meron siyang brainstorm dito that won't be giving so much value. And speaking of so much value, I wanna talk about here is yung Cypher ni Benkai with nung first half nila dito, hindi nila masyadong nabibigyan ng so much value yung mga cyber cage to the point na ito rin yung nagiging reason kung bakit hindi nila nakikita yung Fate na nandito na pala sa corner was able to take them down once na gusto lang nilang umentry one time in A lobby.
Alam mo, speaking of that, na yung miscommunication when it comes to utility, ilang beses natin nakita na hindi nag-connect yung smoke ni Mindfreak sa gustong mangyari na itong team. Naka-off si Forsaken sa C. Tas minoke ni Mindfreak. So wala na agad, 'di ba? Ang hirap na agad for him to get those early picks. Tapos kahit doon nasa A sila, 'di ba? Parang hindi rin sila nag-connect ni Jing. So, ano sa tingin mo yung pwede nilang i-improve as we move over to Pearl, Raf?
I really feel like it's the dimension of play. I mean, we've seen them play in a Pearl setting, and I feel like they could still improve on everything that they showed on map 1. Kaso yung one-dimensional play na parang napilit sa comp talaga yung dapat iwasan. I mean, we know PaperX is a team that is fairly multifaceted. They have to show that now. They can't be ready to go home. Go PaperX. No
Go
bias.
PaperX.
No bias. Syempre walang bias. Oo.
Go PaperX talaga. To be honest, napaka-heartbreaking lang rin talaga nung map loss na yun. Kasi imagine mo, 12 na yung score nila, isang point na lang yung kailangan, na thrifty pa nga sila. So, sobrang sakit talaga on the side of PaperX na hindi pa nila na-close out yung game. Pero, kung statistics yung pinag-uusapan, na-bring up ko na yan in the past na hindi ko alam kung ano bang meron dito sa Haven. Pero, every time, tong mga teams na to, nasa 12 na scoreline, na isa na lang yung kailangan nila, biglang humahabol pa paunti-unti yung kalaban nila. And in this case, nagtagumpay pa nga etong Team Liquid. Pero, run us back, Honey Glaze, kasi nakapaglaro na dito yung PaperX. So, I would say na, in terms of information, may may background na kahit paano tong Team Liquid. May idea sila kung ano yung mga executions ng PaperX dito. So ano kayang makikita natin mangyayari mamaya?
Sa mga times na hindi nag-coordinate yung mga utilities kanina, dito palang kakabahan na ako. Nangangamba nga ako to the fact na kaya pa ba nila dito ma-maintain yung mental stability nila going into our game. Yes, they are calm between sa mga screens natin dito pagdating sa kanila mga player cams after every match. Pero syempre kasi, hindi natin malaman dito kung nagko-connect pa ba yung mga nagiging communication nila. And Raf, you also mentioned it na nandito na nga yung pagkakataon ng mga players from PaperX to win and close out our game. Pero hindi talaga nagiging sapat eh.
Dapat panalo yung PaperX dito. Otherwise, it's up to Zeken. I'm kidding.
Zeken is PH's last hope.
Siya talaga yung last hope natin. Ako, Pinoy Rex, ano na. But, wow, actually, Blue Pill, Red Pill, Scream on that Phoenix pick. Again, this is the point in time where gusto nila yung control talaga. No more burst. We will slow it down. We will make PaperX maybe agonize for it like a.
Yeah, and speaking of, gusto ko lang i-diin, Raf, na eto na naman. Sabi mo, ayaw mo ng double controller. Pero, sinasabi talaga ng mga players, Raf, na mali ka pag Pearl.
Wala, fun kaya ako sa double controller. Excuse me,
sabi
I'm a
mo kay
fighter.
Ray noon na
Hindi double controller. Yung may problema ako kung double ini, pero yung isa fade, tapos yung isa isang secondary pa na initiator. Hindi double control. I'm a double controller.
Bali, ang mga bullet points ni Raf dito is yung Killjoy, and then the double controller, tapos si Fade na kulang ng support with the initiator.
Pero that's just my opinion. You know what
That's
I mean?
yours. Naman. Nire-respeto natin yung opinion mo dyan. Pero wala naman akong choice, Raf.
Wala naman akong choice.
Tingnan natin tong lineup ng PaperX. We have the Sage. Hindi sila double controller na nakita natin din sa ibang teams na nag-perform sa Pearl. So, ano nga ba ang masasabi nyo na double Sentinel ang nilabas nila dito?
Should be. Dahil sa lawak pa naman din ng Pearl, kakailanganin mo dito yung mga Wolves either lead the fight or even have a close entry dito para mahirapan naman din mag-decide na kaagad ng Team Liquid na ano yung uunahin nila. Dahil this is the same lineup that they were able to conquer out against Edward Gaming. Pero this is a different storyline. Like, this is Team Liquid that is much mature, tapos may more experience. Katulad ng kanina na they were able to put on a stamp ng 10 to 12 na yung scoreline. Iisa na lang for PaperX.
I feel like the responsibility on Mindfreak here is just so crazy because he is the solo, again, tempo controller for PaperX. Man, it's so much difficulty for this. Like, again, I just wanna again relate to you na fan ako sa double controller. Parang ibig sabihin ni Laika, okay, I respect your opinion pero mali ka pa din.
Natumpak mo.
Oo.
Don't get me wrong. Siyempre, alam ko naman na alam talaga ng mga analyst na research talaga nila, pinag-aralan nila tong mga teams na to. So, sige na, Raf, ako na mali.
Of course.
Pero ako, alam niyo kung sinong tama? Yung casters natin. Oo, lilibre nila ako de joke lang. Pero kung gusto nila, okay lang din. With that said, Dax and Black and Blue, take it away.
Wala eh. Diretso na tayo game. Sa maraming reklamo ni Raf, dumiretso tuloy tayo dun sa game mismo. Grabe
Hindi ko naman sasabihin na kasi wala talaga kami.
Hindi, ito lang yun. Alam natin, mamaya, like, bibigay na sa atin yung Gcash niya. Yun. Alam mo guys, nang libre si Laika today ng potato corner dito sa office.
Thank you.
Yun, yung habang umaalis si Laika, sabi ko, thank you Laika. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Ito na yun. We get the Phoenix back from Team Liquid. First time nila maglaro ng Pearl dito sa VALORANT Champions. PPGL second time kasi una doon sa Edward Gaming for Dima Sigtown. Naka-second kill pa nga dyan. At kung A-side rather magiging hold dito. Yampi daw. Tatago na lang team na tagat. Yampi na naman kanina pa. Nagidig-dig kung saan pwede siya tumakay. Saan pwede siya tumakas. At saan siya pwede pumatay. Tatlo pa kay Yampi para manalo ang Team Liquid sa pistol. At laking bagay ang Black and Blue. Minsan lang manalo ang Team Liquid ng pistol round.
Ayan na nga. And the fact na nakuha nila dito, this could have big implications moving on forward. This could be the final map na makita natin ang PaperX sa buong taon na to. And Dimasik dun sa behind, nahuli pa nga niya si Divide. Hindi pa niya nakiklear yung backside, nagsiset up na agad ng wall. And that was the big punishment na kailangan niyang mahanap. Nyampi, he has been activated this entire day. And Team Liquid, rather PaperX, nahirapan talaga makahanap ng paraan, ma-shutdown siya. I have to say that his composition dito ng Team Liquid, that double controller is going to be super influential. Talagang sila ang lamang pagdating sa utility shuffle.
Alam naman natin yung Viper, di ba? Malaki yung wall. So marami kang space na makakover.
At hindi mo makikita pag nasa likod ng wall.
Tama. At ito yung totohanan, di ba? Yung Phoenix, gamble doon sa Breeze na nilabas ng Team Liquid. Pero dito sa Pearl, mas masikip eh. Baka mas ma-effective pa nga yung mga curveballs natin ngayon. And para sa Team Liquid, that's a comfort pick na ilang taon na lang nilang iniintay na malibas muli dito sa world stage para kay Scream. Still though, the hold looking very, very clear-cut para sa Team Liquid. Mahihirapan ng PaperX makalapit man. I know why they have the buy on that stage. Gusto na set up ng mga wall para lang masundan yung mga plan nila. Pero ang ganda nung chup-chup dyan ni Dimasik. Si Nevera pa nga, konting lason, walang katakas-takas. Lahat ng kulay dito sa buhay nito, tagapatay ng PaperX.
Tignan mo sino yung bumabantay ng A-site Dax. Ang dalawang controller. Look at how much utility they have. Look at how much utility PaperX has to go through para lang makasubok na sumugod dito. That orb smoke na talagang yung poison orb dito ng Team Liquid ni Nevera. On off lang. It's gonna be so difficult to push. Forsaken makakaisa, dismisses out to safety pero ultimately this round is done. 2v4. Mga picks na mahanap na dito, parang bonus na lang.
Bonus na nga lang, 3-in-1, laking laman. Pero ito na si Forsaken, dumikit. Buti na lang, may kapwa dyan si Nevera, si Soulcast, katabi lang niya. At para sa Team Liquid, clean 2-0 to start things off. Si Scream pa lang yung namamatay dito. Then again, he's halfway already to the run it back. At yun yung isa sa pinakamagandang bagay tungkol sa Phoenix eh. Kahit 0-2 ka pre, malapit ka na sa ultimate mo. Isang magandang round lang, pwede ka na magka-second life. And para sa PaperX, di na ma-execute ang plano nila para lang makapasok ng mga site eh.
Tsaka malaking bagay yun na 6 orbs lang para makuha ang ultimate, which is a very powerful ultimate, all things considered. Gives you free, basically a free life, and that is a big thing, especially on a map here like Pearl na talagang may corners that you really want to have a hard clear with. But now, PaperX attacking side nila. They finally have rifles at kailangan nilang maipanalo ng round to para makahanap ng momentum. Yampi, delikado! But Forsaken, he finds a pick.
Ambisyoso, pero yun nga si Forsaken. Kita nga nila kanina na wala silang chamber, nahihirapan sila sa mga duels nila. This time around, same composition nga versus EDG. But then again, Forsaken, di na kailangan lumusab. Di na kailangan mamatay para sa team pre. Okay na siya. Safety.
Dax, I'm surprised na pinili itong Pearl considering wala silang informasyon Team Liquid kasi Team Liquid have never played Pearl this entire year, this entire stage na pwede siyang laruin. And
first year.
Kala mo, ang tagal.
Ito yung first time na may Pearl. Ano ka ba?
Ito yung first time may Pearl. So they haven't played
entire year. Then again, first time nasa pool.
Totoo naman eh. Technically hindi wrong, pero hindi rin accurate.
Hindi ka mali, pero mali ka. Yun lang masasabi ko. Pero yun na nga yung curveball, muntik na nga dyan for Nevera. Yung magka-timing, mahihirapan. Mahihirapan kayo, backside eh. Andun na lang, nasa likod pa rin. Si Nevera, may snake pa nakaharang. The Wolf Find Scream dito sa site mismo. At ayun na nga si Nevera pa rin ang lalaban. The Vital getting a second one. Ito yung stage natin. Ready to mag-set up ng mga wall natin ngayon. And Team Liquid, they fall apart dito sa B-side na to. Forsaken and the rest of the PRX crew looking pretty confident. And tuloy-tuloy pa rin. At wala na si Team 6 magagawa dyan.
Paper Rex finally nakabawi naman dito. It's a round they're supposed to win and muntikan pa ang maging delikado pero buti na lang may mga dalawang naka-anti-flash doon. So pag bato ni Scream nung kanyang curveball, wala silang na-punish din dito sa Paper Rex side. Ang dami talagang nidiligan RDC that even though, sige, isa lang ang namatay dun sa Paper Rex, they were very close to having 2 or 3 more players go down as well and this could have been a 2v2 all things considered. Pero buti nga na lang that they had the weapons advantage in that buy round. Pero now na may baril na talaga ngayon ang Team Liquid, will that be the same?
Dito sa art mismo. May butas dyan, pre, para sa mga lineups. Pero Paper Rex, ready na naman pumalag Team Liquid. Naglabas na dito ng operator. At kanina nakita natin gaano ka cheeky, gaano ka sneaky boy itong si Yampy gamit ng operator itong rendezvous. Makaka-string along siya ng mga kills ngayon para lang pigilan ang Paper Rex. Yung wall nakasetup na dito sa Team Liquid para lang i-hold tong A-site na to. The Vibe, tingin sa taas, line up pang TikTok. Saan kaya yan pupunta? Mukhang pupunta siya dun sa
Tama.
Sa may sulok na yan at mahihirapan at least ang Team Liquid. Bantayan yung daan dito sa Paper Rex sa link. The Vido, still not done. Kanina pa si The Vido nakakapitas dito. Big time players, big time play, big time step up para sa PRX.
Saka importante yun, the fact na nakakapatay yung Sage lagi, that's gonna allow them to farm the ultimate orbs para sa kanilang Reds. One of the most important ultimates sa buong laro na to. And Paper Rex, they know the advantages that they have. 5v4 para Soulcast in a big position to do a big play. Nakita nga yan si Forsaken, pero Jing on the trade if it ever did have to come to it. This play from Yampy! He finds a double with the operator. Yampy has to fall back. Alam niyang nasa kanto na nga dito. Si Forsaken, can't they clear him? No, he gets a third. Yampy, absolutely important player going big.
Ito yung problema, pag masikip yung daan, kaya huwag kayo mag-park sa isang side ng kalsada, pre. Yun tuloy. Dalawa. Bigla na lang nasa gift ng operator. Yampy, sino pa ang papatayin mo dito? Paubos ng oras ng Paper Rex na sira na sa lamuran. Pero hindi pa rin, Benkay, lumalaban. At buti na lang, kinailangan nila yun para magka-chance sa round na to. 2v2 na to. Malayo ang rotate ni Nevera. Di masikre, nag-set up yung Star Spread siyang pwede gamitin pa Benkay. Tamang plano yan. Kung may manggagaling sa bilong, perfect chance to use that operator. Si Nevera daw manggagaling na naman sa kabilang side. Si Mindfreak, tagabantay dito sa link mismo. Paper Rex holding some of these closer angles, trying to get a bit of that advantage. Pero yun nga sabi mo, Benkay, hindi tumama. Yung sanang free kill. Ito na si Mindfreak daw. Huli si Dimasik. At si Nevera na natitira. May poison club pa siyang pwede gamitin. Snake bite lang doon sa punta sa holes. Pero si Benkay, pwede pa niya i-pick yan if ever. Save ang call dito ng Team Liquid. Paper Rex. Mukhang sure na yung round kanina. Nanganib dahil kay Yampy. But then again, yung step up doon ni Benkay at ni Mindfreak parang tapusin yung round.
Ang daming ginawa ni Yampy sa round na yon. Siya ang nag-iisang miyembro ng Team Liquid na nakahanap ng patay ng pitas dun sa round na yon. The Paper Rex, they still turn things back. So good job here from Paper Rex para sumagot. And as you said, yung dalawang backline dito ng Paper Rex being... Grabe talaga yung shot ni Yampy yun. Grabe, oo nga eh. Nag-double part kasi. And tuloy na isahan.
Tuloy. Kaya nga, tusok-tusok na fishball, tusok-tusok with the operator. At walang katakas-takas ang Paper Rex sa mga hallway na ganun kung yung nakapwesto na si Yampy or kung sino man naka-operator dyan para sa side ng Team Liquid. Pero inintay pa rin natin yung Phoenix value, feel ko, na depensa natin. Wala pang nagagawa si Scream so far dito sa game na to. Si Yampy, naman, has been consistent, has been a force to be reckoned with, but Paper Rex slowly stringing along confidence para lang makapush dito sa B-side. Tour de Force though, ang nakabantay. And here we go yet again, Deja Vu. Nakita na natin to kanina, galing kay Yampy, mauulit pa dito, galing sa hallway na naman. The Vital going for the plant. Benkay will die, but Jing will get the trade. At si Devay hindi makatakas. Sinabi natin, binati natin si Scream kanina. At ayan na nga, siya ay nandito na naman. Curveball para sa flash. Mahihirapan na ang Paper Rex para makapick. Mas mahirap pa dahil sa Cosmic Divide. Kailangan na ni Jing magkuramba, dumiretso. Persinivera pa rin ang nakabantay dyan. Mindfreak now versus the world. Pero talaga, masyado mabigat na ang pressure dito ng Team Liquid. Siya na nga ang mag-save at TL pa nakuha tong round na to.
Grabe, Team Liquid. Nakita mo doon, yung simpleng tumalon lang si Devay ng kalahating sekundo at na-expose yung kanyang ulo doon sa ibabaw ng Sage Wall. Hinahanap agad ni Scream ang pitas. And this is the one position na hindi nila nalagyan yung utility. Nakita mo, yung isang slow orb doon sa baba ng pillar. Yung isang slow orb sa taas ng pillar. Pero walang utility para doon sa kanang kanto ng B-holes. At ayun ang naging posisyon na naipunish pa sila dahil sa isang spot na yun.
Walang takot si Yampy talaga. At laking bagay nun para sa side ng Team Liquid. Maraming kumakalaban ng PaperX, bigla na nawawala ng confidence, bigla na lang natatakot mag-play ng aggressive ankle. Pero Team Liquid, handa na para sa matchup na to. Pero yun na, PRX, si Jing, nakaisa! Gusto pa ng palangwala, pero rare wins! Si Scream na buhay dahil doon sa run it back! At si Yampy pa rin, ang pipitas kay Forsaken para pigilan ang push dito ng PRX. Here comes the hot hands though, para lang sa heal. Forsaken brought back to life dahil lang may wall ng kaharang dyan. PRX though, they have to reset. Muntik pa nga yun, as you say, the Team Liquid. Ang ganda na nung hold. Nawalan sila ng Astra. Sige nga, dahil doon sa showstopper. Pero dahil doon sa Phoenix na nabuhay muli, pwede pa nilang hawakan yung A-site na yun.
Sakit talaga ni Jing yan eh. Yung nakakuha siya ng isa o dalawa, tapos susugurin pa rin niya. Nasa kanilang stunning advantage, 5v4. But he equalizes it to a 4v4 dahil nakabigay nga niya ang position niya. And that is something that PaperX have been continuously being punished more so than ever here dito sa tournament na to, even compared to the past few ones. So PaperX, tignan natin, paano sila babawi. They've kind of bled the clock. 30 seconds here to work with. Tamo, tatlo ang gumagapang dito sa B long. Kung sumilit dito si Mindfreak, he's gonna find this out. But they're all rotating for B long. They're gonna be dried out of time though. Dalawang controller nandito sa B site. Ang hirap ng plant na to.
Ang sikip talaga na mapang to, pre. Kitang-kita na yung triple stack dito ng Team Liquid. Holding hands na lang talaga, parang ama namin lang. Pero nasa langit na kagad dito sa Scream. Soulcast though, ang magpapadala pa ng iba. Paubos ng oras dito na PaperX. At Save Divine na naman nag-step up dito para sa side of PRX. There we go with Forsaken. PRX yet again getting the kills they need at the very end. So Yampy versus the world. Nakita natin ito dati. Pero hindi niya nakita si Forsaken na nakahanda na sa harapan niya. 3-3 PRX. Tie it up yet again. Medyo familiar yung nangyayari ngayon sa game na to.
Dry Peak Lords.
Oh, Dry Peak City.
Wala talagang pinagkaibang nangyari na aside from Hunt. Tapos sige, go, pick na tayo. But Jing, itong sinasabi ko nga, I've seen this so many times on over. Ang dami niyang space na kukuha. But because of that symptomas niya na talagang mapapapush siya, pag nakuha niya ang unang pitas, he gets punished for it and gives up yung advantage sana ng PaperX. Buti niyang nabawian pa nila, pero sobrang delikado yon. Late round rotate, 20 seconds left, pupunta sila ng B site. Swerte lang ang PaperX na hindi sila napitas doon.
Doktor ka na pala.
Ha?
Yung symptoms ni Jing. Ano prescription mo, Dok?
Wag dry pick.
Sa mabibili yan? Sa Mercury? Sa Watson?
Sa may buy round lang pwede.
Sa buy round lang mabibili, ganun ba? Cold fever na lang, okay na yan.
Oo nga.
Lagyan mo na sa...
Tawag dun, Salon Pass.
Salon Pass. Parang isa sa players na.
Let's play.
Ano yung kailangan ni Pro dun? Ano yung isa?
Human Heart Nature.
Hindi, si Mika yun. Si Boss Mika. Yung efficacent oil.
Mismo. Yung nakalimutan ko tatak eh.
Nabutan ka rin eh. Yung basta yung green. Basta yung green. Pero sige na nga. Labanan! Labanan ng mga chamber. Pero Forsaken ang ready dyan. Bulag. Sige. Pero wala ka pa makikita dito sa Scream. Si Jing na ang tumagos. Papunta dito sa B-side mismo. All-way control. Ang hinahanap dito ng PaperX. Mukhang mas successful pa nga mga B-take nila so far. Ang ganda ng mga angles na na-take nila, especially over onto the long side at na-plant pa nga dito ng PRX.
I mean, yung composition naman talaga compared to the comp dito ng Team Liquid is mas madali lang talaga na makalaban dito sa B side. Napansin din naman nila nag-double stack ang dalawang controller, both Astra and Viper dito ng Team Liquid going to that A side. So with Nivera and Dimasik playing that A side, talagang mabigat ang utility na kailangan nilang i-shutdown para makapasok dito. But towards this B side, different story. They have that one controller. Pag inisip mo din, Dax, kasi kung magpupush ka ng A main, pupuntang A side, you have only 2 smoke to the Astra and there's 3 lanes that the defenders can come through. Galing dun sa may Art, galing dun sa double door, at galing dun sa may pit. Kaya talagang may hirapan sila with an Astra going into the A side. That's why they have the Sage para maharangan yung Art, para maharangan yung A short. But when you go to the B side, not the same problem at nakuha nila yung plan.
Kawawa naman ni Vera, wala kasi baril. Pero ito yun eh. Yung pansin ko dito sa Team Liquid, dinalagay nila si Scream, si Yampy sa B-side para yung pinaka-willing makipag-tool. You're basically your best aimer so far dito sa composition na to, dito sa roster na to. At dun sa kabila, yung mahirap na utility. Pero pagpalag ng PaperX, willing sila doon makipaglaban. Gusto nila i-heat check ng tuloy-tuloy si Yampy at si Scream. And we know naman mga veterano mga yan, especially si Scream. But then again, nakakapagod pa rin eh. Na kailangan mo palagi manalo doon. Nakakapagod na tayo yung pressure. At doon, konti-konting nakakuha ng momentum ang PaperX.
Kasi pag inisip mo, pagpunta na sa B-side, diba katulad ng sinabi mo nga, you have Scream on that Phoenix, you have Yampy on that Chamber. All they have to really worry about is having somebody to play anti-flash para hindi mabulag din sa mga curveball ni Scream and making sure that they are aware where that trademark could be. And if they shut those two down, they're pretty much on pace to take that site. And now, The question is, do Team Liquid flex one of the controllers towards his B side? I would argue na si Nivera dapat ang mag-flex dito, being he is a Viper, having more effect as compared to having Dimasic on the Astra go towards the B side, and to make that B long a lot more problematic here for PaperX to come into.
Nakakapagod talaga pag paulit-ulit ang nangyayari. Nakakasawa.
Yun ba?
Oo, pero
Nasasawa
pag hindi ka nagsawa,
same lang.
Pag hindi ka nagsawa, meaning nun, mahal mo talaga.
True love yun, pare.
True love yun. Ay, nako.
Hindi siya sports lang.
Hindi lang siya sports. E-sports?
E-sports?
E-games?
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 Pag e-games, hindi online lang, di ba? Pag e-gamer ka.
Ikaw ay isang e-gamer.
Pag talagang...
Hindi mo ba alam yung Valorant kasi pang e-dating?
Oo, totoo naman eh.
Oo.
Di ba? Kaya nga ito ginawa eh.
Ba't ka mag-Tinder? Ba't ka mag-Bumble kung may Valorant ka?
May Valorant naman.
Oo, diba?
Saan lang kung nag-subscribe ka sa premium.
Pwede ka mag-date sa Pearl.
Oh, sa bagay.
What if
diba?
you and me,
long strolls under the beach.
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
sea.
Yung sa breeze, doon yung beach mismo.
Oo.
Pero dito, nasa ilalim pa ng dagat.
Meaning ba nun, pag lumampas ka ng tubig sa breeze, mapupunta ka na Pearl.
Oo.
Diba? Galing mo talaga.
Diba?
Blue.
Para siyang Atlantis.
Atlantis. Ikaw talaga yung isang matalinong bata, pre.
Bata lang.
Matanda. Uy!
Yun. Hindi yun tatanda.
Yun, matatandaan ni Yapi yun.
Patay siya.
Patay nga.
Oh, okay.
So, eco round ng Team Liquid. Dalawa naka-Vandal, pero kita naman yung problema. Asan na yung mga Vandal? Asan na yung mga rifle? 100 tips yun Malayo sila eh. Yun lang yun. Wala sila dito sa B-side. At dahil doon, nandito na naman ang PaperX.
The Jukers pa nga dito. Okay. Ops, nahuling nakataligod. Huwag kang papakita ng kahinaan.
Anong juke yun? Juke. Huli sa harap. No jutsu.
Ano?
Ano lang siya eh? Anong klaseng juke?
Kasi, as in
J-U-K? Alam ko, anong klaseng juke yun kung nasa harapan ka lang ng kalaban mo? Sige nga.
Yung nothing personnel kid.
Teleports behind you.
Teleports behind you, tapos kurot na lang. Kinite, gusto mo?
Malala mo?
Hawak tayo nga.
Medyo malala ako ngayon, basta.
I blame the hours we are casting.
Wala pang 12
Wala pang 12
Wala kang excuse, wala pang 12.
Kasi ko lang si Asoray.
Tama talaga.
Asoray kasi.
Lang.
Moving on.
Wala, this is our...
They saved the...
May fish siya.
Oh,
may fish.
Yung Battle Bear.
May isda.
Di ba sa icebox yan ng galing? Pre, alam ko na.
Okay, sige. Explain. Sige.
Ang, di ba sa breeze, sabi natin, pag lumagpas ka dun sa dagat, aabot ka ng pearl kung umilalim ka. Pero sa totoo kasi, pag tinigdan mo, talagang malalim na dagat to, hindi to malapit sa mismong beach. Malapit to sa may icebox. Kaya nakakalaya dito ang mga, nakakapunta dito ang mga Battle Bear. Kasi, di ba may submarine sa icebox? Ayan ang tinake nila para umabot dito sa pearl. May submarine na ba? That is how they got here. Tingnan mo, kakalango yan dito.
Wala lang kwento mo, pre.
Yun lang, fan-TV ko lang.
Kwento mo sa pagong pre.
Tingin ko, ayun yung lore.
Mas may paki pa siya kaysa sa akin.
Ako yung taga-sulat ng lore. Promise. Consultant in Valorant lore. Taga-invento. Ang kwento.
Ang lala. Yun na lang masasabi ko.
Display Masteray.
Ay, sige. Hashtag blame Asray. Guys, huwag niyo kalimutan gamitin yung hashtag blame Asray. Kung may mangyari sa iyong masama, hashtag blame Asray. Pero sige. Eto na. Balik na tayo sa laban. May baril na dito ang Team Liquid sa lahat. At interesting na, PaperX. Nagsawa na sa B-side, papunta dito sa A, pero delikado pa rin kasi meron na nga si Nevera. Viper Speed, nakahanda. Tingnan natin ang galawan dito ng PaperX. Maraming magagaling doon sa Linkdo and Scream and Forsaken. Make the trade happen. Dimasic, nasa loob na naman. Pa rin, patapay! Shorty ang galawan! Nahuli yung Viper! Inapakan yung ahas na wala yung Viper Speed! At yung A-set na nga napuntahan dito ng PaperX.
Talagang inaasiman ni Devay kanina pa eh. No? He always plays those angles that Team Liquid are gonna least expect. And for the Sage to do that, talagang Battle Sage ang kinalalabasan. PaperX, I really like this comp a lot more than what they brought into it. May pa.
Nakita yung pa ni Mike.
Kita yung Adidas.
Kakita yan. Ano pa yan? Ultra Boost.
Oo nga.
Yan yung tipong pinipilahan para lang mabili.
Tapos pag binenta, times 4.
Times 5 pa nga eh. So
So
guys, huwag niyo kalimutan, mag-Facebook Live, Marketplace tayo mamaya. Magbibenta si Black and Blue ng mga sapatos.
Walang may benta. Chinelas pwede, chakla.
Islander, classic yun.
Oo nga.
Sige.
Yung Habanas.
Habanas, hindi pa kompleto.
Hindi, yun yung Class A.
Class A, Habanas. Sige, sabi mo. Pero asim nun, nanalo pa yung Paper X ng A-site
Natikman mo?
Pili ko natikman ni Nevera eh. Yung na-shorty siya,
Okay.
nasa loob ka na ng Viper's Pit mo,
Okay.
ginawa mo ng bahay mo mismo.
Si Device sumugod mo yung shorty.
Anong klaseng cool yan? Anong klaseng tapang yan? Wala, just divide things. Divide.
You know, a lot of people forget ganong ka talagang impactful si Device pagdating sa mga gunfights talaga. He used to be that second in pagkatapos ni Forsaken. He used to be minsan pa nga siya pa nga yung Jet, di ba? Siya yung nag-o-op nung bago dumating dito si Jing, nung dito si Shiba. And a lot of people just don't understand the potency of a player like Device. So for him to get activated dito sa mapa to, it's going to be very important for them to extend this into Rap 3.
Minsan ka naman makita na Malaysian eh.
Siya
lang
He's the only one.
Siya lang nang-iisa dito sa Paper X. Siya yung exception. At bakit? Kasi ganito yung nagagawa niya. Supporting role, pero wag mo kalimutan ang lakas dito ng Paper X at ang kanilang backline na pwedeng lumusog kasama si Jing at si Forsaken. PRX, a 3-round lead. One of the biggest they've had so far dito sa series na to. At Team Liquid, yung interesting is, maganda yung utility nila para sa mapan to, pero sila pa nawawala kung anong gagawin nila with it eh.
Oo nga, pero tignan mo. 4-player stack dito ang Team Liquid punta sa A site. This is one of the best times actually for Paper X to go towards that B site. Pero alam nila na ang posibilidad na may op dito ang Team Liquid. So kaya sila dissuade parang push dito. But the amount of utility that are gonna have to push to even get themselves within this A site is going to be a lot for them. So they have to push towards this B link ngayon. Alam ni Yampi na parating sila sa B link. And we've seen him do big work pagdating sa op dito sa B site.
So yung nila event at talaga yung pupush nila patungo ng A. Pero hindi pa rin kasi Soulcast ang tayo dito sa gitna na naman. Connector being held together. B-site na magiging ilawan dito. And here we go yet again. Yampi getting ready with the operator. But this time around, hindi ito tama yan. Scream galing sa taas dito sa tower pero walang tumama. At siya pa nga ang mapapahamak dito. Naping ba niya ng tama? Mukhang hindi. Nalanta nga through the smoke. Never mind, it's gone. And it's Forsaken. And Benkai going down to the hands of Yampi yet again. Dimasik na mananalo dito. Showstopper tumagos to sa butas dito sa pader na to. Lumusog si Nevera. Frenzy lang ang kailangan. At si Divine na lang natitira dito sa 1v3 scenario na to. Delikado na naman. Long angle yet again. Para sa side ng Paper X. May konti silang pwesto para tingnan yung spike mismo. But TL, marami na lang pwede
Hinihintay ata nila yung star eh.
Marami na lang numbers eh. At ito na nga, swing and the hit. Yampi from above. Team Liquid na hold na rin ng B.
I'm surprised that's where they tried to go for the plant considering may B-link control naman sila. Could have planted potentially for long pero yun nga inasahan nilang baka meron nga sa B-long kaya hindi sila nagabang para mag-plant para doon. But Paper Rex, they give up the round here. And the fact na talagang naipit sila doon papunta sa A side, the amount of utility that they had to go through forced them to come here into the waiting hands ni Yampi. Hindi nga niya nakuha yung unang shot niya but everything else followed up when he found Benkai, when he found Forsaken especially. That started the end of this round.
Diba binigyan ka ng chance, lumayo ka na dito. Side ko to. Pero wala eh. Tinuloy pa rin ng Paper X. 13 kills na dito si Yampi. Sige, si Forsaken naka-10 nga. Pero kanina pa, ganun ka-impactful si Yampi dito para sa side ng Team Liquid. Marami talagang nag-iisip, andyan si Scream. Siya talagang magiging pinaka-star player dito. Pero wag mo kalimutan, nandyan pa rin si Yampi na naman. Natalo, na-chamber deep si Forsaken. Mukhang mahuhulog na naman ang APAC dito. Pero kailangan mag-step up ng the rest of Paper X. The Vi with the op in hand instead.
Very difficult situation dito para sa Paper X. They just lost one of their big guns dito sa mapa na to. They rely on a lot of Forsaken's fragging capability to bail them out when they lack the utility that the opposing side might have. Prowler confirms yung presence dito ng Paper X papunta sa Art. Mind Freak. Is he able to find the kill? No, he's not. Soulcast able to retreat at alam nila papunta dito sa A side ngayon ang Paper X. Here comes out the Nightfall. That's going to be a big problem dito sa Paper X. They're now deafened. They know what's coming. That Scream, he gets shut down with that. Buti na lang nahanap pa ni Divide. Can they go for the plant? They can, yes, but he wants to secure another kill para na masecure.
Sadya yun dun sa barrier or pre, but sadya yun dun sa wall. At dahil doon nawala na rin yung run-it back dito ng Team Liquid, sayang na lang sa Paper X. Ang ganda na sana yun. Divide will store versus Scream this time around. Makakapatay pa nga kay Jing. Na-plant nga dito PRX patungo dun sa likod ng site mismo. But it's gonna be difficult here for PRX to hold kasi Team Liquid manggagaling sa Secret, manggagaling dun sa Flower Shop at maramis lang angle na pwede i-take na naman. Bantay, sarado pa rin si Mindfreak dun sa wall mismo. Divide will find Scream and here comes Mindfreak yet again. Big kills para sa PRX. Hindi pa tapos. Benkai gusto niya mag-set up ng crossfire dito kasama ang kapwa. Pero ayan na nga, Soulcast will get Mindfreak. Divide will answer back at PPGL na paghandaan yung hold na yun.
Huge round here from Mind Freak. The fact na nakuha pa nga niya doon ang pitas galing sa Art, that almost single-handedly helped them win the entire round. Grabe, delikado pa yun 3v5 post-plant dito. But the backline of PPGL, Divide, Penkai, and especially Mind Freak bail them out in a difficult situation. Nakuha ng plant dito ni Jing, but in the end, it came down to that backline to hold them in the post-plant. At importante yung Dax because the post-plant has been one of their biggest problems, katulad ng sinabi ni Raph at nakita natin galing sa Haven kanina.
Baka mo crossfire dito ang PPGL. Ibang laro sa Valorant mismo, but then again, nakita natin PRX so much more comfortable dito sa Pearl. Ganito ka-confident sila sa bagong mapa na pinaghandaan. At ito, feel ko yung isang point na pwede natin sabihin, Team Liquid, napa-LCQ pa sila eh. Naglaro pa sila ng split mas patagal. PPGL, maraming oras paghandaan ng Pearl. At kita natin dito, gaano kaplanado na nila ang mapa na to. B-site na mukhang pwedeng gamitin target. Bilang control para dito sa PRX. At gaano kawalang presence ng Team Liquid, konting lurk pa nga. Manggagaling kay Mind Freak sa gitna eh.
Pero nabenta nila ang possible fake pupunta sa A-side. Tignan mo ang defense dito ng Team Liquid. Umatras sila. Kaala nila mag-rotate dito ang PPGL. Here comes out the Nightfall. Final round dito ng first half natin. And here comes out the Sage Wall as well. They have the reds to utilize the Divide. He has to stay alive. They can take some risks. But on that spam, he's trying to go for the default long plan pero hindi na makuha.
Marami nilang smoke na pwede gamitin here for Mind Freak and that allows PPGL na cover that they need. Mukha na lang. Matakas pa nga, but Mind Freak po, delikado! Uy, na-reset! Naayos yung aim! At natatlo pa nga! Walang makatakas sa tingin ni Mind Freak! Pinasabog na lang mga ulo ng kalaban! At si Yampi, tuhog? Hindi! Pero dalawa pa rin ang mapapatay niya! 2 with the 2 the force! 3v1 na to. Lumalapit na dito si Yampi daw, magiging mahirap talaga ang kanyang kalagayan. At wala talagang takas. No chance. Nasira yung wall. Kawawa na lang dun si Yampi pero PPGL yet again make the play work.
Pa yung nag-iisang cover niya, biglang nabasag, ito na tunaw. Pero talagang binasag dito ni Mind Freak ang plano ng Team Liquid. Kahit nakaapak na siya sa putek, tinagtutuloy-tuloy pa rin niya. Kahit na slow orb pa nga siya. Noong trademark, Mind Freak, exceptionally huge round from him. That's 2 back-to-back insanely huge rounds we've seen from Mind Freak in terms of value he found from his skills.
Lumalabas na yung clutch eh. At grabe talaga yung plano na yun. Planado yun ng PPGL. Nakita mo may seize pa nga. If ever, may lalapit dun mismo sa site. Pero yung 1v3 yun. Na timingan pa nga. Nagkamali pa nga na sa simula. Pero pagkita mo to, hindi natin makakalimutan ang pangalan ng Mind Freak dahil sa mga clutch na to. PPGL! Buhay pa rin ang impact! May pag-asa pa with an 8-4 half coming into the second outing dito sa Pearl. And it really goes to show na dito talaga sa Pearl na mas pansin natin, hindi sila masyadong umaasa sa mga gumagana dati. Pinaghandaan nila ng bago itong mapang to.
That's the problem, you know, that parang nakita mo ang mistakes dito ng Team Liquid. Maybe if they knew a bit more, were more comfortable knowing where that trademark trap was, dun sa may B-Link double doors, they wouldn't have made that mistake. They have to realize, a long corner fed wall like that, by the time na nag-set off na yung trademark nila, it's gonna be too late because the person has already crossed the barrier, he's already found the threshold, and he gets the angle to get them. And that's a big mistake dito galing sa Team Liquid. They have to make sure they're watching the flank. If yung trademark nasa kabilang side ng double doors, nasa right side naman ni Mind Freak, edi pwede sada na lang iiwan ng basta-basta. But the fact was behind the corner allowed Mind Freak the perfect timing to find Nivera, to find then on after Soulcast, and everything came his way.
Ito na yung kailangan natin pag-isipan sa Team Liquid though. Sino pa ang pwede mag-step up para sa Team Liquid? Kitang-kita talaga natin, Yampi. How many times do we have to say his name? How many times kailangan natin siyang i-call out sa mga pinaggagawa niya para sa Team Liquid? Nahihirapan si Scream makahanap ng value niya dito sa mapang to. Yung kanilang commitment sa A site, di kaano nakakatulong pupunta ng B. When you have that Viper, you have that Astra, iniisip mo naman, mas mai-influensyan po naman ang position dito ng PPGL. Pero pagkatapos ng PRX, madiretso si Yampi. Yun na yun, ang laban ng Team Liquid. Kaya, kita talaga natin, yung step up para sa Team Liquid, ang magiging importante. Hindi lang pwede si Yampi ang gumagawa ng lahat.
He's got 16 frags, man. And considering that they're losing, this is a big thing for Team Liquid. Not a good stat at all. Scream back on that Phoenix. Alam mo, nag-tweet yung official Twitter ng Valorant Champions.
Sige, sabi
nakalagay doon, will Scream, Phoenix, or Jet? Ako pinili ko Phoenix. Hindi dahil sa gusto ko necessarily ang Phoenix, pero kasi tingin ko, mas awit ang Phoenix kumpara talaga sa Jet in terms of value that you get. And so, gusto ko malaman ng manalo ang Paper Rex. So, buti lang nag-Phoenix siya, but let's see if he can actually find value dito sa attacking side, which should theoretically be the better side for a Phoenix.
Marami nagsasabi nito nowadays, pero simply put, ginusto mo na yan. At yun yung gustong-gusto talaga ni Scream. Laruin yung Phoenix as much as possible. Na ibalik talaga to the glory days of, kailan ba yung mga pinakaunang patch, yung unang labas pa ng Valorant mismo. Team Liquid, paano kaya sila papalag this time around? Papunta ng B side, we've seen though, Yampy, kayang-kaya niyang talunan si Forsaken dito sa angle na to. Itong bilong, marami isang showdown, marami isang labanan. Smoke to, i-dissipate para makatakas, but this time Forsaken gets his revenge.
Body
Big kill.
shot lang.
Kailangan talaga magastos yung pagpatay, pero yun yung pinaka-importante dito para sa PRX so far.
Wow, perfect slow orb dito galing sa Paper Rex. They halt here the plant attempt galing sa Team Liquid. Nakita mo doon, nag-fake plant sila para lang makaburn ng utility dito sa Paper Rex. Alam nilang lugi sila. The Forsaken and Jing able to find the pick of pieces down to Dimasik and Scream and Scream. He has to let his voice be heard right here, right now. Because if they lose this pistol round Dax, mahirapan na sila sa half na to.
Kaya nga eh, delikado na naman sa Team Liquid. Kanina nanalo ng pistol, minsan lang yon. At mukhang babalik na tayo sa the usual stats. Unless Scream and Dimasik make it happen. Ayun na lang nakita si Scream na trade though ni Davai. At muntik na yon, Paper X, but they will get the round and get the momentum para sa second half na to.
2v4 pa yun na naging 1v1. Muntikan pa. Divide barely bailing them out. And because it came down to a 1v1, now Team Liquid, may option sila mag-force buy dito. Forsaken able to find 2 huge picks in that round, pero still Team Liquid so potent sa mga sitwasyon na ganon. Buti lang nandun si Divide, being that consistent backline player para mahanap ang trades. And Team Liquid, are they gonna force buy here? Yes, they will. Sheriffs, Frenzies, and of course, Yampy naka-headhunter dito. They want to win this round. They have to. If they lose this, potentially 11-4 na to kasi baka wala sa pera for the next. Also, actually, no, they should have.
May mga moments na nagiging delikado para sa Paper X, pero this time around, kita talaga natin na mas stable sila. Mas nilang na-handle yung mga sudden bursts ng Team Liquid. And usually, nakikita natin galing kay Yampy, yung pwede mangyari galing kay Scream. Mas na-manage kayo ng Paper X compared to that first map dun sa Haven. Pero Jing, ayan na nga, tinatara ng bala. Si Yampy pa nga mapapatay. Ben Kender on the board. Bertaldo sa vulnerable state na right-click lang ni Rivera. Na-trade pa rin niya. Still though, this is an eco round here for Team Liquid. Paper X, gusto lang nila maglinis as much as possible. And Forsaken, nagdala na ng headhunter niya. Lumapit pa nga si Rivera. May Spectre siyang hawak. And again though, it's Scream. As of now, getting stuck in the middle. Paper Rex though, gusto na play na long range game. Delikado yung Forsaken, naging greedy boy para sa Tour de Force. Buti na lang nabantayan niya sarili niya. At well, this should be for PRX, the hide and seek game para kay Scream.
Buti na lang lamang siya pagdating sa malayuan. At least with that headhunter.
Saan ka Scream?
Saan ka Scream?
Scream. Scream.
30 seconds left.
Scream.
Marco.
Scream. 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 Marco.
Nagka-salisi lang sila.
Muntik na tingin ka sa taas. Forsaken, sige na.
Ring niya ata eh.
Naninig ka, nasa taas lang pre.
Ayun,
huli na.
Huli nga. Headshot to boy.
Huli, kulong, patay.
Patay si Idol. 10-4. Okay.
Roger.
Roger that. Paper Rex. Nice.
May soundtrack talaga dyan sa map eh.
Oh.
Dapat pwede mo palitan eh.
Ano?
Cubao Antipolo Jeepney Express. Budots.
Oo. Alam mo ba ang mga budot songs? May kabisado ka ba?
Yung ano lang. Ganun lang. Wala naman lyrics yun eh. Umasa ka ba ng lyrics yung budots?
Wala. Yung may tugs, tapos may bump.
Oo, ganun lang. Ganun yung tugtugan.
Okay. Tignan natin anong tugtog. Maririnig natin dito sa Team Liquid. Okay. TikTok yun
Ano to, Jing? Nakita na ako ng showstopper galing dito.
Oo nga. Mismo. Uy, nakita niya. Actually, nakita nila na ping na nga dito. But Soulcast, alam na nga niya. Siya pa nga nagping. Siya pa rin namatay.
Yung bumbot pinakawan na. Grabe. Mas may value pa nga nakuha si Jing dito. Tingnan mo, bantay. Protected siya ng wall. Hindi siya pwede basically barilin galing sa ibaba unless lumapit sila ng todo-todo dito sa alleyway na to. At Paper Rex, mga naiisip talaga.
Kaya pala nila pinili ito. Handang-handa
kaya
sila,
may
Dax.
Sage.
Kaya may Sage.
Invento talaga eh. Wala na. booking na.
Dream Wallers.
Gagamitin na yan sa sa ladder, gagamitin na yan sa TikTok. At neto na nga si Jing, diretso na rin. Bumba na kanina para lang pumatay pa ng iba. Si Divido, nag-iinit talaga ng todo-todo. Scream, able to get the punish on. Nahuli pa rin yung defuse. Pero Forsaken, alam na niya saan manggagaling yung Phoenix dyan. And Paper Rex, that's another one at bonus. Panalo.
You know, Paper Rex, for them to pick this Pearl map, talagang malaking risk ang ginawa na dito, tinake nila. Knowing that Scream, knowing rather that Team Liquid don't have, grabe, may blast back, may wall. They really prepared for this. But knowing that Team Liquid don't have any VODs on Pearl, still, they took the gamble. They expected, I feel like they already expected in a way, that Scream, gusto niya kasi talagang i-push tong Phoenix pick. And they expected him to play Phoenix here, knowing it's gonna play into their hand.
Ito lang masasabi ko, wala silang VOD, sige. Pero meaning lang nun, wala silang experience.
Totoo.
Oo, wala pa. Kulang pa sa pinaggagawa dito ng Paper Rex. Ang Team Liquid, 4-11 ang score na to. Laban pa rin ang ating Pinoy Pride, ang ating APAC Pride na Paper Rex. At dalawa na lang, tayo may pupunta sa map number 3.
Kaya nga pinili nila ang Pearl.
Oh,
para sa fairness ng sinangalan, di ba?
Ay, nako. Saludo sa inyo, Paper Rex.
Pinoy Rex Pride.
Pinoy Rex. Alam mo si si Benkay.
Oh.
Kasama ko yan kagabi. Sa BGC, pare.
Sa BGC?
Sabi ko,
grabe naman
good
lipad
luck
niya.
sa'yo mamaya sa Istanbul.
Ayun, naka-private jet?
Oh, ganun
Basta-basta
talaga.
na lang.
Ganun talaga. Only the best.
Sige,
For the best.
yayayin mo pagkatapos nito.
Oo, kita-kit sa ano naman. Saan tayo next? Eastwood?
Timog.
Timog? Pwede naman. Pwede naman.
Pwede naman.
Di ba may trabaho pa bukas?
Ikaw.
Ano ako? Ikaw rin, kasama kita eh.
Tayo.
Walang iwanan, pre.
Let's see
Walang iwanan.
Pero natin dito, kung may iwan ba, Paper Rex.
Team Liquid kasi may iwan.
Hindi, I mean, naguhuling team talaga, nagaling sa APAC, nag-represent.
Okay.
Or,
Nice save.
Basically.
Nice save. Okay, good job.
Nice one.
Good job sa'yo.
Control less. Save mo lang. Team Liquid.
Lala mo today talaga.
Partida pa yan.
may kwento ka tungkol sa pair. May mga jokes ka today. You're funny. You're funny.
Nakakag-yung funny na yan Pero Mind Freak.
Walang tatawa dyan.
Walang tatawa dyan.
Mind Freak, very happy with that duel. Kita talaga natin sa Paper Rex na naman. 1v1. Easy para sa kanila. And di pa tayo tapos. Davai, bantay sarado yung connector. You get that cheeky wall sa doorway. Pwede mo nga tuntungan, sige. Pero hindi mo ni-expect. May nagbabantay pa rin yan. Yappy now, next on the list. 1-1. Namamatay lang dito Team Liquid. Sino next sa audition na to? Sige nga, ano mang network papupuntahan mo, walang kukuha sa inyo. Flawless at map point na to ng Paper Rex.
Paper Rex 12-4. At alam mo, Dax, may gusto akong punto sana i-bring up kanina. Nung agent select pa lang.
Sige.
Nung nagsisimula pa lang ang mapa na to. Kaso ayaw kong i-point out. Kasi natakot akong ma-jinx.
Eto na,
at baka,
sabihin mo
baka
na.
mabati ko
Sure
pa.
win na to, pre! Sabihin
Pero
mo na.
ito, masasabi ko na. Nung unang pick pa lang nila, nag-Phoenix. May parte sa akin, nagpipil na pinipick to ni Scream because he wants to prove a point, right? Even though it might not be necessarily the best option.
Tama,
and the big thing, knowing that Phoenix doesn't have mobility, paano nila kukunin ang B-holes pag nag-attack sila? Paano siya makakatawid papunta doon sa backside ng basta-basta? Hindi katulad ng Jet, hindi katulad ng Raze na pwede yung gawin ng basta-basta. To have a Phoenix like this, it really gimps you, but Scream, that's what he's known for.
Ito lang yun, kahit may second chance ka, pareho lang din naman yung gagawin mo. Yun yung nagiging problema. Pero yung Scream, gusto niyang pakita sa'yo na may palag pa rin ang kanilang composition so far. Forsaken Tour de Force, nahuli siya ng Prowler, mapapa-rendezvous away. At para sa side ng Paper Rex, ito na naman tayo, Mind Freak! Alam niyo yung mga street spray, alam niyo yung daan, di na kailangan ng waste whatsoever. At pinakita pa nga niya kay Benkay, saan pupunta dito para sa side ng PRX? Gulo na lang sa mundo ng Pearl. Pero wala talagang takas ka dito sa Paper Rex. So far, huwag natin kalimutan. Alam mo yung pangalan ng nanay ni Jing?
Ano?
Pearl!
Pearl?
Oo!
Legit ba yun?
Oo, sure yun. Kaya kita mo, home court to ng Paper Rex para to pa sa APAC. Gusto nila makuha yung mapa na to.
Para kay Mama pala
para
to
kay Mama, para sa bayan, para sa region. Para lang matuloy ang Paper Rex Pride na to.
Para sa motherland.
sa motherland. Kita yung baril, kita ang biktima, at dalawang patay sa kamay ni Forsaken. Wala kang takas, Yappy. At para sa Paper Rex, madali lang tong bagay na to. Pearl is theirs. We go to map number 3.
Much more dominating round at saka mapa dito galing sa PaperX. Once na nakita nila ang spike, tapos na unboxing. Pupunta tayo dito sa map number 3 and that is gonna be a very, very interesting one considering Ascent tayo mapupunta. Pearl, you can really see the pains dito, growing pains really ng Team Liquid. Wala silang experience playing on tournament pagdating sa Pearl at talagang the amount of plays na ilalabas dito ng PaperX completely out-encompassing ang mga balak dito ng Team Liquid.
Nagising na si Forsaken at syempre mukha bang magpapatalo si Jing sa mapa ng third Pearl. Hindi, shoutouts to Mami yan. Kasama pa nga siya eh. Sa lahat, supportado. Kita mo yung Louis Vuitton na suitcase, di ba? Galing kay Mami yan.
Grabe.
Grabe talaga. Pag ganun, kamahal ng iyong ina. Pero... ano? Genuine yung sinasabi ko. Ewan ka na lang.
Ikaw, mahal ka ba ng ina mo?
Oo, shoutouts sa Mami. Oo. Ikaw?
Oh,
shoutout mo rin.
Shoutouts kay Mami.
Diba?
Mami B&B.
Shoutout sa mga Mami natin dyan. Pero grabe. Ginawang bata lang dito sila. Team Liquid sa dulo. Ano gagawin na ng Phoenix? Wala! Hindi makalapit and they already know na nahirapan talaga yung Team Liquid dito besides sa mga holds ni Yampi. This was PaperX at their best. This is what PaperX does. Yung map control na nakasakal, yung nagiging 1v1 na lang yung mga duels, yung mga galawan na nakakalito na lang. At para sa PRX, it's a great way to bounce back.
And you know, expecting dito ang Phoenix, I wanted Scream to pick Phoenix, not because ang iniisip ko is going to be superior to him playing on a Jet or Race, but because I thought it's not going to work against PaperX, and it didn't. That type of play, katulad ng sabi mo, sige, may second life ka, pero ano pang ibang magagawa mo, right? You throw a curveball, they're gonna expect that. They play anti-flash. And because of that, as I said, no mobility. They can't take B holes pagdating sa mga B site execute nila. And that's really what killed them. Hindi sila makakuha ng plant.
Ayan, 20 dahil lang dun. Hindi sa makuha ng rounds. A, B, hindi nila ma-hold. At especially on the attacking side, struggles ng Team Liquid, patuloy-tuloy na lang. Pero guys, tutuloy pa natin tong series na to. May map number 3 sa first series natin. Elimination to ng PaperX Team Liquid. Dax, Black and Blue, kita-kits muli dito sa VALORANT Champions.
Sa bawat tanong natin, lagi talagang may sagot itong mga players na to. Kung sa map number 1, kini-question natin itong mga ginagawa ng PaperX. Aba, going over here to Pearl, talagang sinagutan nila na alam nyo, meron lang kaming mga pagkukulang sa map number 1, pero pagdating sa map number 2, kayang-kaya namin to. Let's break it down over here at the analyst desk. Kasama nyo ako, si Likeable, and of course, si Honey Glaze at si Raph. Grabe nga naman yun. Akala natin, Phoenix on that Scream was gonna, baliktad, Scream on that Phoenix rather, ang magte-take effect.
Hindi siya nag-process nung kinurek mo.
I don't know, guys. I'm not on this panel today. I don't know. I'm kidding.
Pero yun nga, akala natin, maganda yung idea behind the Phoenix over here on Pearl, most especially up against Paper Rex. Pero bakit nga ba ganun yung kinalabasan ng laro na to, kung saan, on the attacking side, wala na rin nakuhang point tong Team Liquid?
Well, Paper Rex kasi dito, they have so much surprise. Nakakita natin kanina. Yan, exactly what I'm talking about. The surprise boost dito nila Jing. And then, there is the vibe para makakuha din syempre ng early game pick-off against the players here of Team Liquid. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga times na nung first half nila, hindi naka-react masyado dito ang Team Liquid. Once na makakapasok na dito, immediately sina Jing, dahil there has been always the coordination between someone who is supporting Jing pagkatapos niyang maka-entry sa site. So once that Jing entries, nandito na kaagad, it's either Forsaken or it's either the Vibe para makakuha ng early pick-off.
And let's just clarify here, this is Scream on that Phoenix, which again, we saw a lot of bright ideas, pero mukhang di talaga gumagana para Team Liquid. And I just want to say that this is the strongest we've seen Paper Rex. This is the Paper Rex we know and love, na sobrang malakas yung mid-round nila at sobrang malakas yung mga re-hit potential. Which is so strange because despite having such an iconic lineup on Haven, they kind of suppress their own ability to do the things I've said, yung mga mid-round hit, yung mga adjustments, yung pwede sila mag-mamba out, at of course, pressure somewhere else. I feel like it was a really interesting point. I think Laika brought it up. Bakit si Davai yung offer, diba? Naka-main off the Sage. And I think we talked about it too. Dahil sa Sage, they want him to be in such a safe position and a bit of a support. May whiff here and there, pero it still worked out.
Kumbaga maraming space para mabuhay pa rin si Davai hanggang sa dulo. Lalong-lalo na kasi alam naman natin na kapag Sage, meron niyang resurrect, diba? Pwede mong i-revive yung teammates mo. And doon kayo magkakaroon ng man advantage, diba? So maganda naman yung play doon. And na-share nga sa akin ni Raph kanina na ito pa lang si Davai, kilala talaga rin sa op shots niya. Opper talaga tong si Davai. So, yun, maganda naman yung pinakita nila kanina. Hindi ko nga alam kung saan mas naging long range yung fights Kung nag-a-attack ba sila or nung nagde-defend. Kasi either way, talagang nahihit nila yung shots nila. Pero ito nga, kanina nakita natin yung off-angle ni Jing saka Davai, yung connection doon.
The Jing boost.
Yeah! Insane. Dinedebate pa nga namin kanina na okay lang ba to? Pero nung pinakita yung replay, kung gaano ka-insync tong dalawa para lang makuha yung angulo na yun, okay na okay. Wala namang kakaibang nangyari doon. Pero ang galing, ini-expect ko na pag tayo, nag-queue tayo sa rank, meron na ring ibang maglalabas ng angle na yun. Yes, welcome talaga. Okay, so we are gonna be moving over to Ascent na syempre, bilang isang APAC supporter, medyo kinakabahan na ako kasi Team Liquid, maganda yung track record nila dito sa Ascent
Yeah, dagdagan mo pa ng mga naging history nila, especially on Haven. Kanina, game number 1, we all know how dominating they are pagdating dito sa mga mapa na ito na very default. Most of the time, ito talaga na yung mga naging basic maps nila dito to pick on our tournaments. Kaya na ngayon, kinakabahan ako kumara dito kay Paper Rex kasi syempre, we want to see them being jumpy all the time na makakakuha dito ng comfortability na sila Forsaken and Jing. But will it happen on the next one?
Parang pagka talo ng Liquid sa Pearl, oh yes, Paper Rex, tapos nakita yung map V2. Yes. Well, of course, Ascent is, I wouldn't necessarily say a Team Liquid map as a whole, but I think it's a Scream map. Scream has been absolutely fantastic on this map. I feel like this is one of the most fitting ones for him kasi we talk about APAC teams putting a hyper-emphasis on mid-control. Minsan yung Paper Rex din, they have that type of sickness where, yes, will constantly regress and repressure on mid. Scream just loves those head pixel, those head aim duels. And my goodness, Yampy, we talked about him na dapat siya yung win condition kasi siya yung siguro pipigil ni Forsaken at Jing. Pero it didn't happen on Pearl. If it doesn't happen again, nako, Team Liquid.
Yeah. Yung fragging potential talaga kasi ni Yampy kakaiba Pero going back to what you just said, nakita natin tong mag-come into play dito sa Pearl. Kung saan nung una, tatry siguro netong PRX yung A or B side, pero towards the end of their attacking side, nagpupusya talaga sila sa mid. Doon sila naghahanap ng picks nila before they commit to either of the sides. Pero in terms of pacing over here at Ascent, sanay kasi tayo na slow pace talaga yung mga games pagdating sa Ascent. Diyan ulit pumapasok yung heavily reliant tong mga team sa default plays. Pero kilala naman natin, pag dito sa APAC, mahilig tayo sa hold W, lalong-lalo na tong Paper Rex. So, sa tingin nyo ba? Kasi kanina nakita natin sa Haven na close yung scoreline, pero parang ang bilis talaga ng rounds eh. Ganun nan ba yung makikita natin dito sa Ascent?
Most likely. Added up to that, kasi ang Paper Rex dito, para talaga silang random utility go. Ibabato nila dito yung mga utility na makakapagbigay ng magandang execution dito to the other team. And then, it creates so much space. Pati yung ulo ko sumusunod na sa
Pero parang sinasabi ni Benkai na I mean business.
Yes.
Hyper-focus, laser-focus. Tingnan mo naman, hindi kumukurap. Sinare down tayo ni, ni Benkai, basically.
Grabe si Benkai. Your soul is mine.
Yes.
But of course, we look in this map and the series as a whole, it's either somebody has to go to the playoffs or go home. And obviously, syempre, yung mga picks natin, alam mo yan, like, actually, I don't know what your pick is. What was your pick?
Bato pick.
Okay. Talino mo talaga. So smart is like, just like the mid-round adjustments of Paper X, pero syempre yung
Laki stare down si Emil.
Wala. Talo kasi.
Kumurap.
Oo. He looked away. You cannot look away, especially if it's Benkai looking at you. But you did talk about the speed of this matchup. Syempre, a lot of the EMEA teams love to slow it down. And obviously, siguro makita natin yun sa Team Liquid. They've done it many times. They've succeeded doing it. They also have a bit of, actually no, not a bit, but they have a lot of tempo control here. I guess the hyperfixation now is all up to Scream again kasi syempre yung pick niya kanina hindi gumana. Now what is he gonna do? He's hovering over Phoenix, but I think the pivotal pick here is actually the KO. Sobrang laki ng bagay na merong magaling na KO. Oo.
Makakakuha ka na ng info, hindi pa makakaglaw yung kalaban mo kung ano yung uunahin niya. At it's either mapuwersa niya dito yung duel or matalo talaga siya dito. Pagdating na nga ng pagragasa ni Jing getting inside the site with the utility that he has. And then the follow-up pa dito ni Benkai. Marireveal man ba yung position dito? And then ang dami pang iisipin dito kaagad ng Team Liquid kung ano ba yung uunahin nila na puwersahin from the utility. Madidistract na yung crosshair placements nila. Tapos hindi pa nila mapapatay si Jing. So hopefully, ganoon yung maging execution dito for Paper Rex. But Team Liquid, they also have here the promising lineup.
Ito na nga yung promising lineup. Ito rin yung pinull out nila last time na makalaban nila tong Leviathan. And the score was 13-10 on the side of Leviathan. Pero kita mo naman dun sa score na
natalo pa din Team Liquid.
yes, that is true. Pero they put up a good fight. Yun yung tinatry kong i-point out dito na
pero talo pa din Team Liquid.
yes. So, bakit mo dinidiin? Kasi gusto mo rin matalo dito yung Team Liquid?
Oo.
Ah,
si yung nagsabi, di ako.
Oo, kailangan
Walang kabayas-bias dito.
Wala tayong bias dito. Wala talaga.
Fair game.
I'm saving Raph from that. Kaya,
pero maganda talaga itong magiging laban. Tinignan ko nga kung ano ba yung percentage na dito, kung saan ba sila nakinabang, nung attacker or defender ba. Pero may balance eh. So, it's up to Paper Rex to try and figure out kung ano nga ba yung gagawin ng Team Liquid. Lalong-lalo na kilalang-kilala natin sila dito sa Ascent. But with that said, guys, magsisimula na tayo sa map number 3. I-welcome back na natin dito si Dax and Black and Blue.
Walang kabayas-bayas, pero syempre, APAC mag-ingay, Paper Rex! Kung mabuhay pa sila dito, kung manalo sila dito, buhay pa rin ang APAC hopes and dreams. Pero syempre, Team Liquid, kung manalo naman rin, deserving.
Deserving. Kahit anong team naman manalo dito.
Paper Rex.
Pero Paper Rex.
Amen.
Pinoy Rex. Alam mo, Dax, ang Ascent, synonym ng Rising. Ang Rising, APAC Rising. Kaya dito na nga tayo. Paper Rex versus Team Liquid. Final map of the series. Matatalo! Uwe. Mananalo!
Tutuloy. Sige nga, katahin mo yung APAC Rising song.
We are the APAC.
We are the APAC. At ayun ang inupakan ng Forsaken. Simula pa lang, Yampi, wala ka na. And there you go again. Paper Rex, sinahanap nila yung confidence na talunin lang si Yampi pa ulit-ulit. Very similar compositions para sa Paper Rex at sa Team Liquid. Yun nga, yung Phoenix na naman is mas effective dito at mas may experience dapat PRX. The aggression is on. Dire-diretso lang at through the smoke and more na wala na lang nag-dissipate si Forsaken pang mapapatay ang isa. Walang kwenta yung pader, walang kwenta yung mga pintuan kasi yung Paper Rex ay tuloy-tuloy lang dumediretso. Wala kang takas whatsoever. Gravity Well at yung Raze. Yung paint shells tinapon man dyan. Pero Forsaken pa rin, nakatatlo at simula pa lang, ganito nakainit ang labanan ng PRX.
And this is when Paper X look the best.
Ayun
kaya nila yung
Ayun
try.
na, nag-bundle na yung isa.
Wow, round 2 pa lang.
Round 2, let's go!
Pero tignan mo paano nila sinet up tong A-split na push. Si Forsaken peaks from B long, from B link rather, para makakuha ng pitas sa may A short. Para kung nakuha nila, matic blast pack ni Jing all the way from top mid, diretso sa 3 na agad. Dalawang blast pack lang, nandun agad at na-close na nila yung space before the defense can even react, leaving Dima sick to have to fend for his lonesome dito sa isa.
Nafe-feel mo na naka-hype na dito ang Paper X after that commanding win dun sa Pearl. Hindi lang sila mawawalan ng confidence, dire-diretso lang magiging galawan. Yun talaga ang Paper X way. But this time around, si Scream! Natamaan habang lumilipad dun sa ulo mismo, pero wala talaga. Kaya tayo bumibili ng Vandal Round 2 kasi pangalan mo ay Forsaken. Dalawa para lang sa kanya. PRX already getting the plant down at Team Liquid. Mahihirapan na naman dito sa retake na to.
Alam mo, medyo disappointed ako na hindi niya gamit yung Forsaken na bundle. Parang dapat lang eh.
Body niya vibes.
Well, ginawa na nga. Pangalan mo na nga.
Hindi naman para sa kanya.
Kung may skin na bundle na tawag Black and Blue, gagamitin ko yun
hindi naman para sa kanya yun. Just so happened.
Hindi naman mangyayari para sa akin.
Sipong daw pangalan ko. Di ba pangalan ko Dax, di ba? Pero alam mo naman, iba yung meaning natin palagi dyan. Pero syempre si Forsaken, meaning niyan dito, makapatay lang na papatay. Isa na lang para doon sa Tour de Force. Isa na lang para sa 4K. At ayan na nga, round 3, may ultimate na. Dire-diretso lang ang ating galawan dito sa PRX.
Okay, vindicated, activated dito si Forsaken.
7-0. Gusto mo ng quick maths? 70% ng Paper X kills na kay Forsaken.
Grabe naman yun.
Galing talaga.
Kasi 10 lang ang kanyang
alam mo,
pitas, no?
bigyan kita isa pang maths. 100% of Team Liquid kills kay Scream. Kasi isa lang.
Naman. Bigyan ko ng isa pang maths.
Sige.
100% of rounds 1 nasa Paper X.
Ang galing! Pwede na tayo pumasa ng kindergarten.
Analyst. Statistician.
This is why we get paid the big bucks.
The big bucks.
Yung
high five.
Yung may pandesal at may kapentoy in one.
Nice one.
Okay, tayo dyan.
Milo sa pandesal.
So, eto na. Parang magiging tanungan natin dito, boss. Lalaban na ba dito ang Team Liquid?
Ito na nga dapat ang mangyayari, no? I mean, they have a Phoenix. And when you play these committed positions, paano siya mag-back out? Nahuli pa nga yung Scream Forsaken! Adjusting to the wrong angle in the right opportune moment para kay Scream.
They wanted that one. Gusto nila puntahan yung katawan na yun. Kasi diba, kanina may rifle. But then again, si Jing na nga ang may hawak dito ng Vandal. At Paper X, sayang na lang yung simula pa lang. Masyado nang nag-iinit. Paper X, kailangan nila mag-ingat pa rin. Kasi Team Liquid, alam naman natin na hindi sila magpapatalo sa mga ganong pwestuhan. Hindi sila magpapadala, no? Na, sige, you can do it 1 round, 2 rounds. Pero pansin natin, besides, I guess, some of the very dominant rounds ng Pearl, na may mga sasagot talaga galing sa Team Liquid. Kung hindi si Scream, usually si Yampy.
Ay, sira nila yung pintuan. This will actually help Paper X considering they're coming from A main. Don't have to worry about that short position. Pero Team Liquid, ayaw nilang ma-A-split sila. So here comes out that 0 point. Nivera makakuha ng isang big kill here coming from Nivera to hold down on the side. Jing falls down. 3v5. The side take not working out dito sa Paper X. Team Liquid, nahawakan pa nga nila. Sasagot si Benkai. Si Mindfreak nakuha nilang side dito. Pero at what cost? Scream still here to fight. Yampy on the flank. Tapos na to.
Huli nga at goodbye sa'yo. Benkai daw, buhay pa rin. 12 seconds left. 5 HP. Try niya i-fake yan. Pero Soulcast, mukhang siya rin ay re-race back galing sa taas. Team Liquid, third round. The turnaround na rin yung fortune nila. Magastos pa rin daw PRX. They did do some good economical damage at makakabili na sila dito ng mga barrel. Yung sayang lang yung Tour de Force talaga kanina. Pero yung pinakapansin ko dito sa Team Liquid ngayon, na yung mga blast pack jumps, na hahandaan nila.
Pero nasa shutdown lagi na. Sakto pa nga yung yung paranoia nag-connect dun Pinabulag din si Jing. Wala siyang magawa. Hindi niya alam saan nanggagaling ang mga kalaban dito ng Team Liquid. So, great shutdown from Team Liquid.
Kinokopya. Ay, nako.
Tingnan natin kung mauulit ba. Ma-shutdown din na sa blast pack na naman ni Jing.
Oo nga, third time's the charm, sabi ni Jing. Ako this time, makakadiretso ako. At si Forsaken, konting lurk lang muna. Kasama dito si Benkai. Tatapon ng Prowler para sa Intel. Soulcast daw, pinaghahandaan na. Kasama nga niya rin si Scream. At split approach muna dito para sa side ng Paper X. Team Liquid, feel ko kailangan nilang balik yung mga nangyayari kanina sa team, di ba? makuha nila yung mga rounds as close as possible. Good value though with the run it back. At mag-regroup mo dito ang PaperX. The Team Liquid now on the board. They will get 2 for the price of 1. Forsaken getting that mid control para sa side ng PRX. At mga dediretso na sila papunta dito sa A side. Wala talagang magawa si Yappy kay Forsaken. Nag-iinit na talaga ang mga young kansina ng PRX. At yung A side mismo ang mga kanilang makakuha.
Buti lang napitas yung Forsaken kasi dahil dun sa mga presence na ginawa nila na pa-rotate ang Team Liquid and they were ready to defend that mid side. But the trades here going in PaperX's way. Now they're in a 3v3. Low HP sa Forsaken. Pero tamaan na nga din si Jing. Nivera nakapasok sa site. This is gonna be very difficult sa post plant. Ang sakit na nga. Forsaken 1v3. Makukuha pa ba niya to? Napakahirap ng post plant.
Puro nade, pre. May fragment, may molly. Walang kataka-takas. Yung score, walang tutulong sa'yo. Forsaken makakatatlo. Pero tatlo nga yung kanina sa Team Liquid. At ito na. 2-2 na ang scoreline natin. Dito natin makikita talaga yung effectivity nung Phoenix at nung KO sabay. Area denial, walang tatakas at walang pwede umapak dito.
Saka ang dami nilang flash, ang daming pop flash na pwedeng ibato sa'yo. Isipin mo, about 4 flashes dito sa side ng Team Liquid. And on the defense, napakabilis pa naman pumutok yon. And that makes it really hard to try and dodge these pagdating sa mga retakes, pagdating sa mga post-plant holds ng PaperX. So, Eco State ang may ipipilitan dito ng PaperX. Tignan natin how they play these 50 rounds.
Papa Mr. Quickie talaga eh. Sira sapatos mo sa kanila eh. Ay, nako.
Tanggal yung ano eh. Yung soul.
Tanggal si soul. Tagal yung ilalim, bro. Ay, nako. Pinagpilahan pa nga yan. Pero yun na nga. Audition dyan ni Forsaken. Scream ang sasagot. And here we go yet again. Ang ganda ng hold dito. Sa B-side ng Team Liquid. Prowler nga ang itatapon. Yappy already gonna be relocating on the way. Scream pupunta nga sa side mismo. Malapitan. Sige nga. Ano ang lawan mo dyan? Si Soulcast na naman at si Yappy ang makapatay. Scream to masasagasaan ng PaperX. Ay, may chance pa dito ang attack side. Pumunta ng B-side. Unless Yappy can put a stop to it. Dabay na lang natitira. 5 HP na para sa kanya. 2v1 though. At yung reinforcements galing sa A-side, magiging malaking bagay. Paranoia. May flash pa nga at wala ka nang magagawa. Team Liquid will take the lead away.
Sakto, Paranoia. At knowing that Divide, dahil nga na near side siya, kailangan niyang dikitan ang kanto. At doon nakaabang si Nivera, pop flash at na-secure pa nila. Pero medyo magastos na round para sa Team Liquid. Sige, okay na eco round para sa PaperX. Considering nakuha pa nga nila ang plant, didn't have to use much ultimates in that regard. Actually, wala silang ultimate na napagamit. And now they have the null command, which I think is going to be big considering ang daming mga rounds dito na yung mga flashes, continuous barrage of flashes ng Team Liquid have been a problem dito para sa PaperX. Now they have a tool, an ultimate, para ma-deny nila muna yon for the meantime.
Nahihirapan talaga Paper. Ito yung nakikita kong difference ngayon Sa Haven kanina, PaperX, sige, mamatay si Forsaken sa simula. At least may space. Ngayon, yung Chamber, wala kang space. Wala kang makakuha dyan. At kailangan talaga, kung si Forsaken ang maunguna, kailangan at least mapa-dislocate nila si Scream. Hindi pwedeng willing lang mag-hold on ang Team Liquid. At ito na naman tayo, Yappy and Scream getting ready for the crossfire. Null command, magiging galawan dito ng PaperX. Mapapa-evacuate din si Yappy. Hindi siya makakatakas dahil lang dyan. At sa site na nga mismo, ang magiging galawan dito ng Team Liquid. Vivido getting ready for CT. Flash into, getting taken down by Nivera. Ayan na si Marty Nivera, nakakadalawa. Flash din siya, pinapakita kung paano to gagawin. And there you have it, Nivera with a third. Mind freak though with the trade. 4v2 na to. Delikado na ang buhay na naman ng PaperX. What you can do, sabi ng Team Liquid, we can do better.
Nivera single-handedly holding onto the side dito galing sa City. Wala kasing smoke doon sa City side. Hindi nila tuloy na tawiran ng basta-basta. Here comes at the Nightfall. Ang tamang-tama nga dito si Mind Freak. And Benkai, he's down to 1 HP. This round isn't looking good for PaperX at all. At si Divide trying to flash himself in. I think it would have been better if may tinasan siya na sinuportan na lang niya para mag-flash. Baka sabihin natin maybe si Forsaken magpupush siya, tapos siya na lang yung flash para sa kanya. But in that case, he went for the peak himself and Nivera was ready for it.
Pinakitaan kung paano. KO diff sa round na to. That is how you do it. Pakita ni Nivera paano mag-flash. Pinakita ni Nivera paano sagutin yung flash. At ano magagawa anong null command mo kung handa na ang kalaban nyo dito. Ang B-side talaga na to. Walang sagot yung PaperX kasi nag-pop si Scream, nag-pop si Nivera, si Yappy, threat na naman over and over and over again. At walang ka-safety na kuha ang PRX sa kanilang mga attack eh.
Pop-off ang inaabangan din naman talaga ng Team Liquid dito na mangyari para kay Scream. I mean, you have him on the Phoenix. you're automatically assuming that you want him to pop off, and that is the parang game plan that you expect here. Pero how consistently will it keep up? Ipapatuloy ba niya to throughout this entire map? Ang performance dito early on in this half. They're playing the defensive side, which is the favorite side here on Ascent. Kung we switch on over to the defense para sa Paper Rex, signan natin kung paano sila kikilos. But for the meantime, they're really struggling to win these rounds. In the 2 rounds that they have won, yung pistol at saka yung round pagkatapos nun, it really did come down to an individual play galing kay Forsaken para lang makuha nila yung site. But Team Liquid, still, they are continuing their tirade dito sa defensive side. Now, ang operator ng Kayampi naman, who has been one of the most formidable operators we've seen in this entire tournament.
Nahihirapan lang talaga ang Paper Rex ngayon. Kung hindi nila makuha yung space, hindi nila business na gamitin yung mga lanes na gusto nila puntahan. Dahil lang doon, Team Liquid na naman. Huli ang aggression ng Paper Rex, huli ang galawan, and that's why they have had the lead so far. Kasi nga sabi mo, operator na dito kay Yampi, consistently a threat with it. Warning shot muna galing sa kitna, out with the rendezvous. Si Bentay na nga ang kukuha dito ng mid-control para sa side ng Paper Rex. Not only that though, mga A-site magiging point dito ng PRX. Half-buy muna ang galawan. Forsaken does have the Vandal. Si Jing may showstopper in a pinch na makakatulong. Pero Yampi pa rin ang titingnan ng lahat siya ang mga kapitas. Forsaken does find Soulcast though, and Vera will answer back 4v4 na magiging galawan na to. Pwede mag-rotate dito ang Paper X kung gusto nila. At from the shadows nga, para kay Dima 6, para lang makuha yung intel. Hindi magpapatalo dito Team Liquid. Hindi sila magpapalito, magpapahuli doon sa Peg. At si Dima 6 na naman bumalik sa pwesto para lang makapatay. Natitira na lang dito si Benkay. Magkatabi na kayo, pre!
Oy!
Ano yun?
Hindi nga napansin
Ano
Dima 6.
yun?
Naintindihan ko si Benkay. Sige, nakataligod siya. Pero si Dima 6...
Oo nga, nag-cosplay. Sabi niya, saan ako sa Team Liquid ha? Sama na ako sa inyo. Lipat na ako, team.
Gulat na lang. Paper Rex. Simula nung nahulog si Forsaken doon, na-tradean siya agad ni Soulcast papunta sa B side. E tumumba na yung nag-iisang banda nila. And they just struggle to really get themselves a proper position dito para makapita si Alex. So nakikita mo dito as a coach, really feel the pains being behind that screen. Forsaken, the only player dito sa mapa na to na nakakakilos talaga galing sa Paper Rex. When a while ago, map 1, siya nag-struggle at si Jing yung nagpa-pop off. Ngayon, bumaliktad naman.
Yeah, well, bumabaliktad na nga ang mundo dito ng Paper X. Kailangan nila mag-isip ng ibang paraan para makuha ang mga site na to. Kanina, Forsaken popping off kahit mahuli si Jing. This time around, nasasagot na ng Team Liquid ang chamber ng PRX. Pero kita natin na marami silang pwede gamitin this time around, Black and Blue. 4 yung ultimates na hawak-hawak na Paper X. Meron silang full buy ngayon at pinaghahandaan na nila yung B-hit through a split approach. May mid-control kinukuha dito ang Paper X. Ang Team Liquid, mukhang nanganganib ang buhay dito sa market mismo at si Nevera naghahanda na.
He has his boombot to try and clear out that market ng mas safe dito. They have a star as well dito sa top mid para mga gapang, pero nahuli na nga dito ang trademark. They have to know someone's close. Nevera, pa-flashing himself in, pero may flash na nga counter. Nakatawid pa nga that nade was supposed to flush him out, and it does. But the Nightfall comes towards the A-site. Walang matatamaan kaso dito ng Nightfall as may iwasan man Team Liquid. Yampi has a big position dito ng Ana naman. He gets the kill and back out safely.
Ito na ang kailangan dito ng Team Liquid. Man advantage, intel, and of course the time to buy to re-rotate. Ang ganda ng paradoy doon ni Dima 6 na pa-out kaga ng Paper X. Dahil lang doon, si Nevera rin naka-peek on out, and there you go. Dominoes do fall. Pahulog-hulog na ang mga members ng Paper X. Napupunta lang sila sa kamay dito ng Team Liquid eh. At set up the trap, Team Liquid's got your back. 6-2 na to para sa TL.
They have to be aware of those off angles dito na ginagamit ni Yampi on this off. Nasa ng 0 point para makuha ang impormasyon na yun na may tao sa site na nandun mismo si Yampi para hindi siya maka-atras if ever makapitas man lang. Team Liquid, nahanap pa nga na si Forsaken na nag-lurk papunta dun sa B side. Hindi na na-expect na meron pala sa backside sa may boathouse. That allowed Team Liquid dito na makapunish consistently dito sa Paper Rex squad. Nevera, huge plays once again. Yung mga pa-flash niya talagang on point and on time.
Napaparespeto talaga yung Paper X sa mga utility dito ng Team Liquid. Pop flash, paranoia, kailangan ilagan. At dahil lang doon, saan yung pwede mong puntahan? Sa crosshairs ni Yampi, pre. Nandun lang yung operator nakatambay. Pandana para lang marilin dito ang Paper X. And here we go yet again, brute force ang magiging sagot dito ng PRX. Tour de force para kay Forsaken. Jing naghahanda ng lumipad. Manggagaling dito sa may A site. Nasa taas may one-way setup. Si Nevera pa. Nakikitay natin kung siya ang manguhuli o mahuli dito ng PRX. There's a distraction. Galing kay Device. Jump pick nga dyan. And a showstopper is flying high here. Nailagan yung suppress pero wala pa rin. Kasi nandun si Nevera sa kabilang kanto. Hindi talaga makakuha ng value dito si Jing. Lumilipad siya para lang mamatay pre.
Oo, sakto pa nga doon ang fragment ni Nevera. Susunod na dapat ang paper expert dahil nga sa molly na bito ni Nevera, hindi tuloy nakasabay ang karamihan doon ng paper X team at si Jing lang ang nakalabas tuloy. Inassume niya nandun sa may generator which is tama pero maling angulo lang ang kanyang na-predict. Ngayon, Forsaken, he has to go big here. Kailangan niya makuha ang pitas na to. Nakaabang nga dito si Decisive behind the site. They have this cosmic divide that cuts the site very shortly, but that leaves them one plantable position. It's going to be very difficult here for PRX to get within the site. Pero Mind Freak, big kill. Kaso yun yung ultimate.
Oo, run it back. At yun nga, diba, PRX tumitingin sa katabi. Pero walang sagot, tinatakpan ng folder na yan. Forsaken though, moving on forward, divide. Napatay na rin si Nevera. Person nasa likod lang, no wall. May nakatambay pa. Here comes Yampi trying to go for the quick shot. Pero wala pa rin siya makuha dyan. Decisive instead, teleporting on up. Nakatakas pa yung woman. Grabe dito. And here we go yet again. Team Liquid. Wait lang, nabulag. Pero reset na naman yung aim. Mindtrick na lang natitira at lahat napupunta sa Team Liquid. Anong klaseng galawan yun na pwede pa silang mabuhay pakatapos?
Grabe, Decisive. Talagang ginugulo niya dito at minamind games niya ang PaperX. TP out, TP back in. They're never gonna expect me to be hiding in plain sight. Kala nila tumawid siya dun sa yung sa malayong kanto ng Heaven, yung sa pinaka right side. Pero hindi. Bumabalang din ulit siya. He was completely safe in that angle kasi tatlo silang nakastack doon sa generator. Team Liquid defense nagmumukhang hindi mapasukan ni PaperX.
PaperX, ano na magiging galawan na kanina. Yung problema ng double duelist sa Haven. Sige, may space, pero walang magawa. Ngayon, meron utility, pero wala silang space. Black and Blue, palaging parang may kulang dito sa side ng PaperX at nakita natin sa simula, okay ang lahat. Popping off si Forsaken. Nawala lang yun. Nawala na ang lahat.
Hindi sila talagang kuha ng pwesto. Si Alex talagang intense sa intense. Telling the team how to do it, what to do. At sa nakikita ko, Dax, dito, parang masyado lang kinocommit ng maaga minsan yung mga pag-execute nila without burning enough utility. Here's the Team Liquid. How many times have we seen that simple fragment, yung simpleng molly ni Nevera or yung molly dito ni Scream dun sa hot hands niya, be a big detriment sa pagpasok ng PaperX at na-isolate tuloy, nahihiwalay ang entry nila na mag-isa sa site. Many times on over, we've seen that happen. How many times has Jing died on his entry? A lot of that is because they haven't been able to burn yung utility nga mismo ng Team Liquid early on.
Hindi nila matulungan si Jing, mga entry niya, dahil sa utilities ng Team Liquid. Hindi nila makita kung saan pupunta ang kanilang raise at pag mag-isa ka lang, wala kang magagawa talaga. Team game. Mahirap pag mag-isa, masakit sa puso.
At din sa
Maluwag sa bulsa. Maluwag sa bulsa, yun nga talaga. Pero yun na nga, mukhang maluwag talaga ang magiging space dito ni Decisive. Mapatay pa nga si Defy. Yampi na naman. In and out. Are you in and out with the chamber? Walang takas dito si Jing. Kahit mag-blast back ka pa, hindi ka mawawala sa paningin ng Team Liquid. Hindi pa tayo tapos. Forsaken, sige nga, isa. Benkay, nice one with the tracer rounds dun sa kabila. Pero nasa press, pumilit ang barrel. 2v1 na to. Sige nga, left and right. Walang matransferan. At Team Liquid, 8-round streak na to, tuloy-tuloy ang panalo.
Muntikan pa. But PaperX, dami ng rounds na almost, pero hindi pa rin enough.
Alam natin yun, pag almost is never enough. Kulang, hindi sapat, di ba? Masakit sa puso at masakit sa bulsa para sa PaperX to.
Nakikita lang natin na binabawian sila kung ano mang ginawa ng PaperX sa kanila sa Pearl. Parang handang-handang bawian ng Team Liquid dito sa Ascent.
Masterclass dito sa Team Liquid. Kitang-kita yung pagkakomportable. Yung nga sabi natin sa kanina sa PaperX, diba? Pearl, comfortable map for PRX. Bagong puntahan, bagong pwesto para sa Team Liquid. Hindi pa nila kilala yung waiter eh. Hindi pa nila tropa yung owner. Ganun pa lang ang first time. Siyempre, there's a first time for everything. Pero dito, alam mo na, yung VIP, yung may table na silang naka-reserve, yung nakaabang na.
Nakahanda na pagdating pa lang.
Pre, yung hindi mo kailangan mag-text eh. Alam na, every Saturday night pupunta ka. Ganun na yun dito sa Team Liquid yung sa asset.
So, ma-expect ba nila dito si Scream nakaabang sa B-main pa din? Oo, may trademark, but he's just right out of the angle of it. Soulcast, natamaan nga ka doon ng sabi mo, Dak. Sa wallbangan nga, down to 50 HP. No way to get him back up to speed. Forsaken, going at this alone. Mag-isa lang siya. Free kill kay Scream to. Nahuli pa nga.
Kanina pa siyang binibiktima.
Kala niya, nakita na sana dapat ng trademark yung kanto niya, but it just was too shallow. Just barely too shallow to clear that corner.
Alam naman natin sa Forsaken, new generation dito sa Valorant. Pero the old guard Scream yet again. Having his number, gulo na lang dyan. Dahil sa mga bulag, Mindfreak daw and Yami. Getting those takedowns. Dimasik, kitang-kita, nagtratry mag-utility. And PaperX, nahanap na rin lang yung konting timing para lang dumiretso dito. Mindfreak na nanguna para sa side ng PRX. Napunta na ng A-side at Nightfall para makazone. Pero nasa likod na naman, may manggagaling. Pangalan niya, Ice Cream. Isang sigaw. Kita do, huli ka. At pinaplas pa nga para lang ma-check yan. So PRX, at least whether the first storm, meron pang panganib doon sa kabila. Wala na itong smoke na to. Benkay, anong klaseng timing to dito sa smoke? Mag-drop down na lang siya. Hunt para dyan sa Intel. Malalaman niya na dalawa ang magagaling dito sa Raptors. And ayun na nga! Nascan at namatay! Galing sa ibaba! Wala kang takas-takas dito. Scream though, finding the divider out in the open. Time is everything. Nauubusan dito ang Team Liquid. Benkay yet again! Na-predict kung saan ka mahuhulog. At para sa PaperX, mananalo sila round na to. Alam mo lang yung delikado kasi huli pa rin si Benkay dyan. 8-3. Not the best economy, pero PaperX will make do with it.
Final round, hindi full buy, unfortunately, for some of the players here dito sa PaperX. So they're gonna have to trade out some utility just to have the proper armor and just to have a Vandal in their hands in the first place. But Benka, huge plays here. Tinatapatan niya yung smoke early on, but realizing this is about to dissipate, wala sa akin ang advantage. I have Hunt. I can go for a wallbang play here and drop into hell and send them from Wednesday game. They shall remain. PaperX, they answer back, but they need the 8-4 dito to give them a bigger chance of coming back in the second half.
Kinilangan nila yun. Yun lang yun. Okay, sige, kinilangan nila. Pero mahirap pa rin kasi yung laki ng agwat. Masasabi ka na lang daw, dun sa round na yun, finally, PaperX finding the timings na nakita nila dun sa simula. Pero yun nga, you're shaking your head ba, juggling act pa nga eh. Pero sa totoo lang, hindi ma-afford ng PRX mag-dry pick ng ganun sa ganitong sitwasyon.
They have to realize the Prowler, naka-clear lang yan yung malapitan. It's not gonna see B-Link. It's not gonna clear that unless may Hunt talaga. Team Liquid here, punishing PaperX for their simple mistakes once again. Yampi ito naman, mga off-angle, using the verticality na pwedeng kunin ng Chamber. And the 5v3 ng PaperX, backline na lang titira.
Sabi nila, uy, di ba nasa A-side siya kanina? Nandito na sa B at konting lurk nga. Para kay Mindfreak, PaperX, nagbebenta sila dito ng push. But at the same time, Team Liquid, sabi nila, sige, city muna tayo dito. Tambay lang dyan. At kita nga natin si Dimasik ang nagbabantay. Pero kailangan ni Mindfreak mapatay ito para sa PaperX. Pero uy, muntik na yun. Nahuli, pero hindi siya namatay. That is big here for PaperX. They need a kill like that. Team Liquid though, na-expect nila na magiging A-hit to kasi paubos na ang oras. And here we go yet again. Man advantage though para sa Team Liquid.
They have to go aggressive na naman. 3v4, hindi madaling hawakan ng post pa na to. They have to make a play to be able to equalize the odds para maging 3v3 dito. So PaperX, ano ang sagot nila? Here comes in the null command. Walang utility ang PaperX pass mo dito. And Scream, he's one away from his ult.
Nasuppress pa nga kanina si Mindfreak doon. I believe Yampi daw manggagaling na kasama ang mga kwapa dito sa garden. There we have the blaze wall para lang makaharang. Hunt trying to get the intel towards the side at manggagaling sa taas. Si Nevera ang distraction. Si Scream ang makakapatay pa ng iba. Run it back to out in the open. Natin get the intel kung saan si Mindfreak. Si Benkay daw tagabantay. Si Scream daw pangalawang beses na yan at mukhang mapapatay pa nga niya ang kabila. Time though running on out. Kailangan meron dito. Soulcast! Gusto niya harangan! Pero wala talaga. Yung Gravity Well ang tagatulong dito. At PaperX pa ang panalo.
Palakpakan there. Mindfreak absolutely huge in this series. Big pick on Dimasik. Big picks there to shut down Scream on his ultimate. And he gets around here off the Gravity Well. Nakita mo na hindi niya pinutok agad yung Gravity Well pagka-ping ng spike, pagka-defuse ng spike dito ng Team Liquid. Hinintay niya talaga na bago umabot ng half-defuse para sure ball, mas madaming oras, mas madaming sekundo niyang masayangan dito sa defuse ng Team Liquid. So great comeback dito from PaperX in the later stages of this. But Mind Freak is going absolutely huge.
Ako masasabi ka na nice try yung para sa Team Liquid. Gets ko yung ginagawa nila eh. Kasi kung nag-clip sila ng ganun, kung nakarangan pa ng konti ni Soulcast ba yun? Sino ba natitira?
Soulcast at Scream.
Basta kung nakarangan nila si Scream ng konti pa, nandun pa siya sa defuse range eh, di ba? Pero ang ganda lang nung setup nung star ni Mind Freak. Na-anticipate na yun. Kahit first time ko ever makita yun, naisip na ni Mind Freak yun. Kaya nga Mind Freak, di ba?
Ayun nga talaga ang kalakasan ni Mind Freak to be that backline player. Siyempre, basic by the books, easy game. Plays that gravity well, pulled him off with a spike with little time remaining. That's the only thing that really PaperX were banking on. Knowing na 3v4 sila, knowing na hindi sila nakakuha ng initial pick pa para maging 3v3, they had to play and waste time as much as possible. And Benkai did huge there. The fact na buhay pa rin siya sa Hell for so long. Hindi nakaplan sa kanya yung spike, pero buhay pa rin siya. Kept Team Liquid on the ready and kept Team Liquid not able to defuse early. And that was super important dito. Staying alive, pulling that gravity well. Tapos si Benkai may Phoenix pa na flashing, nakasabit pa sa headset niya.
Ganun talaga eh. Ganun talaga. Marami silang dala-dala eh. Tapos may heart pa nga siya. May glitter.
Cute.
Jet. Sige nga, ang sasabihin mo kay Benkai.
What's up?
What's up? Who you? This is me. Who you?
Sa akin ng pizza. Next time.
Actually, ano kaya yung toppings doon kanina?
Nakita ko, parang
may tomato
lang.
May tomato.
Tapos cheese.
Ay, okay naman. Margarita, di ba? Sabi nila. Parang, pero fancy mo pa yung pangalan. Margarita, yun lang, may tomato. Yun yun.
Tomato and cheese.
Tomato and cheese.
TC.
TNC.
TC na lang.
Tihi. Pero okay ah.
May QR code yung jersey nila.
Tagal na.
Scan nyo.
Scan mo nga. Galapitan mo yung monitor. Sige na. Tayo ka dito, scan mo.
Sabagay, may 20 seconds pa eh, no?
May 20. Ay, nawala. Ayun, yung kay Forsaken. Scan mo.
Ang layo, may
okay
layo
lang
na
yan. Baka shop.paperx.com. Use your promo code.
I wonder saan pupunta yan. Cool ako dun nga.
Nga, feel ko. Diba?
Kasi it makes sense.
Buy my jersey.
Website nila.
Pero, ito ano na magagawa?
Bedazzled.
Ito matatanong ko sa'yo. Ano na pwede gawin ng PaperX ngayon? Kasi really, kita talaga natin. Attacking side, hindi sila makakuha ng space. But on Haven, nag-improve sila nung defense sila. Kasi hindi na kailangan yung pagkuha ng space. This time around, feel ko pwede kaya gawin ni Forsaken yung ginagawa ni Yampi around the map, no?
Kaso the thing is, dito nag-aalala para sa PaperX. Scream, so potent on his entries dito sa attacking side. And with Nevera really feeling it, they're gonna have so much flashes to deal with from PaperX. So maybe they can try and go for an early pick. I think that's what they're about to do considering naka-set up sila dito sa may A main. Pero pag narinig nila ang mabigat na push, they're gonna try and back off here. Benkai, ready? Sees, throws it out. Nade combo, walang mahuhuli. Butin na lang dito, nakatakas ng Team Liquid.
Ito yung napansin ko ha. Sa first map, mahirap para sa side ng PaperX. Natalo pa nga sila kasi nag-struggle si Forsaken nung first half. Dito, sa third map na to, okay si Forsaken. Maganda yung performance niya, especially nung simula. Pero si Jing yung nahihirapan. At nung Pearl, sila pareho nag-pop off. Kaya sila nanalo ng ganun. Mukhang para sa PaperX talaga. Kung hindi gumagana yung isa sa dalawang dynamic duo nila, mahihirapan sila dito sa labanan na to. And here we go yet again. Team Liquid getting the first blood. Na frenzy pa nga maging galawan. Malapitan dito sa cabinet to. 4v3 na kaagad ang magiging sitwasyon para sa side ng Team Liquid. At na-plan pa nga ng mabilisan dito ng TL.
Saktong-sakto yung, hunt doon. Rather, yung Prowler ni Soulcast is able to find the frag here on the Benkai. Has to go big. Pop flash out kay Divay. Actually, no. 0 point. Nahap nga niya na may impormasyon dito sa court, but how much it really is a perfect flash kay Scream. He finds Forsaken. This is a pistol round na absolutely crucial na makuha ng PaperX. Mind Freak able to find one, but Scream on the third. Divay goes down, and Team Liquid take a huge pistol round.
Diba, sinasabi na natin, hindi gaanong nananalo yung Team Liquid sa mga pistol round. Ang alam ko, stats nila parang isa pa lang yung napapanalo nila overall. Before this PaperX game, nanalo na sila. Kanina isa sa Pearl. At ito, absolutely crucial dito sa Ascent. We see ito gaano ka-effective talaga. Yung Phoenix, yung Frenzy at yung Curveball na malapitan. Dikit yung mga corners, narrow it down, and Scream will have those kills.
I guess that's really what you need from a player like Scream. Have an agent that talagang will support himself, be self-sustainable, and be able to make plays for himself when it comes to it. Great nade here to get early damage kay Scream. Sipin mo, kung may kasama pang season, baka kung ano pang mangyari, but Forsaken, he's gonna take this risk. One that's worthwhile. Kaso bulag. expected ng Team Liquid.
Nalaman dahil dun sa patience, in-expect na okay, sige, gagamitin nila to para sa push. At yun yung pinakapansin natin. Alam ko sa interview, sinabi ng Team Liquid, di ba? Confident sila sa PaperX kasi yung PaperX aral ni. Nung first time around, gulat ang lahat. Kanilang aggression. Second time, sige, pinaghandaan ng konti, pero iba pa rin yung kanilang playstyle dito sa Champions. Pangatlong beses na yung PaperX dito sa taong na to magpakita sa international stage. Siyempre, lahat nakatikin na sa kanila kasi nag-runner pa nga sila last time around and kitang-kita natin dito tendencies ng PaperX na mabasa na rin ng mga kalaban, Team Liquid. At it yet again, B-Sides is just theirs for the taking. At ano pa magagawa ng PRX ngayon?
Nako, huwag natin kakalimutan ang stat na pinakita kanina ng panel, ng opening panel ng mapa na to, actually ng match na to, ng series na to, is second placers typically natatanggal.
May jinx.
May jinx. And that is what PaperX are fighting against right now. Tsaka nag-8-4 sila. Baka kung 9-3 pa yan. Di baka na-curse dito ang Team Liquid. Pero PaperX, ang hirap ng position nila.
At sa Team Liquid yung magkapatid, magkatabi sa scoreline. Top frag ngayon si Scream. Nasa ilalim na niya, si Nevera. At di ba yung mga duos na pinag-uusapan natin para sa Team Liquid ngayon? Ito na, ang pinakamalakas na form nila so far. Ang ganda ng mga utilities, ang ganda ng coordination. And well, okay, sige. Ma'am sir, baka gusto niyo po ng saging dito. Ma'am sir, libre lang dito sa market. Ma'am sir, lapit po, lapit po. Lapit lang po dyan at wala kang makukuha. Ngunit para sa Benkay, though, ginulat lang si Nevera. Not one, not two, but maybe even another one there. Pero Soulcast huli na si Mindfreak. Pinatay pa nga ng Team Liquid ang isa pa dyan. And 10-4 na to. Kung manalo pa dito Team Liquid, yung pag-asa ng PaperX, yung pag-asa ng APAC, nanganganib na talaga.
Babasa na nga sila. Katulad ng sinabi mo, Dax, every team has been looking at how PaperX play and finding out paano i-shut down to. The fact that their firepower is just so suffocating for a lot of the teams ng huling Masters was a big sign for teams na talagang i-break down paano ang laro ng PaperX. And you can tell there, they knew ng Paintless. Katulad ng sinabi mo, Paintless to top mid. You see PaperX, nakita sila to take an inch, to try and take a mile, but sometimes all they need is a few feet, and that is where they get punished so heavily, trying to go and overaggress, trying to overextend a lot of times. I get the yung parang attempt nila. Syempre, kulang sila, lamang ang Team Liquid. But these risks, they're going unchecked.
Yung mga risk na yan, walang ka-reward. Isang pag-asa na lang at si Divine nag-Odin pa nga sa lahat ng pwede niyang ilabas dito. Here comes Jingdo. Uy, muntik na yan! PaperX, kailangan nila yung confidence talaga para lang lumaban na naman. Pero Jing, that's exactly what they needed. Panta pa nga ang kanyang ginamit. Team Liquid. Back off muna dyan. A little bit of a slow pace though. Feel ko para sa Team Liquid. Ma-reset lang nila dito. Magbigyan yung PaperX ng momentum na hinahabol nila.
Momentum. PaperX, one of the most momentum-heavy teams. So is Team Liquid. But PaperX, sila ang nangangailangan nun ngayon. Mindfreak here, nag-aabang sa may heaven. Nakatawid na rin si Yampy dito sa may wine. Very close to looking like an A-split push.
May cheese pa nga, parang sa marketplace kanina.
Oo nga.
Kala ko tayo mabibili ng cheese pero mukhang dumaan na lang tayo dito sa Ascent.
Andito ang keso.
Andito ang keso pero
30 seconds left.
Tama na ang pagkabola-bola dyan.
Late round rotate.
No, may oras pa dito ang Team Liquid anyway. Yung mapapa-intay talaga. Dito si Benkay.
Kaso,
dito
nakamacho gan si Divine.
Uy, may tiwala. Wala akong matiwala dito sa Odin.
Kaya nga,
eto na.
That's the point.
Paubos na oras Team Liquid Mamatay lang isa, wala na itong magagawa. At ito na, rinig kung sa magaling dito ang Team Liquid. Running back ang gagamitin dito. Benkay, kailangan mo lang stall. 5 seconds left. And ayan na nga yung Odin. Tudtod ng bala. Rambo para kay Divine. At para sa PaperX, sila ang makahold pa sa dulo nito.
Devi at the right position, the right time para tulungan doon si Benkay.
Wala kang tiwala sa Odin.
Yun yung sinasabi ko. Hindi. Ano
pinagsasabi
mo? Ano pinagsasabi mo? Sinasabi ko nga, nako, lagot ang Team Liquid dito kasi naka-Odin si Devi. Binabaliktad mo naman
ginagawa ko yung kwento. Pero diba? Odin wins games.
Odin wins games. Especially sa ganitong sitwasyon. Late round push against an LMG. Worst situation for attacker to be in.
Yeah, well, ano nang gagawin mo kung ilang bala yung pupunta sa'yo, di ba? Mas alam mo, isang corner lang pwede mo gamitin. Wala ka ng oras tumakbo. Wala kang oras mag-reset ng aim mo, mag-reverse strafe. Wala.
Uy! Mga tag pa. But Forsaken, okay. May pocket guardian siya, pero bumili siya ng guardian mismo.
No.
At nakuha pa si stream.
Yun naman yung hinahanap niyang kill eh. Revenge. Retribution.
It's a big player na mapitas nila. Scream. Yung mga mid-round scramble na yan, hindi siya malakas eh.
Ito yung pa, Jing also catching Nevera. Dalawang magkapatid, pinapalik na sa mga kanilang mga kwarto. At hindi pa tayo tapos kay Jing. Forsaken getting out the hell there. Well, Soulcast at Yampi na lang. Para dito sa Team Liquid, yung spike na sa kamay ni Yampi. But you can see it here again. PaperX, makuha lang nila mga solo duel. Oy! Mind Freak, naging bunny, oh. Hop. Okay yung jump pick, eh. Nauuntog pa talaga, eh. Rinig pa ni Yampi yun kaya?
Hindi. Pag ganun.
Ganun kasi nauuntog ka. Tahimik lang. Tahimik lang,
Walang footstep.
Pre, ano
Headstep
to?
lang. Mind Freak, hindi rin.
Mind Freak!
Now alam na niya.
Mind Freak! Oh, no! Ay, nako, nahuli. Ginawang karne na lang si Mind Freak dyan. Si Yampi na lang. Nakasetup pa nga sa A-site. Oh.
Giniling.
Ground meat, hindi mo alam kung ano.
Find you.
Naman head meet eh.
Well,
Uy! Muntigan pa sa atang matamaan doon. Soulcast, big pick Forsaken. Why are you picking alone? Alam mong hindi makakasunod ang PaperX doon para makatrade. 3v2, big flashes. Buti na lang nabawihan pa ng PaperX. Medyo delikado. Team Liquid can't get around. Iko sila ngayon.
Yun, sumabay ang PaperX. Okay na kay Mind Freak. Sayang lang hindi niya nakita. Kaya yun eh.
Hindi niya... Pag ginagawa mo yun, pwede ka talagang the one way na makakapasok ng isang tao is pag ginapang nila yung pa-right side. Tapos nakandun sa hindi niya na-expect.
Hindi na... What do you think? Nalaman ba ni Yampi yun kaya?
Nung malapit na siya siguro, so parang may dice. Nakita mo parang sinasadya niyang maigutan.
Parang okay, dito ako sa pinaka-kanan. Feel ko ni-expect niya naman na may nakatambay dun sa hill. Pero hindi yung tumatalon.
Siguro na malapit na siya, doon na nalaman. Alam ko yung talon na yun, mas tahimik siya kaysa sa
nga,
normal.
ako rin alam ko pag hindi yung full yung talon mo, utog ka and everything.
Pero pag malapitan, marinig mo pa rin kayo paano.
PaperX, so nakita mo yan, aggressive play papunta sa B-Name, nagtapon ng Haunt, nagtapon ng Flash, para lang tulungan yung pick ni Jing. Pero Team Liquid, mid-control. Ang habol nila dito, pop-flash pa nga papunta sa market. Jing getting the hell out of there, out muna dyan, gamit ng blast pack. Reset muna, but para sa Team Liquid, gumagamit sila ng mga utilities para lang makalapit dito sa PaperX eh.
At saka marami sila, nagdidikitan talaga. So even though dalawa lang rifles, still very potent yung mga sheriffs na to. Here comes out that paranoia, lots of utility, dinadump pa para makuha ang A-site. Labas ka ng wall, he has to get one here, Forsaken does. Makaka-atras pa nga, nasa kanya ang control ng A-main.
Forsaken, ayun na nga hinahabol niya dyan. Isa pa nga kung may makita man dito, Yampi planting onto the generator. Showstopper, linabas na ni Jing. At Happy New Year, sabi niya papunta kay Soulcast. Yampi daw, party Forsaken. Jing, lumalaban ng dikit na dikit. At PaperX tuloy-tuloy ang panalo dito.
Si Jing, parang, alam mo yung pagsarambulan, susuntok na lang. Hindi lang niya alam sino matatamaan. Basta sumuntok na lang. That's what he was doing.
Basta may matamaan.
Basta may matamaan. Buti na lang ang tamaan niya, puro kalaban. PaperX slowly crawling back. They still need 3 more rounds to tie this up. But Team Liquid, very impressive so far. Kahit sa mga eco rounds nila na hindi nila napapanalo, you can see there's always that potential na makuha nila. Kung hindi lang siguro nakakakuha ng A-main control doon talaga si Forsaken. Who knows how that round could have went.
Mukhang may pag-asa pa dito ang PaperX, especially kung manalo sa dito sa fire round ng Team Liquid. APAC buhay. Kaya pa ba pumatay dito ni Forsaken gamit ng operator na to? Pero may dark cover nakaharang, in-anticipate na kagad ng Team Liquid na magko-contest talaga ang PaperX. It has been working for them before. Prowler muna dyan at tingin-tingin sa mga sulok ko. So, kita mong safe ng galawan niya yung Team Liquid.
Talagang sisigurado nila. Alam nila na gusto mag-asim sa posisyon itong PaperX. Nahuli pa nga si Benkay. Wala siyang utility pang kontra. At nabulag pa nga ng pop flash ni Vera. On the spam through, Mind Freak has to go big here. He has to find at least a pick or do good damage. Tatamaan nga si Dimasik para walang namamatay. On the spam with the Odin, wala ding nahuhuli. And now PaperX have a 5v4 retake.
Nakatawid na ang Team Liquid at ito ang nakukuha nila kung safe talaga ang play nila ngayon. Para sa Team Liquid though, di pa to tapos. Jumpy, nahuli ng ating Forsaken dyan. Ito lang, taas konti si Jing, but PaperX. Save na nga magiging goal.
I mean, may pera pa naman sila para bumili next round, pero they do not want to have to be forced on Eco if they lose the next round as well, knowing na posibilidad, match point na yun. So, I think this is the good call here. Oo, magiging 11-7, pero tumagos ba yun?
Tumagos yun! Gusto nila makita kung kukunin nyo. Okay, ito yung nakuha ni Mind Freak. Pero simple put, Tre. Ito naman sabi sa'yo. Kaya, important. Sige.
Talagang sumandal ka sa akin.
Ito na yan. Alam mo kasi, importante ang proteksyon bago umaksyon.
Mismo.
Sa site.
Mismo. Pag delayed, wait.
Oo, delayed yung push.
Oo,
Needed
oo, napipigilan.
Wala lang ibang bagay, kundi yung push.
Oo, kundi yung push. Yung pull din minsan. Forsaken. Oh, nag-off siya dito. I'm curious. Bumili siya ng off.
Hindi, yun yung napulot ni Mindfreak.
Oo nga,
diba? Kaya nga nag-hunt, diba?
Kaya nga nag-hunt. Okay. So, Operator, Odin pa din, kapit ni Davai, PaperX. They have to get this round. I think if they give up match point here, that's going to be very difficult para mabawian pa nila dito, para maka-comeback. This round, absolutely huge implications dito for both teams.
At nag-agresibo pa nga sila. Sabi ng PaperX, hindi tayo matatakot, hindi tayo magpapatalo. Si Mindfreak lang ang nakatambay dyan sa A-side. Ang ganda talaga, paranoia. Nakatawid pa nga si Nevera. At napatay pa niya si Mindfreak. Shindo on the side. Isa lang makakuha niya. Big Honto galing kay Benkay. Malaking intel yan para makatulong dito sa side ng PaperX. Pero makatakas pa rin si Benkay dyan sa likod. Si Forsaken, muntik na ngayon. Buti nilang, nag-duck muna siya. Duck.
Hindi alam niya ata ni Soulcast. Parang hindi niya ata alam eh.
Hindi siya sure at hindi niya nakita. Yung tipong yung hangin gumalaw. Mag-isa lang pala yung bintana nagbukas. Pero ito na, 3v3 na ang kalaman na to. Ayan na, nakita na, pero yung operator friend ang magwawagi dun sa laban na to. Odin naghanap ng markado. Forsaken mga kadalawa, Dimasik na lang natitira dito. Pero ready pa siya dun sa galawan ng Odin. Hindi siya magpapatalo dito si Davai. At PaperX pa rin ang panalo.
PaperX patuloy pa din ang Pinoy Pride. Hindi nila ibibigay ng basta-basta ang match point. PaperX bring it 8-11. And what a play, what a round there from Forsaken. Nakuha pa nga niyang pitas. Muntingin pa nga hindi. Nakita mong delay dito. Kung tamaan lang agad ni Soulcast, baka tapos na yun. Nakuha pa nga niyang wallbang. Ang pangalawang pitas dito kay Scream. And somehow they hold on through. The timing doon sa paranoia. Catching out Mindfreak. He almost was able to get the kill on Nevera. But Jing, eager to get the trade. Na-trade and then they go down 3-4. But still PaperX want more.
Kaya pa dito ng PaperX. Mapapatime out nga dito Team Liquid. Feel ko ito na yung pinag-iisipan nila. Ano ang plano? Play safe, punish the aggress? O i-contest natin yung aggression na yun? Kasi yung PaperX nakagawa pa rin ng paraan eh. Kung feel ko para sa Team Liquid, inisip nila, okay, nanalo tayo after playing that safety round. Hindi na gagawin ng PaperX yun ulit. Pero wag natin kalimutan, PaperX siyempre. Todo. W lang yung nasa keyboard nila.
I mean, they have a few rounds to give dito Team Liquid, so they can take the risk. Pero, do you want to take that risk and potentially lose that risk and be able to let other PaperX be able to catch up at makabawi dito sa mga rounds, makahabol sa mga rounds? Or do you try and do the safe play and try and secure it? But then, that's what they've been trying to do. Pero hindi lang gumagana sa Team Liquid. A change of pace ang hinahanap nila dito. Pero ang tanong, which way do they go? PaperX, they are on the march forward. They get this one round after losing one, but they've been on a practically 3-round streak right after. So PaperX, momentum slowly building for them. But if they win this round, that's where it will really be set. Team Liquid, though, have a bye to go.
Some round pa nga yung masasabi mo. Mayroon pang pwede bigay dito ang Team Liquid sa PaperX. May chance pa mag-experiment. May chance rin na hintayin nila mag-pop off pa si Yampi ng todo-todo. Konti siyang umaasin ng scoreboard ngayon ng Team Liquid. Dun sa kabilado, PaperX, that's an Ascent special, that's an 8-pack special. O isang Odin, isang operator. At taga-bantay lang talaga para sa side ng PaperX. Ang mga willing mag-aggress sa umpisa eh.
A great thing here then nagawa ng Team Liquid, they burn out the paint shell. This big for a mere 0 point. The burn nila dito ng paint shell. That allows them to have safer entry into this. Namo si Jing talaga, napaka-ambisyoso.
Ang kulit mong bata ka, yun tuloy, pinalo. Nagdala ng sintron dito po si Boss Scream. At hindi pa tayo tapos kasi may running back mga ang galawan dyan. Paranoia pupunta sa likod. Hot hands na rin, Mindfreak. Nandyan ka lang sa sulok. Nightfall though, getting the answer on. Soulcast, mapapatay pa ka sa Forsaken. At Team Liquid, bigla lang sinagasaan dito. PaperX, ano na magagawa nyo? Kasi ito na ang bulldozer ng Team Liquid. Yampi with a double kill there at the end. At ito na, match point sa Team Liquid. Last chance na talaga ng APAC ngayon.
Sayang, nabulag pa si Benkay dun sa flash ni Divay. Na team flash pa nga. At muntikan pa niya sana makakuha ng isa. Bahalay natin, dalawa pa. Na-bait pa dun si Jing sa pag-dismiss, sa pag-dissipate rather, nung smoke na nilapag ng aso nila ni Mindfreak. At hindi pa niya nakuha ang timing Scream, great shutdown on that Yampy big round. Match point na ngayon para sa Team Liquid. And look at the buy dito galing sa PaperX. Wala silang masyadong madala.
Naku, stinger po si Benkay. Ito na naman tayo. Kasi Mind Freak, may pera pa nga sana for the Spectre. Pero sige, reference na lang masasabi natin dito ngayon, PaperX. This is it. The last APAC hopeful. The last one para sa region natin. At goodbye kay Forsaken. Simula pa lang. Scream will show you how it's done. Sabi niya. At dire-diretso na lang dito para sa side ng Team Liquid. Benkay nasa loob ng smoke. May fragment mga tinapon. At si Yampy pa ang makakita sa kanya. Wala nang walk-out. It's Team Liquid walking on in. And here we go yet again. Pawala na dito ang pag-asa ng PaperX. Pawala na ang pag-asa ng APAC. Si Jing na lang natitira. Pero mukhang mapapag-goodbye na tayo dito sa PaperX kasi Team Liquid ang mag-move on to the next round. They take the series 2-1. APAC is gone from the tournament.
Goodbye APAC. And APAC, the final huge blow dito sa match na to as every single representative from APAC is sent home. The only representative from Asia in general leaving DRX.
At Zeta.
At Zeta.
May Zeta pa.
Talagang East Asia na lang ang last hope dito of the entirety of the continent. And looking here at PaperX, what a year they've had, what a run they've had, especially Masters 2, getting to the grand finals, no Masters 2 versus FPX, but this is their final stand. They do not qualify into the playoffs.
Iba talaga pag-aral na eh. Iba talaga pag ikaw na yung nagiging target na marami. Iba na talaga pag lahat ng mata nakatingin sa'yo. At para sa PaperX, ano kaya ang pwede maging future nila? Maraming doubts kung sino pa ang pwede maglaro next year. Daming tanong kung sino pa mag-stay dito sa APAC. Pero for at least this year, dinala nilang bandila ng APAC. All throughout, tuloy-tuloy. Nag-runner up pa nga region natin sa Masters. Pero ngayon, wala na boom, wala na surge siya. At wala na rin PaperX. Marami nag-iintay ng matchup na to. Team Liquid versus PaperX. Labanan ng mga heavy hitters versus Team Liquid. Feel ko talaga experience yung pinaka nakatulong. Siyempre si Yampy, big time player, big time step up dun sa simula. Pero ito na, yung magkapatid si Scream, si Nevera, nagpakita talaga ng tunay na lakas dito sa Sense. Siyempre, supporting cast, Soul cast, especially, paranoia ng paranoia, tama ng tama. How many times have we seen how effective this is when Dimasik also, wala ka talagang takas sa kanya. Siya yung nagpaparanoia, siya yung nagdudurog talaga ng mga kalaban. And really, for Team Liquid, basta they play as a team, basta they show their strength as a unit, sila pala ang mananalo. At tingnan mo, ito yung naka-Team Liquid, yung isang naka-Team Liquid lang masaya. Ang sama.
Talagang sa lang yung masaya doon. Grabe, Team Liquid. What a performance from them. Scream finally proving that Phoenix is definitely capable of working on Ascent. Nagawa nga niya versus M3 Champions ng LCQ. Nagawa niya dito versus PaperX dito sa VALORANT Champions mismo. And PaperX, the team that APAC promised, the #1 flag bearer of the entirety of Southeast Asia. They go home unfortunately here today, but with heads up high of what they've proven this entire year.
Maraming namatay na predictions dito sa casters natin today.
Kalahati na
except king kay Ray Ray.
Except si Ray Ray.
Ray.
Ibintang si Ray Ray.
Ibintang talaga. Si Ray Ray ang may kasalanan. Nag-3 months pa tayo dito guys, pero grabe. Para sa buhay ng APAC at para sa pwede pagawin dito ng Team Liquid. Pero pinapakita talaga, this is what experience is all about. This is what veterans can do. Para sa PaperX, nalaga natin kung ano yung magiging next para sa kanila. Miss ko syempre, mauwa dito ni Benkay, yung APAC representation. Pero para sa Team Liquid, they were the better team today at pinakita nila na-anticipate at nasasagot nila ang mga pinaggagawa ng PaperX.
I mean, they said early on in the year, ang top 4 finish ang PaperX as naka-top 2 ng Masters 2. Sabi nga ni Benkay, they're here for a good time, not a long time. And unfortunately, it happens the worst case dito sa Champions mismo, the final tournament of the year, the biggest tournament of the year, the culmination, the mecca of competitive Valorant is where the last hopeful team ng SEA goes down. They've definitely proven a lot dito, but Team Liquid, they've proven even more. Lots of doubts being shed their way, but they take that out right now. The trio of the superstar combo, ni Yampy, Scream, and Nevera coming in big. Soulcast as well, absolutely huge in this game and in this series. And Team Liquid, they make it into the playoffs as the second representative from Group A. Both Asian teams, Edward and PaperX in Group A, tanggal.
Oh, wala talaga. Alam mo, okay lang. Meron pang Pinoy sa exit eh.
Sabagay, may Pinoy sa exit, di ba?
Di ba? Yun na lang
Sniper
yung
pa din.
konting pag-asa natin dito.
dapat exit na lang yung pag-isahan natin.
Diba, PH. May PH plug dito sa PH broadcast. Exit. Let's go.
Exit.
Ano, siyempre may Zeta pa, may DRX pa. Marami pa tayong kailangan bantayan dito sa VALORANT Champions. Hindi pa tapos ang tournament na. Hindi pa nga tayo nag-playoffs, pero wala eh. Sad day. Sad day
for SEA fans, pero big day for EMA fans, especially considering how many expectations were on Team Liquid throughout the entire year. And now they're looking to make this run
sa dulo talaga eh. Diba? Parang end of the year, may big moments sila. Nakita natin ito yung last year. Ano ba? Masters 1?
Masters 1.
Masters 1, di ba? May moments sila. Tapos dito naman, sa VALORANT Champions eh.
Napagpatuloy yung curse na yung second placers sa Grand Finals, sila ang
so,
hindi
meaning
nakakwalify.
lang nun, pag umabot ka ng Grand Finals, magpa-first place ka, or magpa-DQ ka na lang para hindi ka maging second place. Ang lala ng second place.
Tsaka wala pang nakakaulit ng champion sa LAN.
Mas malala pa to sa 9-3 pre.
Oo nga.
Nasabi ko na.
Grabe talaga.
Nag-isipin mo, second place. Ito lang talaga yan eh. Parang yung 9-3 may rason talaga. Pero pag second place, kasi bantay ka eh. Papanurin yung champion, papanurin ka kasi ikaw yung kalaban ng champion eh. By default, di ba? By default yun. Pag ikaw isang ball lang papanurin mo, syempre Grand Finals lang yung babantayan natin. And well, para sa APAC, it has been quite a run. Marami tayo nakita mga teams nag-step up. Marami tayo nakita na mga teams na nag-widen talaga ng gap. But at the very end, mawawala talaga sila lahat dito sa group stage natin. Ilang beses, Paper Rex, Tertia yung reps natin. And then, nadama yung Boom dito sa VALORANT Champions. Pero, ito naman natin, Boom medyo hilaw pa. Yung Tertia, medyo sa totoo lang, falling apart. Hindi na fall off. Nag-parang yung tipang, uy, tara, just on na tayo matapos nito. At yung Paper Rex, basang-basa na ng kalaban.
Saka many doubts kung matutuloy pa ba nila ang roster nila, knowing what is to come in the future here of VALORANT, knowing the franchise expectations next year. But we had many expectations for Paper Rex. They are still the loved and beholden of the APAC scene. But for the meantime, guys, we're going to have to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to find Zeta versus Loud, a rematch from Masters 2. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Liquid, nag-qualify na sa ating playoffs, which means ang Group A natin ay nakumpleto na. Leviathan and Team Liquid will be proceeding off to the playoffs. And over here, well, dito sa panel analyst desk natin, ganito na lang masasabi namin. This is APAC crying with Likeable, Honeyglaze, and Raph.
Yoko na Laika. Kala ko Group A for APAC.
Akala ko rin eh. Akala ko nga, ano mo yun? APAC Rising. May team song pa tayo. Pero hindi pala enough yun.
Baka outro yan.
Yun na pala yun. Ang sakit talaga nung nangyari. Don't get me wrong, ang galing naman talaga ng Team Liquid. Pero syempre yung puso ko nandun sa Paper Rex. So yung tanong ko dito is, bakit nga ba hindi makasagot tong Paper Rex nung nag-a-attack sila? Hindi sila makabawi dito sa retake ng Team Liquid eh.
Ay, alam na rin kasi talaga dito ng Team Liquid. Once na mapigilan nila at matuldugan nila dito yung pagmamadali ng players from the side of Paper Rex, doon na nila malalaman na mawawala na ng momentum dito ang Paper Rex. Jing, we see him in the highlights, pero I gotta say man, na sobrang nagkakaroon siya ng overextension to the point na napapano siya multiple times na alam ni Yapi na yun ang gagawin ni Jing.
Yeah, parang ang dami niyang overheat. Tama talaga yung sinabi ni Dax. Ang kulit mong bata ka. Kalma lang. Naka-pick off ka ng dalawa. Chill lang. Oh, ayun, naubos na yung APAC representatives natin. But again, it has been such a wild ride for all of us. It's been difficult to stomach how Team Liquid handily dismantled on Ascent. Sabi ko din kanina that Ascent is a Phoenix map. Not a Phoenix map, a Scream map. And he really did show up. Yung first half niya sobrang dominant on Ascent. And we talked about the importance of a KO as well. Nivera, you are absolutely on point with all your utility.
Kita mo naman tong magkapatid na to. They have each other's backs. Ang galing talaga nung ginawa nila doon. And meron talagang, ito na naman tayo, meron na namang mga question marks pagdating dito sa PRX. Kanina nga, hindi na natin naintindihan bakit tumatalon lang si Jing doon sa health. Ay, si Jing tuloy, si Mind Freak. Tumatalon lang siya doon. Hindi rin natin alam kung bakit. And hindi rin natin alam yung kasagutan doon. Pero siguro yung what's going through their head right now on the side of PRX is sayang. Kasi imagine mo, map number 1 pa lang. Pagpunta natin ng map number 2, kaya na sana nilang manalo eh. Ito na naman yung story of being so close yet so far.
Well, APAC, baka kulang talaga yung stamina natin. Like Boom and Search yung first 2 maps, sobrang competitive. But when we find and hit the distance, parang okay, parang napagod na sila. Parang naubos na yung strat book. Parang naubos na yung place. Yung mga default, not as sharp, not as diligent.
I would say na in a sense, na-feel ko na yung desperation eh. Imagine mo, lumabas na si Davai with the Odin. Yeah. Ganun na siya, kailangan na namin tong win, gagawin na namin lahat. Yun na nga, strats are all out.
You somehow expect na mga initiators dito gagamit talaga ng Odin, pero talagang kailangan niya na yung mga pagkakataon na ma-evolve bang niya yung mga points na kaya niya makita dito or may anticipate niya yung mga players from Team Liquid kung saan na ba sila nakapwesto. I'm also gonna point out here how really dominating it was to have that SS Deadly combo. I'm talking about Soulcast and Scream. Pagdating sa mga blinds and mga prowlers nila at sobrang deadly like sa mga point na hindi sila makapag-play close pag nagde-defend dito ang Paper Rex. So, it's just really sad to see na lagi na lang sila na-dominate dito pagdating sa mga entries na dito ginagagawin ng Team Liquid.
Mapabalik lang ako doon sa sinabi mo kanina. No? Naalala ko kasi yung mini segment ni Raph sa ni Asoray na is it wall bangable?
Is it bangable? Let's get it right. Is it bangable?
Hindi, pero ang sakto kasi ang sabi ni Raph kanina, Ascent daw eh. And kita na, tama ba?
Oo,
Ascent yung sinabi mo.
Ascent, you are
kita ko si Scream. O yun na, yung Phoenix Pill, nilabas niya na talaga. Yun nga, si Scream. Grabe yung pre-fires niya kanina. Wala talaga siyang mintis. Talagang kabisado niya tong mapa na to. And I guess that's why pinili niya talaga si Phoenix. And speaking of, in one of the post-game interviews ni Scream, nagtatanong siya eh, bakit nga ba hindi ni-utilize ng mga tao na gamitin si Phoenix, especially now, na super viable niya na.
I like it, yung si Scream yung naging trendsetter. But it would have been nice if Paper X, it would have been nice.
Know how to cancel out Scream, no? Kasi unlike the Skyblinds, makikita at ma-anticipate mo kung saan siya manggagaling. And then, there are other blinds din na katulad ni KO na medyo may delay pa. But when you have this, when you have Phoenix and Scream combo, na mabibigla ka na ito na pala yung mangyayari. Parang lagi na nakatulad na nga ng curveball. It's like the snap of his fingers na may mapapatay sila. And then, yung follow-up pa na gagawin nga dito with Soul Casted. So sad.
Ay, nako. Imagine mo ilang rounds yon na nakapag-lurk talaga si Scream. 'Di ba? Basang-basa niya na kung paano yung gagawin ng Paper X dito. Although, meron namang time na meron tayong moment na may glimmer of hope on the side of Paper X. Lalong-lalo na doon sa defense nila. Maganda yung mga retakes nila. Maganda yung ginagawa nila. Pero Raf, nagkaroon ng timeout tong Team Liquid. Tapos doon na nagsimula na tatapusin na nila yung laro. So sa tingin mo, ano yung pinag-usapan nila nung time na yon?
Yung KO timing, yung 0 point, yung value sa 0 point at yung, syempre, yung timing, yung sinabi mo, tama naman. But again, man.
Tama talaga.
Tama talaga. Diba, ano tayo, we're friends today, ceasefire.
Yeah.
But just the timing on Nivera, as I've said, if Scream impacts the round by fragging out like crazy, Nivera does a lot more of those intangible things that sometimes doesn't show up on the scoreboard. Kahit wala siyang assist dahil sa 0 point, kahit na-delay yung push by a second or two, that's a lot of value, especially when you're trying to kill the rhythm of Paper X, which is, I would say, notoriously a rhythm-based team. Kita mo sa Pearl, diba? They hit their stride, they just didn't stop. Now they couldn't find it in Ascent, and now they're in the airport.
Oh no!
I hate saying that. No,
Don't say it like that. Ang sakit talaga. Hindi pa natin ma-process, hindi pa natin matanggap at this point. Pero once again, tingnan natin tong bracket natin para makita natin, mag-grasp natin fully kung ano na ba yung nagiging itsura ng ating playoff so far.
Wow.
So, andito na, tingnan mo, meron na tayong match na pwedeng i-look forward to, which is gonna be Optic versus Team Liquid. Malaman-laman rin to Excited na ako malaman kung paano nga ba mapupuno itong playoffs natin. Pero bago pa tayo mapunta doon, the upcoming series is gonna be Loud versus Zeta. So, any thoughts on that?
It's like parang repeat of the history nga. Nagkatapat na before yung Loud and Zeta. Tapos ngayon, just the changes lang na nangyari within the nerfs. And then, syempre yung mga buffs. Tapos yung dagdag nga dito ng Pearl. It just goes to show kung ano ba yung kailangan nilang gawin dito to be able to compromise themselves na ito yung mapa namin, ito yung series namin. Kaya I'm looking forward siguro dito for Loud this time. Laban sa Zeta.
I think I might have to agree with you on this one. Loud has already had the number of Zeta. Sobrang similar ng playstyle sa Zeta at sa Loud. It really hinges off initial duels and contact on map control. But aside from that, I think this is a series that we have to watch to fully digest because I think this might be a lot more competitive compared to the last time, Laika.
I completely agree with you there. Lalong-lalo na kasi si Laz, nakita natin last time, online na. So excited na akong makita kung ano nga ba yung mangyayari sa labanan na yan. Pero I believe meron tayong upcoming interview. Ready na ba? Ready na ba kayo marinig? Baka si Scream na naman yung interview. Excited ako doon. Pero yun nga, mapabalik lang doon sa sinabi ko kanina. Sabi ni Laz, he performs better under pressure. And I think itong mga members natin on the side of Team Liquid, pinatunayan din na kayang-kaya nila yung pressure. So let's hear what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. That's right, I've got the man of the hour, Yumpy, here with me in the post-match interview. First of all, Yumpy, group of death. A lot of people didn't expect you to get out of it. How great does it feel to be able to be the team to make it to playoffs out of the 4 that were incredibly strong in your group?
Yeah, it feels unbelievable, you know. I think we all, at least as a team, we always felt like how strong it is, but I think our playstyle matches them because as we saw against EDG and today Paper X, they are individual teams, and if I'm honest, we are the best individual team, so if they play that kind of style that they just want to aim duel us, I think it's a wrong style of play, and I'm super happy that we made it. Like, yeah, I was jumping all over them when we won, so I'm super happy.
Yeah, I mean, you're giving something for EMEA fans to finally cheer for.
Yeah.
But of course, Paper X, they were the second place team at Copenhagen. You guys missed out on that tournament, so how great does it feel to be able to take them down?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels super good, and I think I think 4 of our players have never played in front of a crowd. Like, at least me, Solkas, and Neighbor. I'm not sure if Dimo played on CS, at least he played on majors, but yeah, it's gonna be unbelievable. Yeah. experience, and yeah, I can't wait for that.
I mean, what does it mean to you? Of course, like you've been competing for a while, not just in Valorant, but other games as well, and you finally get your shot to play in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I think like 4 years it's been my second biggest dream. Of course, the first big dream that I can play against the best, and that I kind of achieved like 2 years ago. And like the past 4 years, it's been just my dream to play in front of a crowd. And when I played in CS, I played Tier 1, but because COVID started, I couldn't play against in front of a crowd. So yeah, it feels unbelievable like this, especially with Turkish crowd, and I hope it's going to be noisy. I really hope that.
It's definitely going to be noisy. You guys have a lot of fans. And speaking of fans, earlier I showed you on the watch party, there was that one singular Team Liquid fan amongst all of the Paper X fans. You got a message for him or something?
Yeah, you can message me on Twitter and maybe we can get you some gifts or something. But like a huge respect for you, and it's super nice to see that like Liquid has fans all over the world. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you guys do indeed. And lastly, of course, I know you're really excited to play in front of a crowd, but it's going to be against Optic. You haven't faced them before. What do you make of them right now?
Yeah, I mean, they have been the #1 team almost this year by winning the first Masters, and I'm not sure what they placed, like semis on Copenhagen. So yeah, they're strong, but we like challenge. We definitely like challenge, and I think especially the crowd, I think it helps us. I feel like I'm personally at least like an entertainer, so I can't wait for the crowd, and I think we're just gonna play much better in front of the crowd than without the crowd.
Yeah, and lastly, before I let you go, a lot of people are talking about you versus Ye. We finally get that matchup, and again, what do you make of Ye as an opponent?
Yeah, I mean, he's super consistent. I think that's one of the maybe difference that he has compared to other chamber players, that he's super consistent. Like, I'm not sure if you have ever seen Ye having a bad game, and he can win on his own, like on his game, but you know, I'm here also, so it's gonna be a nice match.
Yeah, you're on the form of your life, so I'm very much looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Jumpy, and we'll see you at playoffs in front of a crowd.
Görüşürüz kanks.
That is it for now for the Liquid match, but we got more Valorant coming up for you. It's Japan versus Brazil, Zeta versus Loud. Stay with us.
Thank you so much, Ian Sue, for that interview. Yes, magsistay with you talaga kami. Pero, my goodness, nakaka-excite naman yun. May pa-teaser, Ye versus Yampy. Gusto ko lang sabihin, after nung sinabi ni Yampy na yung fan ng Team Liquid magkakaroon ng giveaway, parang Paper X pa rin. Paper X pa rin.
Siyempre.
Ano ba yan? Wala nang questions asked dyan. Kung andito si Tavil, sasabihin talaga nila, Pinoy Rex. Nakaganon pa si Vil. Kabisado na natin yan. Yan na nga yung script doon. Pero yun nga guys, nakaka-excite yung upcoming match kasi ang makikita natin ay Loud versus Zeta. Nagkaroon na tayo ng konting pa-teaser, nagbigay ng kaunting insight itong si Honey Glaze. Pero maya-maya pag-uusapan pa natin yan ng mas in-depth pa right after this quick break. So guys, don't go anywhere and wait for that next matchup.
Night only here for a moment, making me work in the morning. Taking my time, you this on me. Getting tired of this kiss ceremony. Type of baby for you. Type of baby for you.
Nakompleto na nga natin ang puzzle na matatawag natin na Group A, kung saan ang Team Liquid ay magpo-proceed sa playoffs, samantalang ang Paper Rex ay hindi nagtagumpay this time around at matatanggal na sila dito sa Valorant Champions. This time around naman, titingnan natin kung sino na nga ba ang kukumpleto dito sa Group B. I'm Likeable, alongside me is Dax and Black and Blue, and this is Apac Crying. Malungkot pa rin kami. Kulang pa yung expression nila kanina sa cast nila doon eh. Pero alam ko naman na marami kayong dinadamdam dyan. Pero kapag kasi winiden mo yung scope, di ba, may continent pa tayo na tinatawag nating Asia. At andyan yung Zeta Division.
Ba't pa tayo nandito?
Oo nga.
May existential crisis na po yung mga casters
Sino
natin.
ba tayo?
Sino tayo? Dito lang ba tayo para mag-suffer?
Oo nga.
Oo, ganun talaga.
Ang lala.
Hard mode kasi palagi sa atin, di ba?
Alam naman na.
Copium.
Alam na natin yan. Maximum
tunay na
copium.
Yun talaga yan.
APAC.
Ay,
Inapakan
nako.
lang.
Pero ngayon na mapapanood natin maglaban ay yung sumisigaw. Saka yung...
Sige nga. Sumisigaw rin sila.
Sumisigaw din.
Oo.
Sige, pwede na. Oo, sumisigaw din.
Depende sa sitwasyon.
Panik eh.
So, it's Loud versus Zeta. Ayan, meron tayong infographic dito. May chart tayo. Kung saan, kino-compare yung Japan versus Brazil.
Same trajectory lang.
Hindi nga kompleto eh. Dito mo, Zeta, tapos hindi nakapunta yung Zeta. Last time around, second place curse nga kasi, diba? Lala na second place curse, natalo yung Paper X tuloy.
Oo.
Sino ba kasing gumawa nung graphic na yun?
Sila.
Sabi ko na kanina eh.
Si Edward.
Si Edward. Si Edward na lang sinisi natin. Sabi ko nga kanina, yung pa-intro natin nung pre-show, pinapakilala yung Paper Rex, tapos pinapakita yung mga teams na umuwi.
Oo.
Hindi ko alam kung ano yung justice doon.
Meaning lang nun, meron na nagsulat.
Aray! May nag-predict na.
Oo,
Pero ang swerte nung isang fan ng Team Liquid no? Against all odds, siya lang yung nag-cheer
Isipin mo,
doon.
nasa party ka ng ibang tao, tapos biglang nag-cheer ka ng ganun.
Oo nga eh.
Literal pang title nila doon, PRX Watch Party. Hindi siya yung sa region, di ba? PRX Watch
pumunta
Party.
ng home game ng Ateneo, pero
Nakasal ka.
Nag-agree
Di ba
ka.
yung mga sa UAP, di ba, may side ng isang team doon sa kabila. Tapos mali yung tickets na nabili mo. Kasi
Ayan. Speaking of UAAP teams natin, ito na siguro yung masasabi natin na mga taga-Lasal, color green.
Ano yung Zeta?
Wala.
Yung mga
kapitbahay.
Ginawang referee. Pero ito nga, nakikita natin sa screen natin etong players from both of these teams. So, pag-usapan natin to. Simulan na natin sa Loud dahil sila yung bumaba dun sa ban.
Hula ko.
Hula.
Maitutuloy pa natin ang second place curse. At nag-second place ang Loud, kalaban ng Optic, nung Masters 1. Ibig sabihin, Zeta na to.
Ito lang yun. Pinalaban na naman ng Loud ang Optic. At natalo na naman sila ng Optic. So, pwede ko naman mas may pag-asa ngayon dito ang Loud versus Zeta Division kasi nakita natin sila nag-matchup dito sa group stage mismo. Umpisa pa lang, first matchup nila, ang isa't isa, and Loud very, very dominant, especially in the defending side. Kita natin sa Ascent, 1 round lang nakuha ng Zeta Division. Doon sa Fracture, 2 rounds lang nakuha ng Zeta Division. Kaya, parang nag-step up talaga players like sila Les, like sila Pangkada, hindi lang si Sassy yung gumagawa ng lahat.
Pero katulad na nakita natin sa Team Liquid, di ba, nung natalo nila yung Edward, sometimes you need that easier opponent para lang makakuha ng buwelo dito. And the fact na natalo ng Zeta, boom, that could have given them the confidence para makabawi dito sa lower bracket.
Masasabi ko lang nasasaktan na naman si Raf. Pag naririnig niya yung boom, parang,
agoy.
Uy, tumayo. May
pinapahiwatig.
Bumalik ka na ng Indonesia. Bumalik ka na ng Indonesia.
Handa na makipagbakbakan eh.
Pero yun eh.
Sige.
Yung Zeta, lower bracket warriors yan. Pag diglas ng mga nganib, dun sila lumalakas.
Sabi nila yan.
Diba,
sabi niya.
Anime sila mismo yung tipong nagiging Super Saiyan. Yung hair niya from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan real quick.
I mean, ayun yung nakita natin, di ba, sa Masters 1, yung talagang lower bracket run ng inabutan.
Lower bracket ng panalo nila dun.
Ganun na nga yung trend eh, no? Pero may sinasabi kasi si Raf dito. Hindi ko alam kung mag-a-agree kayo. Na ang Zeta, well-known sila sa Tale of Two Halves. Magaling sila dun sa first half, pero pag nag-switch na ng sides, sirang-sira na yung momentum nila eh.
Pinunod lang yung last time eh. Yun lang yun eh. Pinunod niya yung last match. Sabi niya, okay, Tale of Two Halves. Ito naman, nung matchup na yun. Pero kita talaga natin against Boom Esports. Durog yung Boom Esports dun sa third map eh. Ano nagawa ni Flips Jidder? Wala! Ano nagawa ng Boom Esports? Wala!
Grabe mapanakit!
Grabe, Dax, kung
alam ko may pinagdadaanan ka dahil natalo yung Paper Rex.
Talong APAC.
Pero bakit kailangan mong durugin din yung isa?
Durug na tayo.
Durug na tayo eh. Sama-saya tayong pahilalim, pababa.
Crab mentality.
Ang sakit. Pero yun nga, siguro, sino bang makukumpara natin against Laz? Kasi nakita natin kung gaano ka-effective yung chamber niya. Would you say si Les ba? Ayan na nga, meron tayong graphic na naman dito. Oh, ayan o, di ba? Saktong-sakto.
Galing talaga ako,
Nice
Laz.
one.
Galing mo talaga,
Kaya ako host.
Hindi, sa totoo lang naman, Laz has been the star player ng Japanese scene ng sobrang tagal na. Best player by far in the region. Hindi nga siya yung nag-duelist mismo. We already have Dep and Sugar Zero right behind them. Minsan nga, si Sugar Zero nagiging Sugar Hero eh. Absolutely clutch in a certain situation. Pero dun sa kapila naman, I think really the biggest surprise has to be Les in this kind of scenario. Ang galing ng pop-off, especially playing things like the Sentinel role. Si Sadak rin, absolutely big step up. Pero really, you look at someone like Sassy na hindi niya kailangan mag-pop-off palagi para manalo ang Loud. May mga games na siya yung bottom frag pero namin niyang assist para lang tulungan yung team niya.
That is so true. Nakita ko na siya kung paano siya mag-fade and sobrang na-enjoy ko yan. Alam naman natin si Fade, yan yung mga newer agents natin. And pag nakakakita talaga ako ng players na sulit yung utilities every single time, ang sarap talaga panoorin. Pero the same goes for Sadak. Nakita ko na yung KO niya. I love it. Yun na lang masasabi ko dun.
I mean, you look at the backline players, sila talaga ang naging stars almost dito. Sadak, absolutely crucial. Siya yung parang glue talaga dito that keeps Loud together. But on the opposing side naman, tignan mo naman si Dep and how he was able to perform on Pearl naglaban sila versus Boom, right? He's a controller player typically, but he can flex into that Neon. And to have that firepower capable sa backline mo, napaka-importanting bagay yun sa series na to.
Ito pa rin eh. Habang tumatagal ang buhay din ng Z Division, lalong sumasarap ang laro ni Ten. Kasi nakakabalik lang niya. Siyempre, there's still those concerns yung pag-injury niya, kung okay pa sana kung hindi kaanong palabo ang
Yeah.
mata niya mismo. But having that main 5 na nandun pa sa Cinderella run ng Zeta Division dito sa Valorant Champions, ito talaga yung best foot forward na pwede dalhin ng Japanese region as a whole.
Nakakakaba talaga. Syempre, gusto kong sabihin na yun, wala na yung APAC. So, pag winiden mo, Asia, Zeta. Yung DRX kasi nakapasok na sa playoff. So,
pasok na.
chill
First
muna tayo sa pag-support sa kanila. So, ngayon, doon ako. Pero kayo, on board din ba kayo doon?
Kampay.
Yun! On the
We are
same
one.
page kami. Hulaan ko kung sino yung hindi on the same page, si Raf.
Si Raf?
Hater yun eh.
Hindi, okay lang siya eh. Basta wala dito si Azurai, okay siya sa Zeta.
Ah,
Kasi
okay.
pag,
Hindi,
pag
at saka
nandito,
si
pag
Ray
nandito
Ray
si Azurai, puro usapan anime na lang.
Oo nga eh.
Kaya
Doon
naiinis sila.
nakakabot eh.
Pag si Ray Ray naman
But
nandito, iba yung pinag-uusapan. Diba?
Ibang klaseng
klaseng
anime.
Ibang klaseng manga.
Oo.
Na hindi
Ano?
lang
Manga?
manga,
Manga.
ang manhwa,
Man.
hindi. Ewan ko na lang. Basta, man. At man.
Naniniwala ba kayo na yung pagkatalo ng Paper X kanina may kinalaman sa curse ni Ray?
Oo. Curse ni Ray Ray at curse ng second place. Magkasabay.
Oo, sabay-sabay pa
By
naman.
their powers combined. Wala na.
Wala na talaga
Team
pag-asa.
Liquid siya nag-predict eh. Diba?
Tapos yun ba, Team Liquid predict niya eh. Minsan kasi tama si Ray Ray, sabi ng mundo.
Alin yung madalas?
Basta kung
Yun
anong
yung
gawin
mali.
namin, kung anong gawin namin, kinokontra lang ni Ray Ray.
Oo,
Yun yung
yun
nangyari.
talaga yun.
Sa bagay, naintindihan ko naman yan. Nung una, sa totoo lang guys, hindi ako naniniwala sa Ray Ray curse. Up until 2 araw na akong umuwi ng 6 a.m.
Ganito lang yun, like,
and
seeing
parehong
is believing.
araw, parehong araw na yun, siya talaga yung huling nag-cast.
Seeing is believing talaga.
Oo. So, dito nyo na narinig sa analyst desk natin, totoong-totoo nga ako na mismo yung nag-confirm.
Yun talaga yung analyze natin eh, kaysa yung matchup na. Tama naman, kailangan ma-explain sa atin sa lahat na ganito talaga ang kondisyon pag may mga certain casters on board, di ba?
May talagang diyandalang sumpa.
Si Vil rin, may konting sumpa pag LAN setup.
Pag LAN.
Oo.
Pag studio.
Oo,
diba?
kasi pag, di ba kasi host usually rin si Vil kung hindi caster.
Yes.
Kaya alam niya, start to finish nandun siya. So meaning lang nun, start to finish talaga yung araw na yun.
Aray ko
Diba?
po. Diyos ko naman. Sana naman hindi tayo abutin ng ganon-ganon dito sa series na to. Tingin nyo ba, given na alam natin kung paano yung style na itong dalawang teams maglaro, aabot kaya tayo sa map number 3? Wala pa naman tayong pickings dito, pero initial thoughts lang.
Ito talaga yun. Kung hirap pa rin yung Zeta Division sa attacking side nila, sa first map pa lang, 2-0 na to ng Loud. Yun lang talaga pinaka-importante gawin dito ng Zeta Division kasi ilang beses na lang natin napansin, wala silang magawa sa mga defensive holds ng Loud.
Ayun na nga. And as we mentioned this, papunta na tayo dito sa map Vito. Let's take a look at what's happening over at the main stage. So, ituloy lang natin yung conversation, Nico. Your thoughts naman. Meron na tayong konting map awareness dito na may mga ban tayo and at the same time, ipipick na nga tong bind. So far, do you think we're gonna make it to map number 3?
Zeta pick bind? Ewan lang kasi I don't think this is a really good map for Zeta. Just to play style in general. Tsaka yung mga recent results nila, it's been one of the more wayward maps that we've seen them play. Talo sila sa Blue Bees nung upper bracket finals nila nung sa Japan circuit and reject as well. So, ang tagal na nilang hindi nalalaro tong bind. So, I'm curious to see what exactly they'll bring out here. Kumpara naman sa Loud na talagang one of their best maps has been bind as of late. Natalo nga nila ang NIP sa kanilang region during that spot, pero we haven't seen them play bind in an international tournament in so long. I think that is going to be a big change up here na hindi ko alam kung ma-expect at saka ma-counteract na ng Zeta.
Hindi naman sa bind kasi para sa side ng Zeta Division, meron silang like familiarity in it. Matagal naman talaga yung Zeta Division hindi naglalaro sa official circuit. Di nga silang mabot ng Masters 2, diba? Kaya dito natin makikita yung mga Rays na malabas, something like perhaps like the Viper, perhaps that's Chamber. It's gonna be very helpful para sa side ng Zeta Division para lang maka-get back to some kind of comfort zone. And nakikita natin bind actually becomes a comfort pick para sa ibang Japanese teams in and around their region. Pero doon tayo sa Ascent. And that's what intrigues me the most. Kasi since Loud gets to play Ascent again versus Zeta Division, huwag natin kalimutan yung 1 round lang na napanalo ng Zeta doon sa attack nila. At dahil lang nag-clutch si Sugar Zero, everything else, lahat ng default nila, sagot ng Loud. At parang sabi ng Loud, sige, tara, go again. Uulitin lang yung nangyari last time around.
Ang lala ng map Vito actually nito para sa Zeta Division. Every single map na nakita natin so far has been heavily favored dito para sa Loud. Like, even yung katulad ng sinabi mo, Ascent, last time they matched up, talagang one-way show we've been seeing in Loud's favor. Fracture? banned, leaving Haven for a decider.
Ganun na nga yung mangyayari, ano? Mapabalik lang tayo over here at Ascent. Nakita kasi natin kanina kung gaano kaganda yung performance ni Scream. Tingin nyo ba, either of these teams meron na magpa-follow sa footsteps niya at ilalabas sa tong Phoenix?
Siya lang mag-Phoenix, Scream lang yung makulit.
Tingin ko siya lang talaga mag-Phoenix.
Siya lang yung ano excited ng ilabas to eh.
Parang gusto ko makita ng Yoru talaga sa
Yoru.
Zeta Division.
Oo. So buying pa naman, map 1, di ba? Pwede.
Parang kung yung may Pinoy team hindi naging yun, mali yun.
Oo nga.
Di ba? Kaya dapat Yoru para sa Japanese team.
Kaya pala ang galing ni Zeken din mag-neon.
Oh, tama!
Sabagay, oo nga.
Philip Pride, exit, let's
Galing.
go!
Connecting the dots.
That's so.
Napakasimple lang pala. Yun lang pala yung common denominator doon. Kailangan, pag mag-neon ka, Pinoy ka, may lahi kang Pinoy.
Kasi magigets mo yung voice na yun, nagtatagalog ka, nagtatagalog siya.
Salamat, thanks pa lang. Di ba, alam mo?
Ganun na nga ako mag-thank you eh. Salamat, thanks.
Oo nga. 1:2.
What? Huh?
Salamat na nga, may thanks pa.
Okay. Medyo nag-loading kami doon. Hindi tayo
Buffering
nag-sync.
konti.
Oo. Parang sa damit lang kayo, nagkaterno.
Hindi, okay ka nga, di ba? Parang nag-inverse kami.
Oo.
Parang siya yung red jacket, ako yung red shirt. Tapos, siya yung
dark color.
Dark color.
Dark
Dark
color.
color.
Oh.
Tapos tayo, reversible yung
Well,
jacket.
yes. Actually,
diba?
Parehas pa makatatak ng jacket.
Pare-pareho kami ng brand ng jacket. Hindi na lang natin sasabihin kung ano. Kahit si Raf, ganito rin. Si Azuray bumili na din. Si Honey Glaze, madaling mabudol. Alam ko mapapabili din yan. Kasi, yun na yun.
Si Honey Glaze, pati Otto, nababudol ng basta-basta.
Oo, pero in the meantime guys, habang dinidiscuss namin kung ano nga ba itong mga sinusuot natin, punta muna tayo off to a quick break. Pagbalik natin, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba yung mga agents na ilalak at pati na rin yung sorry, excited lang. Player walk-in as we witness that over at the main stage.
To be honest, I'm just getting kind of sick of it now. Everywhere I look, it's just shadows. I'm kind of scared.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions, kung saan ako, si Likeable, si Dax, at si Black and Blue, binaliktad na namin yung jacket namin.
Ganda ng kulay na sa'yo.
Oo nga eh, di ba?
Buti, hindi
Alam
kinasabit
mo,
niya.
Uy, ganda ng kulay sa akin.
Di, alam mo, naisip ko, Dax.
Hindi ka naman babaliktad.
Ba't di mo nabaliktad?
Tanggalin ko na
Hindi
lang.
siya binaliktad.
Naisip ko lang, dapat ata ginawa natin to kanina para nabaliktad yung sumpa.
Sabagay.
Tama.
Parang pagpag muna.
Tingnan natin kung ano na nga bang nangyayari dito sa ating main stage. Kung binaliktad din ba nila yung mga damit nila, katulad namin.
Pag yung jersey, hindi naka-inside out.
Dapat na, naka-pajama pa. Tapos biglang, paglabas, uy, may jersey na.
Siguro si Ben kaya gagawin niya yan.
Ikaw na mag-voice over. Wala ako narinig.
Ako rin.
Ikaw na yung
Sige,
text.
susunod na maglalakad.
Sige,
Tingnan natin.
Go.
Crow.
Ito.
Less.
Next.
Nag-aantay lang talaga tayo eh, no?
Walang voice over.
Lagyan mo ng effect.
Ikaw na yung voice over.
Sugar Zero.
Diba?
Sadak. Ay, ano yun? May hawak siya.
Ano yan? Ano siya?
Headbanger. Parang si Nico lang, oh.
Rakista ka pala eh.
Nakista yan.
Sakit sa ulo.
Oy! Si Ten.
Yan.
Sino yung picture niya?
Ano yun? Si Sassy. my God, pag nakakita tuloy ako ng kalbo si Asoray na yung naiisip ko.
Alam mo na, next time magdala ka ng razor, tapos kalbuhin mo si Asoray. Sino yan?
Gusto ko makita si Asoray ng kalbo eh.
Ayan.
Dami ng plushie.
Dami nga. Ito, si Aspas.
Pero may time zone silang katabi, no?
Oo nga
Tapos may claw machine.
Panalo lahat eh.
Tamang lagay token.
Pag
Kuha
wala
ng ano.
magawa,
Oh. XQQ.
He looks dapper.
Bazooka.
Uy, invisible.
Samahan mo Samahan mo Bakit ka ganyan? So, sino yung nasa picture?
Ano yung hawak niya?
Oo nga, pwede ba zoom in? Pwede pinch mo nga, Nico.
Pinch.
Hindi ko kita
Zoom in.
Wala eh. Hindi kino-close up. Di ko rin makita. May mascot ba ang Zeta?
Okay.
Hindi, yung tanong ko, sino mismo yung tao nasa picture niya? 'Di ba? Sinong kaaway niya? Or sino yung gusto yung tropa niya? Kasi yun yung iniisip ko eh. Kaaway ba niya yun? Parang pinitchfork niya? Or tipong, tara, dito kasama.
May picture nga, no?
Si Coach.
Si Coach yun, di
Si
ba?
Coach yun na-
si XQQ.
Sabi ni Ten, gusto ko ng sarili kong coach, personal.
Speaking of Coach, sa tutusin, sa pagtingin mo yung mga LATAM teams, they have been having one of the most, I think, consistently best coaches. So nakita natin sa LATAM, si Johnny Sids.
Si Johnny.
Si Johnny, nakuha natin na una. Tapos, madami kasi siyang kasalanan. Kasi sinusuntok niya si Bill. Kaya madami siyang kasalanan.
Hindi kami nag-iwan. Tumawa na lang si Dax. Pero nag-get ko yung point nyo na iba kasi yung pag-hype ngayon ng mga LATAM coaches natin.
At saka madami sila talaga na-improve kung napansin mo. Diba sinabi ko nung simula ng tournament na to, darating ang oras ng LATAM talaga. It's gonna be LATAM's year very soon. Baka nga itong tournament na to eh.
Sige lang, Tamper, tuloy ka lang dyan.
Oo nga eh.
Tamber pa nga. Kung hindi nyo alam kung ano sinasabi namin, alam nyo naman, Twitter is the place to
Twitter
be.
is the way. Ito na, bagong clip para sa mga bayan. Marami kang na-educate today, pre.
Oo nga eh.
Oo nga eh.
Sa maling bagay.
Maling bagay.
Palala ng palala.
Daming dulas.
Mahirap talaga kasi pag ganyan naman yung coach mo, di ba? On the other side, magkakamali kayo. Masyado kayong nagpapa-intimidate.
Hindi, kasi yung coach kasi marami masyadong trabaho eh.
Oo, marami
Hindi mo
nga.
focus sa goal eh.
Sabi nga ni Bill, di ba, lahat na pagdaanan na ni coach.
Oo, lahat ng trabaho na pwede niya gawin, nagawa na.
Oo.
Papunta pa lang, pauwi na.
Mapabalik lang tayo dito. Tingnan naman natin kung ano ba ang nangyayari sa mga players natin.
Nakaupo sila.
Ang galing! Ano na, nagsusuot na ng headset para marinig nila. Tayo.
Okay, parang may narinig na rin tayo.
Sana wag
dito.
na lang.
By the way, sa mga nanonood, tinatanong ako kagabi ng mga casters natin dito na sino daw ba yung pinakamatinong panel ko? Sinagot ko kagabi.
Oo.
Si Dax at si Black and Blue.
Wala
Pero
na,
parang
hindi ka
gusto ko nang
nagkamali.
baguhin yung sagot ko.
Nagkamali ka nung sinama mo si Black and Blue. Yun talaga
Pinuri
yun.
mo kasi.
Oo, ginati mo yun tuloy.
Eto na, meron na tayong agent selection na naka-lock in. Ano ang masasabi mo dito? Na matino ha, Black and Blue.
Sige nga.
Si Ten, naka-race.
Oo.
Pag nag-intay tayo ng 10 rounds, makaka 10 of 10 na yan.
Akala ko sabi mo naka-race pa rin siya.
Oo nga.
Naka-raise pa rin naman siya.
Double duelist sila, by the way.
Double duelist. So, si Ten nga, race specialist, he can't play that kind of role. Si Dep, babalik siya sa Jet. At sobrang aggressive talaga dito na nilalabas ng Zeta Division. Pero kakaiba talaga yung comp na ginagawa nila ngayon. It's a little bit of a modification sa comp na ginagawa nila nung umpisa ng taon. But double duelist talaga yung kailangan natin batayan. Pero itong Loud talaga, yung pinakapansin ko ngayon dito sa Loud is they have that Brimstone, they have that Viper. And overall, it's something na I'd say komportable sila na laruin. Yun nga, diba, sabi kanina ni Black and Blue na last matchup nila, na last time nila runin na invite, ito rin yung comp nila eh.
Mapabalik lang tayo, no? Dito sa side ng Zeta Division, sino nga ulit yung magre-raise natin dito? Si Ten, tama?
Si Ten.
Si Ten. So, sa tingin nyo, pag head-to-head natin tong dalawang raise natin, sino yung mas magiging explosive or magiging effective na raise?
I think it's gonna be Aspas. Like, undoubtedly, Aspas has been absolutely terrorizing yung buong tournament na to. And every time we see Loud, he has been a big force na talagang nahihirapan ng kalaban mo shut down. And seeing how Zeta have kind of flustered in the past few months, I'm still not sure kahit na natalo lang, boom, if they're capable of taking down this Loud squad who have been looking so on point this entire tournament.
Ako sa totoo lang, si Ten, at least he got more and more that playing experience sa Boom Esports. Linaro niya yung raise doon sa Pearl, linaro niya yung raise sa Fracture, pero iba pa rin yung mas consistency na dinadala ni Aspas dito sa site ng Loud. So really, Zeta Division, big gamble na mag-double duelist sila dito.
Ay, yan na nga yung ating team dito. No? Gamble talaga. ibang klase, hindi natin ma-expect. Hindi natin alam kung ano ma-expect. Pero with that said, ipapasa na namin kayo kay Honey Glaze at kay Raph para masimulan na tong laban na to.
Kung si Dax naka-red shirt, kung si Nico naka-red jacket, si Ray ay isang
red flag.
Oh, di ba si H pa yung nagsabi, "Welcome back to VALORANT Champions." We are so excited to be here. Nako, HG. Kasi ako yung partner mo ngayon, inaaway mo si Ray. Grabe.
Sabi niya pa sa akin, guys,
Ito yung
siya
intro.
daw yung mag-i-intro
Hindi,
para sabihin
hindi.
niya yung term na yun. Pero sa akin niya nilipat. Shoutout kina Ate Ray. Shoutout sa lahat ng mga viewers natin. We're going into our series number 2 kung saan napangunahan ka agad ni Ted dito si Zeta.
Oo nga, baka yung prediction ni Nico, 10 rounds. Ewan ko sa'yo, Nico. Sabi ni Laika, matino daw kayo na analyst desk. Pero mukhang iba na yung flavor niya. Kala mo kasi natalo yung APAC. Oof. Sabi naman yung, tama naman yung sinabi ni Dax kanina. Eh di, wala na. We are done. But of course, Loud versus Zeta, it's still ongoing. Siyempre, yung mga tropa natin, Zeta.
Nakakatuwa dito, dahil ang Loud, usually sila, they have an intense na momentum when they are attacking. But this time around, talagang nababagalan tayo dito. The moment na pinatay ka agad nila si Sadap, there's no blinds for them to assist and further going inside of the site. Pero nakakuha naman din ng isa agad dito sa Les.
That's true. Double duelist pa din yung Zeta. So baka sila yung mag-push ng tempo. Nahanap pa niya si Aspas. Nako, sabi ni Nico, lamang daw si Aspas sa duelist matchup dito. Pero mukhang he is wrong. He is mali. Oh, mukhang wrong din si Crow. But Dep gets the trade. And now everything is going haywire. Pancada is the last person live. Can he land the goal shots? No, absolutely not. Sugar Zero, the hero. And Laz take a very convincing round. Alam mo, actually, I realized that I'm a fan of Zeta naman. Pero tama din yung sinabi ni Dax kanina. Minsan kung nasi Asret si Rere dito, yung pinag-usapan nila, paulit-ulit na lang.
Kasi yung pogi mo.
Parang sarap sabihin ni Asret, K-nerd.
K-nerd.
Okay, you weep. The joke lang, miss you Asoray.
Yeah, we miss them both dahil pahinga na muna.
What is this we business? Siguro ikaw, joke.
Talaga kina-counter out pa yun Pero ito, napakaganda ng counter na ginawa dito ng Zeta laban sa Loud. They were able to penalize and further sa pagpasok na dito ng Loud na makapag-post plant na sana sila. But the bait and switch na ginawa dito na Zeta para lang hindi matumbasan dito ng Loud yung kanilang numbers advantage. And then, yung mga utilities pang tinapat sa kanila. And speaking of utilities, they already have here the Toxin Wall. Pero magwawagi nga ba sila dahil in game or in round number 1, they were held off by Zeta.
That's true. And on a map like Bind, syempre pwede pa pumapalag yung Loud dito. Kasi of course it's Loud. It's a very high tempo team and we know them for a lot of their interactions. Pero ang lakas din ng yung mechanical fights at yung barila ng Zeta lately. Laz has been so online. This is honestly expected to go in the way of Zeta. Pero baka na-curse ko, baka na-jinx ko.
Nakabungan na nila dito. Anticipation is just really the key. Pero nandito na yung aftershock. We have your depth getting in 1. Going in for 2. Mukha makakaisa pa siya. But unfortunately, lumapag siya mismo sa crosshair dito ni Les. But the moment na paalis na sana dito si Ten, nasabugan na sa mukha ni Aspas.
Grabe, sumuka talaga.
Nag-glitch
Uy, basta. What? Les with a collat. What a way to start the evening. Well, what a way to start the series. Now we're in a 1v1. Laz versus Les. Sino yung malakas na L? Well, now L. Les. An extra L. An extra L on the side of Loud as well as Zeta takes a W. 2-0 expected pero sobrang mahal. Sobrang daming in-invest ng Zeta dito. HG. Munti ka na mag-Asuray. Parang halas. Hindi kami nagtagalog ni Asuray. Posible yan.
Nakakatawa dito dahil hindi mo ma-realize na yun yung pagkakataon dito ni Les para makakuha ng pick-off. Alam mo ba, ina-expect ko din tuloy dito yung sasabihin ni Rayri na since yung si Laz yung naka-clutch out ng round na yun, syempre, may-excite si Rayri kay Laz dahil nakakuha siya ng 2 games.
Ni Laz or ni Les? Ni Laz.
Ni Laz. Yan, Zeta Division. Tandang-tanda ko yan. Si Rayri pa.
Baka maabot pa baka maabutan pa tayo ng 9-9. Lalong lumakas si Laz. If you know, you know. But Stacey and the rest of the Loud boys, they are gonna have a bit of a firing range here. Aspas returns the favor, gets a double. That's all they get. Mukhang magmamba out sila dito. Nakapush naman yung Zeta. Sobrang abante ng position actually. Oh, eto si Laz nag-overheat. And now the rest of Zeta are getting punched in the face as Dep is the last man standing. It does look like this is gonna be a safe call.
Unfortunately for Zeta, they were immediately punished sa pagkakataon na pwede naman nila maipit dito yung Loud. Pero the moment na makita na nila dito yung Loud, Loud is just ready enough for those pick-offs. And gusto ko yun na yung mga change of facing dito ng Zeta Division para at least mabigla nila yung Loud. But unfortunately, nagkaroon kasi ng composure dito yung Loud na abangan na lang ang Zeta. After seeing in the push and the fault line na ginamit na nga dito all the way from hookah. And imagine na 0.1 blind na dun dito yung kanilang race. But unfortunately for Zeta Division, hindi pa rin pala ito magiging enough. Kaya naman ngayon, another round goes into Loud.
Hindi ako sure kung bakit umasim yung Zeta doon actually. Kasi akala ko okay na sila sa weapons. Pwede naman sila mag-default. They could have treated it like a gun round. Pero iba yung plano nila. The rest of the boys over here on the side of Loud will happily take it. And Loud, they are chilling, absolutely chilling here. Mukhang default naman. Slow default. And I think this is uncharacteristic of both teams. Kasi sabi ko kanina pedal to the metal talaga. All the time. Sugar Zero is gonna fall. That's gonna be a lot of problems in Zeta. Now they have nothing to block off the vision. Wala na silang pang face control. Walang speed control mamaya yung tempo. Parang nasira na siguro. And Aspas, he knows this. He now has the sight all alone. Where's the support? Doesn't matter. He does pinch off a Laz here, but sabi na kanina, Laz is a superstar.
We're just waiting in for something to immediately happen here for the side of Zeta Division. Pero early on to our smoke, since magda-disperse na rin to any minute now, makikita natin that the Molly is also supported here para ma-push back pa sila Dep dito from trying to go for the retake. Dalawa ang nandito sa elbow pero wala pa talaga halos ang nagaganap dahil na ngayon si Les ay makakakuha ng maganda duel laban dito kay Ten. It's all up to a 3v5 situation. But now Dep, nag-aalanganin pa siya dahil hindi niya alam yung position nila. Dito, nakagad yung Blazer to get in one, but Bancada was able to trade him down immediately down to 2v3 situation. What is it going to be now for the members of Zeta Division?
Time is winding down though. Sayang kasi naka-pick off pa sila. Siguro kaya pa to maagaw sa Loud? Actually, no. Zeta, do they have the lineup? Nope, I jinxed it. I'm unfortunate. The jinx. No time. Actually, napansin mo yung crosshair ni Dep, sobrang taba. Ba't ganyan? Sobrang opposite kay Scream, diba? Yung kay Scream sobrang lit na dot lang, oo, manipis. Siguro yung crosshair meta ngayon iba kasi may custom crosshairs.
Meron kayo kay Benkay, di ba, salamin?
Benkay ba yan? Yung salamin?
Pero pinost niya sa Twitter before.
Tipong nerd glasses, diba?
Oh, cute nga eh. Pero with the change of face dito ng ginawa ng Loud, we were just really expecting them to be overly confident pagpasok na nga ng site. And they were. Meron kasi dito si Aspas na kanyang showstopper. Kaya ito yung naging reason din kung bakit nagiging alanganin dito ang pag-retake ng Zeta Division. And now, Loud, again with the default, again with the subtle push. Umukuha lang naman ng attention pero no further push.
That's true. And siguro yung game plan din ng Loud, dapat hindi maging online si Laz. Never give Laz a fair fight. We've seen what happens when he does get going. Ay, nako. Wow, mali. Ted, what are you doing? Is it bangable, HJ? Mukhang bangable na bangable talaga. Pwedeng-pwede yung showers dito sa bind. Oh my goodness. That is truly unfortunate on the side of Zeta. Lalo na medyo lugi pa sila sa armory dito. Wala silang maayos na baril. And now they kind of have to mamba out. Yet another member falls on Crow. Nako, yung mga flash niya sobrang importante pa. Okay, well, I guess this is what we expected. Not the best buy on the side of Zeta. And now Sugar Zero, all up to him.
Oh, okay. He has the Bulldog. Meron pa rin naman siyang orbital strike dito para tatlo pa ang makakatapat niya. May virus first hit na kasama. Pero look at this guy going in for 3 but unfortunately with the crossfire at double pick na ginawa dito ni Aspas. Down to another round na naman na mapupunta dito for Loud. 3-2. Tapos tingnan mo naman yung may ipon din ng mga ultimate dito. It will be a problem na sa panimula dito na Zeta Division kung paano pa nila dito ay aarangkada yung mga rounds para makakuha ng pick-off. But unfortunately,
Kawawa ni Ten.
grabe nga yun. Yung corner na yun. He just wanted to pick.
Parang nag-check pa siya sa minimap. Saan ba yun? Bukas ba yung lane ko? Yung short? Di naman. Pero yun nga, awit. Wala siyang magawa dun. Now, pain. Pighati. Or in the words of Asoray, pig-half. Baboy half. Naku, sorry Asoray pero kahit wala ka dito, ikaw pa din yung ano.
At least, diba? Nasa puso't isipan natin.
Isipan lang siguro. Puso, I don't know about that.
Puso, I don't know.
Hindi ako sure dun, men. Pankada, though, might have to look for first contact here. Mukhang wala pa namang nangyari sa kabilang side ng map. Mukhang na-trauma na din si Ten. Di na siya nag-pick. Doon na lang siya sa bench. Sige, wag na lang muna. And I feel like this is a good reset point for Zeta naman. They are actually literally at the reset point. And Laz, like we said, kung offline si Laz, ang dami talagang butas ng defense ng Zeta. But si Crow, kahit bulag, nahanapan niya si Aspas. Laz is here though for the trade. And everything seems to be working out on the side of Loud. They have the heal up, they have the Viper spin. This is gonna be so insanely difficult for Zeta to come back. Lalo na wala silang mga flash. Yung mga flashes pa nila, sila pa yung namatay.
Yun nga yun ang una. Ditong tumumba na nga sa mapa. But see now here the retake that may potentially happen for the side of Zeta Division. But unfortunately, merong nasa likod na kaagad dito ni Ten. Kaya he goes down. 2 members na lang ang natitira. Meron pang ultimate na mga kasama. Pero ngayon, mag-pick out na nga dito si Sadak. Going in for the burst, going in for the kill. Sugar Zero is down. Depth na lang dito ang natitira. Now, ang magiging decision niya is either save or talaga esfuerzo niya. But now, it is all in the bullets of Sadak para patumbahin at pahigain na muna dito si Dep dahil dalawa na kaagad ang labang nila.
Lahat na lang ng wallbang ni Sadak. May nahanap pa. Ano kaya yung pag yung topic sa Zeta dito? Why are we getting wallbang? I don't know. What do you think? Grabe yung stratok na yan, no?
What's that?
Bakit na wallbang ka?
Ano yung skill sa Naruto? Yung may Sharingan.
Oo nga. Naku, wag please. Wala na si Asoray. Walang whip. Ikaw pa yung nag-ano dito sa anime. The joke lang. Siyempre, if you enjoy anime, good for you.
Good for you.
Good for you. But, okay, the thing I think Zeta is trying to do is, yun nga, parang nag-setup sila para kay Laz. Pero sobrang kabante ni Laz. Siya yung first contact sa Zeta. Kaya nga hindi siya makahanap ng, I guess, clear fight.
Yeah.
Lahat ng util sa Loud, nasalo niya. Lahat ng wallbang ni Sadak, nasalo niya.
Saka yung mga early engages, na pipin down na at napapano siya immediately to the point na komportable na tuloy ang Loud dito once na alam nila kung sino ba ang makakatapat. It's either last na alam nilang kaya nila patumbahin, kaya nila talagang talunan in the duel, but now it's another different round. We're seeing here a really broken buy. It's either they go in for save, pero kasi may Spectre na hawak kaagad dito si Crow. They need to utilize this wisely dahil meron silang Rolling Thunder. Pero now, the nick of time, parang mapupwersa na muna sila, umatras muna and away from the site dahil meron pa ditong Nightfall na kasama si Stacey.
Siguro dalawang pwedeng gawin sa Zeta dito. Either they go for super high risk and super fine timing Rolling Thunder, or they save it for the better round. Crow, naku, sabi ko na, save it for the next round. Si Stacey, buti na lang nandito. Sabi ni Raf save it. Ay, okay. But Ten actually gets the benefit of that. Sadhak is here, the king of the wallbang for now, but Ten!
Out of charge.
Anyari dito, HG?
Wow! Look at the punishments na nagbalik-balik na lang din laban dito sa side na nga ng Loud. Hindi natin na-expect ito, but we saw earlier the risk na ginawa dito ng Zeta. They did what Raph was saying to them kanina, na take the risk, go in for the kill, go in for the aggressive picks. But unfortunately, mapapunish pa rin naman sila dito dahil wala naman silang gun advantage. So now, anticipation lang din siguro and may backup kasing kasama dito na magbumula all the way from bad sa push ditong ginawa nila Les or rather nila CC and Aspas. And then sa Zeta Division, may orbital strike din kasi.
At the very least, malakas naman din yung ult economy sa Zeta. So, pwede naman silang sobrang passive dito. Chill, wait for the retake. Of course, they have 3 ults. As you mentioned, pwede naman silang, okay guys, we're gonna wait for Loud to use all their utility. They're gonna walk in. They do have one ult, which is Nightfall. And Stacey has been so on point. I think this has been his best map so far sa Champions. Dito siya talaga nagpa-pop off. Oh, bulag lang si Ted. Yun lang.
Kahit ako umil.
Kahit si HG nabulag.
Napahiling kasi ako.
Grabe yung wallbang ni Sadha. Kahit yung spectator, kahit yung caster, tamaan. Walang patawad. Uy!
Oh, nice. It was a good kill. Dahil at least mababawasan na nga ng firepower dito. Kaagad on Loud. That is another kill na mapupunta na ngayon sa mga kamay ni Dep. We have even the Seekers as well dahil alam nilang nagkakaiwalay na nga dito sa pagdating ng push ng Loud going inside of the side. Last, nakakaramdam na siya kaya makakakuha siya ng isa. Saisi na lang ang natitira pero wala na rin naman siya kasama kaya naman Nightfall. Gagamitin niya nga ba? That is the question dahil ngayon 4 or 3 pa ang natitira. Kaso, syempre wala siya ka-idea kung sino ba, kung pwede pang mag-flank dito mula sa Zeta.
Actually, yung mga comp nila walang Sentinel. I think that's been super popular lately, no? Na nag-double controller na lang. Kahit double duelist, di ba? Zeta's not the first double duelist team to run on bind. Siyempre, yung EDG yung first, pero tangkal na yung EDG. Sacy can actually make this doable. Does have a Prowler, does have a full belt of utility, pero delay na siya ni Dep. Baka eto na yung call. Ulti or not? Mukhang hindi. Looks like he wants to go for the raw gunfights. Dep, that's a crucial whiff! Pero naubusan ng bala si Sacy. Nako, Mr. Sacy, mag-reload ka minsan.
He went in jumpy. Pagpasok niya ng site dito, he knows where to look. Laban dito in a Sugar Zero. And then, syempre, napakiramdaman niya kaagad dito yung whiff na shot coming in from Dep. But this is the replay na napasa sila dito ma-back off dahil meron na ngang Seekers na kasama. Even though that they are separated when it comes to the pushes, it went down to 1 remaining member from Loud. 5-3, may pera pa rin naman dito sa bangko ng Loud Esports and all. And now, we have our Zeta division. They need to win out this one, kundi talagang mahihirapan na naman sila, Raf. Magsasave na naman, magpapasa na naman sila for Nico.
Ang hirap din kasi para sa Zeta. Kasi, again, usually yung Zeta, yung strat nila, yes, we can be mechanically overpowering, pero yung lamang nila sa Loud, actually hindi naman lamang eh. Everybody on Loud is also mechanically cracked. Kaya yung mga defensive strat nila mukhang kung sa tamang hula lang. Like, especially with this lineup when you don't have a Sentinel, when you have a double duelist, lalo na si Dep naka-opt. And of course, he does have the luxury of dashing out. But we've only seen that work a few times here. Meanwhile, Loud has a more balanced comp na, of course, pwede sila mag-slow play, pwede sila mag-explode. And now we see the cabbage is being expended here. Dep, mukhang pasalo din niya yung Pechay. Uy, nako, buti pa si Dep. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon! I was about to say that at least he escapes with his life, but now they try to pinch in Loud. But now it's a 3v3, HG.
I really like here the composure ng Loud Esports. Parang bigyan na nga ng suporta dito yung mga nasa loob ng site. The Rolling Thunder hit them, but at least they were able to survive. Dalawa na lang yung natitira. Showstopper ay pinaputok na nga, pero ngayon may ipit at matatarata. Si Pancada, isa na lang ang natitira. May Nightfall siya na naman nakasama, pero di niya alam kung sino ba at nasaan naman ba sila. We have here Sugar Zero na magbumula pa all the way from defender spawn, pero si Tena at si Las, he still has the blinds. That was a good fake, pero wala naman dito naging quick pick. Kaya napapakakuha ng isang close to a double kill.
Lahat na lang ng spray. Lahat na lang ng mga spray down ni Sacy. Walang mahanap. Oh man, Loud have been on fire up until this point. Zeta, mukhang nakahabol na sila. Mukhang nakabawi na sila actually. They finally found their footing here. And they finally maybe figured out the retake plan against Loud. Loud as of late on these few rounds, di naman sila kailangan mag-push sa backside eh. Bakit nagpo-push pa sila? I guess getting greedy, maybe he check na naman. But there's so many things that we have to take into account here. Last have to be happy about this one though. Yay, Zeta.
That was a good retake though. Problema lang din kasi nahuli na rin si Pancada para matulungan niya dito si Sacy sa loob ng site. He wanted to play in safe sa pag-cut off nga ng rotation dito na Zeta. Kaso kasi sa pagmamadali nga na Zeta with the showstopper, they were able to pin him down. The operator though will not be getting in those shots. Pero at least they had the info at yung hookah, kinoconquer na nila.
Yung map control sa Loud dito, I think it's really nice. I think it's really good. Pero it's risky. Hindi naman sila nakaposition para sa trade. Yung pwesto nila pang map control lang talaga. Pero hindi naman nag-overhit yung Zeta. Now they're playing the patient game. Ult economy is still in the hands of Loud. Stacey has been left to clutch and it's not been a good look. Yung Nightfall niya, di pa nakahanap ng value dito, di pa nagamit pa din HG, but now Dep, he is chilling here, trying to hold control over Pentagon. But now, we see it. The timing is right, but Dep doesn't care. Can he handle the pressure?
Oh, okay. We have the page shield. Dep going in for another kahit na bingi. Na nga dito, ang ating Jet player, he still gets in the kill. Si Sadok na lang makakagad ang matitira at may ipit na siya dito all the way from Gordon. There's the warning shots, there's the spray, there is 10. 5-5 into our 10th round. That is a good and well-played comeback dito para sa side na nga ng Zeta. Kasi syempre, nadali na sila dito ng Nightfall at akala natin dito, hindi na sila makakaligtas. So after that aftershock na nilagtas dito si Dep, mula dito sa Zeta Division, that was really so good para at least buhay pa rin naman ang numbers dito na Zeta.
5-5, at least it's an equal round. Pero mukhang nagka-timeout yung Loud dito. What happened to their momentum? Syempre, we talked about LATAM teams being really good starters. Pero minsan, when it comes to the finishing line, or actually just maintaining that speed, maintaining the momentum, dun sila kulang. It's like their heat retention is just so unpredictable. At tama naman. Actually, yeah, it is Loud going for the timeout. Akala ko Zeta, baka okay, nakabawi sila ng, But what about this HG? We talked about a tale of two halves for Zeta. They've been hanging on defense, pero siguro hindi pa to yung 100% nila. At least for Bind.
Lineup wise din kasi, di ba? They have the double duelist. They don't have enough para ma-hold off nila kaagad dito. I'm talking about their utilities para naman syempre magdalawang isip kaagad yung Loud when it comes to entering in a site. Kailangan lang nila is to maintain and at least win out the duels, pero kasi most ng mga duels dito and the executions ay pumapabor for Loud in the early game. Pero nung umabot na nga tayo dito in the farther phases of our game, we saw the comeback potential dito nila Dep, and then there's less for the clutch. Pero ngayon, may pera na ngayon ang Zeta Division. Loud.
Parang ikaw no, may pera, buti pa si HG. Yaman ni HG.
Hindi ko ina-expect yung mga atake mo.
Di talaga.
That's so
Kaya nga sobrang epektibo ng offense ko. It's unexpected. Diba? Parang mga default sa Loud actually.
Parang you see me. Now you see me. Now you
wala akong buwelo. Sobrang unpredictable, diba? Parang flash lang, pa-flash. But again, talking about the default of Loud, they've been juggling it very well. Every time Zeta have an idea of wanting to push forward, sobrang compact ng Loud. And when Loud actually defaults are a more controlled pace, yung Zeta naman yung sobrang passive. So the tempo is definitely in favor for Loud here, but can they continue to do so? They do have the Viper's wall here being set up already. Do we see a reaction on the side of Zeta? Pero mukhang orbital strike pa din yung na-invest sa Zeta dito. Rather Loud. Oh, actually no, tama. Zeta yung nag-invest ng orbital strike. Honestly, Loud can just back out and hit the other side. Pero sobrang abante na din ni Dep. Sobrang forward ni Laz. Aspas not gonna get anything except getting a trade. And Loud now absolutely walking onto the side. Kahit apat na defender dito, HG.
30 seconds
May mga times talaga nag-overhit na ngayon mga players. Laz was able to pick onto one, pero again, winersa niya pa rin. Down to a 4v4. Isa ang nawala na kaagad sa kanila. Pero ngayon, with the postman that may be happening in favor of Zeta Division, this can be hard dahil may mga lineups pang mga kasama dito. Ang Loud looking back into our minimap.
That's right. The lineups are definitely gonna be a big part of this. But mukhang gusto na mag-hunting sa Zeta. Ang kulit mo, 10. Ba't nag-push ka pa? Si Pancada na inis na sa'yo. Loud, they finally get a little bit of footing in this post-plant depth. This is a safe call. This is definitely a safe call. He cannot risk losing this up. At yung crosshair niya na sobrang taba. Ba't ganyan? Why is it like that? It is the craziest crosshair I've seen. It's just one big... It's not even one big box. It's just fairly round. Mukhang marshmallow, di ba? Tingnan mo, yung crosshair ni Dep. Nako, di ba? Oh.
Ah, okay. Tapos light colored pa.
Oo nga. Baka yun yung reason na kung maka-headshot siya, headshot talaga kasi matapakas.
Nakakainis. Kasi nakita natin dito, 10 was able to at least have his composure momentum ng mga previous rounds. Pero kasi dito, mukhang sa pag-overhit niya, pinipilit niya na rin din talaga makakuha ng kill or even the info. So now, mas nagre-rely na tayo dito sa mga trade-offs na ginagawa ng Zeta. And then, nauuna nga dito matackle down sina Sugar Zero at si Las kung kailan naman sila pa yung pinakakailangan dito when it goes to the entry ng Loud.
Kasi sila yung may regenerating utility at sila yung pag-control ng space and tempo. As I mentioned earlier, it does look like Loud are gonna go for hard take here. Mukhang mag-retake naman yung Zeta. Pero sabi mo naman na sila dapat yung aggressive sa utility, I guess. Sila Laz at Sugar Zero. But again, just the economy on the side of Loud is so stifling. I don't think we've seen Loud actually eco not once, but 10 with the divine timing. Nahanapan niya si Les. So mukhang wala ng mga lineup dito yung Loud sa post plant. But they still have 4 more players to worry about. Then on a big flank, pero mukhang siya yung matamaan sa headshot sa ulo ni Pancada. Oh. Maybe we spoke too soon. Sadhak versus Dep. Beautifully blinded. Shorty here. Hits him once, but Sadhak again. He doesn't need to see you. 2 wallbangs in a row, and now you try to push him against with a Cloudburst. That's not gonna happen. Zeta now at the back foot. 5-7. Loud, they look so good.
He was too heated up. Nakita niya na dito si Sadhak. Nag-body shot lang yung Shorty, and the right click from the Blade Storm did not even connect. Yes, you had the Cloudburst to at least na ma-hide mo nga, matago mo yung sarili mo dito against that member na hindi ka ina-anticipate na manggagaling all the way from the other side. But now, the problem remains here kung paano pa ma-maintain dito ngayon ng Zeta Division going into our second half. The 7-5 second half for the side of Loud. 7-5 ang naging placing natin ngayon for Loud Esports. Pero syempre, truly deserved dahil yung mga nagiging placing nila to get inside of the sites, no? Yung control pa din lang.
Oo, pero here's the thing that we have to, tingin ko malaking bagay kasi wala pang assist si Laz. Kahit siya yung naka-sky, usually when we look at the sky, we see high volume in assist. Kahit walang frags, may assist talaga. But this is pretty peculiar to say that he has 9 frags, I believe, and no assist. Baka yung problema dito walang naka-backup ni Laz. Baka naiwan lang siya sa mga solo situations. And dapat hindi siya naiwan. Kasi that's a Sky. Sky needs to be with someone for her to be completely effective.
Yung mga pop lines niya pa, diba? Hindi niya nabibigyan ng value. Yes, siya mismo yung nakakakuha ng pick-off, Birdie.
Yung mga manok ni Asuray.
Siya mismo yung nakakakuha ng pick-off after ng sarili niyang blind. So, yes, there's value para sa sarili niya, pero when it comes to the body plays, hindi talaga ito nagiging effective. At yun yung halos ang nakita kong nababasa din ng Loud laban sa Zeta, in which we see them na maglaro nga in a pacing na kinokontrol na nila dito yung space at kinokontrol na nila dito yung mga pwedeng ang i-exit or i-force beyond bounds dito ng Zeta Division. Pero ang naging problema nandito for Zeta is that nilalaban nila dito ng mga drive picks or kaya mga single duel lang laban dito sa Loud Esports.
I would assume that yung magkasama dapat si Dep at si Laz. Kasi of course Skyjet, mobility, and just having that gap close para ma-maximize yung guiding light ng Sky. But yeah, they've been having such trouble and having such a weird time probably placing their defensive layout. Pero we all know that Zeta, yung strong side nila, yung attacking side. Sana hindi maging tale of two sides dito. Sana.
They have 2 blinds naman Kaso yun nga na-mention wala talaga ditong assist sila. So most of the time talaga, he is immediately picked off. Sa pag-start pa lang ng round. Kung saan, yun na lang. I-expect na nga lang siya dito ng Loud na mag-back away from defending in his site
You think Sadhak would have way more frags, pero that's not the story at all. Di ko alam yung Tagalog sa that's not the story at all. So yun, nag-English na lang ako. But yeah, that's not the story at all. The impact by Sadhak has definitely been felt. Every time he's been finding a frag or assisting on a frag, nakuha talaga yung side. Maka-flash na si Sadhak, dire-diretso na. We might actually see that happen here. Pero si Sugar Zero na mark siya. May decay. At least, at the very least, the finish pa ni Stacey yung kill. And now Dep and the rest of the boys, once again, they do get that spike down. Pero 4v5 to HG.
4v5. We still see here so much utility available for Loud to use and to take this one out. Last naman dito, kanina pa natin pinag-uusapan pero kanina pa maiipit pa nga. We have the follow-up na sana gagawin dito ni Deb pero magiging sapat na nga ba? Dahil the Flies and the Roomba po at nandito pa rin naman na dami nila nakakatakan dito but the spray it, triple pick, dalawa na mapapatay na nila pero makakagatin naman dito sila sana kapag Pancada last going in for 3 and Grow finishing out to take down Pancada, finally getting in at the pistol round. 7-6.
Akala ko maging disgrasya na yun kasi yung na-flash ni Laz tatlo, kaso kasama siya. Buti na lang, di ba kahit na-flash siya, may backup siya. So merong trade, merong body system in place. And it's been working out. Yun lang kailangan niya, di ba? 2 against the world.
Yeah.
Di ba? That's what we're talking about. Dapat yung mga magkasama si Dep at si Laz. We saw the fruits of that in that round. And again, sometimes, of course, sobrang bilis dito sa casting desk, sa spectator. Kasi nakita natin yung layout, nakita natin yung lahat-lahat. E di syempre doon hindi. Parang hindi lang kayo naglaro ng Valorant, ha? Yung mga comment warriors doon. Joke lang, guys.
Pero ito hindi na nagbibiro na kaagad ang Zeta Division to get inside immediately. We see here the Trailblazer pero hulihan na ang lahat. Makakagat na nga dito si Te pero the backup na ginawa dito na Crow ang kailangan na natin makita. Pero ngayon, big away from the smoke going in for the spray. Makakapag-backup at makakapag-rotate siya ng sarili niya para makuha na nga itong round na ito to equalize it further. So a 7-7, buti na lang. Binalikan niya dito si Piper. Buntik na.
Basta magkasama si Laz at Dep, all is well. Akala ko, wow, mali. Hindi pala. Good recovery on the side of Dep here, cleaning up, and now his Blade Storm is going to be very, very close, or if not already with him. It does look like they've found out the speed that Zeta prefer and Loud. Sila na yung dapat mag-adjust dito, HG. Kanina, medyo malaki pa yung lead sa Loud, di ba? Pero it's still sobrang dikit ng game kahit paano.
Yeah.
Dep actually only having 7 frags but super impactful. Now, super confidence. Sadak nandito. Baka hinanap ni Sadak yung timing. But oh my goodness! Okay lang. Di na okay. Oops.
Good trades. Trade after trades. Aftershock dito, mapapabala sa pabalik na nga si Laz. Or si Les, rather. But still, di pa rin ang talagang pupunteriyahin nila. Aspas dito makakakuha na rin naman na ng pick up but down to a 2v1 situation dito mula sa B-side. Wala silang ka-idea na nandito pa rin pala si Les. But we still have here Laz trying to get in for another but that is a good one. Multi-kill na manggaling na nga dito for Dep and Laz finally forcing it down to a 2v3.
They look a little confused now, Loud. It seems like they're the ones losing tempo and map control here. And Zeta, wala naman silang problema mag-walk-in sa B. At of course, taking it for themselves. Pancada, who's been a hero, who's been pretty consistent, finds one. Does he see the head of Laz? It's up to Stacey again. We've seen this so many times. Dep versus Stacey, controller versus duelist, rather initiator versus duelist. Oh, the spray's not hitting. Dep has no time. And Stacey steals it away. And Stacey even gets a frag. Malas ni Dep doon. Akala ko naka-heat up. Akala ko online si Dep. Pero mukhang na-DC na naman si Dep.
Nawala ng init. It took so much time kasi napumunta na kaagad sa loob ng site. Pero may idea na rin kasi dito ang Loud kung saan ba nanggagaling yung mga free fire. Kung hindi siguro siya nagparamdam mula dito sa hookah, tinayaan niya dito yung double pick na mangyayari na nga inside of Tube, inside of B. While defending in the spike, magkakaroon sana dito ng mind games para naman hindi makapag-defend kaagad or makapag-defuse rather si Stacey kaagad ng spike. And now, wala tuloy pera dito si Dep kundi mag-Blade Storm na lang. Pero it is good of a buy and it's a good risk for them to secure in this round. But now we have here the info. Atrasan lang muna. Good decision made by Sadak.
Mukhang delikado yan. Narinig niya yung yung ping sa guiding lights. So, like, okay, wag na lang. But just like H said, mukhang walang pera yung Loud dito. Ako lang. Pero si Dep, anong klaseng whiff na yan? Buti na lang. Nahanap pa yung last knife niya on Sadak. Now a 4v5. Zeta pretty much expected to equalize this unless Stacey is gonna go nuclear. Kahit panalo sila, no? Sira pa din yung economy. Ay, si Dep. Naku, ba't tumalon ka? 10? 10! Okay, 10. Okay. Well, now we see you. Now, Loud doesn't apparently. Stacey again, the man on a mission to clutch. has to relive all the mistakes of what happened para lang ma-ready niya yung siguro yung Vandal niya, baka maubusan ng bala. But where is this planted? Does he even know? Is he gonna even attempt? Mukhang safe call na to AHG kasi sabi mo kanina, hindi pa ayos yung economy sa Loud dito.
Oy.
Please run.
Run. You need to run. 8 to 8, no?
F.
For F-specs. Respects?
Well, to be honest here, again, Zeta's only been playing with one speed. Dire-diretso sila. Sobrang committed. Walang dalawang isip sa mga utility usage. At of course, yung map control. Ito din yung problema kung wala kayong dedicated sentinel. Sorry, pardon me. But again, kung wala kayong dedicated sentinel, the value of having a trap and having an early warning system is just so much. Of course, we talk about Viper being a bit of a hybrid controller, pseudo-controller, pseudo-sentinel. Pero like I said, kung wala kayong alarm system, edi mahirap talaga yung mga info gather nyo.
Saka magre-rely din kasi talaga dito, no? For Zeta Division, we see most of the times na magko-connect o magko-coordinate dito si Dep and Crow when it comes to their utility. Fault line para makonkasa nga dito kaagad si Sadak, nakamuntikan ng mahagip kaagad ng operator na hawak-hawak dito ni Deb. Pero at the very least, Loud already knows where is this coming from at may hawak-hawak dito na operator kaagad ang Zeta Division. Going back to my thoughts, nahuhuli nila, 2 beses na nilang nahuli dito si Sadak. Pagdating sa fault line I like your reference.
You are a fool. But now, Dep, I would assume that having an operator would actually hurt them kasi sobrang effective ng mga rush nila, yung mga site explode. Slowing it down to counter the default with an op, I see the results and I see, of course, the intent to do so. But Kada still has an orbital strike. Baka dito siya mag-invest. Smokes first, maybe a clean retake on the side of Loud. They're not gonna try something crazy here, but a good read on Zeta. On that counter, that ult finds no value at all except a false sense of confidence. Sadak still finds it, HG. Oh, but then is he a hero? Mukhang hindi.
So lang yung napita sa dito, but now it's a 3v3. We still have the fault line na Molly na pwede na nga nilang i-line up. Ngayon, makakapag-defuse sila, mapapwesa dito, tuloy na lumabas mula sa mga tinatago at niluluga nila. Pero last pass pa lang din na makakapunta. Lalang din laban sa kanila, pero there is no time for them to defuse in the spike. The Molly was able to conquer them out, and now a leading point finally goes into Zeta.
Good reads by Zeta, kahit mahal. Kahit sobrang mahal na round na yun. At the very least, they hold it off. Si Pancada, sobrang layo niya para orbital strike. And we still have a Nightfall, and we still have an extra bit of ultimates on the side of Loud. And they're in a strong position. They now have the momentum once again, or at least on Zeta's side, sorry. Zeta now has the momentum again. The question is, can they keep it up? Can they somewhat, I guess, spread this out? Kasi may tendency mag-burnout din yung Zeta minsan.
Kaya nga. Katulad ng mga nangyari kanina, no? Hindi sila nagiging consistent when it comes to rushing inside of the side. Pero speaking of rush, matatalian nga lang dito with the decay. May masasabugin na agad dito ng facial, pero still, the smoke will be hindering in the vision dito ng Loud Esports. Kung sino na nga ba yung mga nakakapasok na all the way from batch Sugar Zero going for 1. Pero lahat nakaagad sila dito na spike orbital strike will be forcing them out. Wala namang nakabantay, wala makaka-pick off dito laban sa tatlong. Lumalabas na nga doon kaagad sa kinonquer nilang site. Pero ngayon, it's all up to Les. Si Les na walang kamalay-malay. Dinaanan lang. Excuse me.
Hi. And now we have this Nightfall, pero nahanap pa din sila dito. What? How did this turn around on the side of Zeta? Beautiful positioning here just to finish it out. And now Sadak has to be the hero once more. He has to find a little bit of value, maybe an exit, maybe one, just like that. But ultimately, that's all he gets. He does keep his secrets for next round, and their economy is not gonna be too bad. Parang yung Tale of Two Halves dito para sa Loud. Kanina, walang eco, walang broken economy, walang ganyan. Now, I don't know what's going on with Loud.
Tamo, talagang hino-hold off lang talaga sila dito na Zeta from trying to get in the objective na ma-defuse nila yung spike, to have the control, and to have finally the lead. Even though nawala masyado frags dito si Crow, at the very least, he makes use of his utilities to make sure na meron ditong mapipick off, meron din ditong comfortability sina Dep and Laz to get in those kills. What I mean by this is yung mga nasasabi nga natin kanina na lagi na lang, most of the time ditong makita at mag-force out sana dito ng pick si Sadak, doon nila babasahin din na makipag-duel talaga at hahabulin talaga dito na Dev with a stash, with a aftra para mat-pick off siya dahil nandun na yung fault line.
Oo, men.
Oh, man. Sa true yun.
Sakto yun. Yeah, again, the way that they've been forcing their utility, it's been really clean on both sides. It's just, I don't even think Zeta or Loud are playing bad when they lose. It's just, they know what's at stake here. This is pretty much just to elevate them, and you can see the seriousness and the weight on one of the coach's shoulders here. We have 10 seconds left to wind down, and potentially just to get this going for Loud. Sobrang lamang din ng Loud kanina sa mga prediction kasi yung results eh. Actually, I talked about this with Asoray din na baka maging sobrang competitive to, baka sobrang dikit or hindi talaga. Kasi the gap can only go two ways. Either it widens or it closes. But it does look like it has definitely closed. Zeta has improved so much. Siyempre, binugbog nila yung boom. Dapat lang.
Dapat lang.
Oo, dinurog yung boom. Grabe si Dax kanina. Inaaway ako. Tama naman yung sinabi niya. Tayo naman lahat dinurog kasi wala nang APAC pero si Ten nandito pa. Nahanap pa si Sadak. A very important player. Pero yun lang.
It's too late to pick up his gun kaya naman natumba na kaagad siya. The attention was already gathered here in B kaya naman may opportunities na kaagad sila pumasok inside of A. The smokes is already placed in pero wala pang nakakapag-clear in ng Baz. Stacy, he needs to deny and someone pero kasi nakaabang na kaagad sa kanya dito si Crow. That is an opening for Sugar Zero to at least poker and Baz. Wala ka idea dito yung Loud kung saan na sila manggagaling pa pero Loud, inuubos sa kaagad sila. The showstopper, makakakuha ng isa, mapapatay nga lang siya. Naisama na sa ukay pero si Laz na lang dito ang natitira. 1v2 situation. Wala siya ka idea kung nasa na nga ba dito si Led. And Les has the opportunity. He knows where he's coming from but now that is the finisher. 9 is to 10. Nakakahabol na talaga dito. Dikit na dikit for this elimination game.
Sayang. May tinipe out na dito si HG eh. Kung panalo si Laz, my house and lot courtesy of HG.
What?
Grabe. Kahit ano-ano na lang yung binigay ni HG. Masaya talaga basta si HG ka. But of course, just to put this back into perspective, it is an elimination game after all. And my goodness, it has been a day of eliminations left and right. Lahat-lahat na lang. But now we go back to this HG. Strategically speaking, Stadhack still has our Seekers, which we've seen in tandem with other ults. Maybe they can use this to spearhead another retake. Again, it would make the most sense na kung may ulti kayo, sige, save it for retake talaga. Or of course, kung may set play kayo, if you stack towards one side, syempre pwede. But Crow actually has that rolling thunder too. So it is pretty even. Naku, si Dep, di pa nahanap ng piko ni Sadak.
Can be a problem. Dahil ngayon, or rather, meron pa rin naman ditong blind para makakuha ng info na magbumula na nga sa fountain. And that is the alarm. Na meron na nga dito nag-prop up na for Loud. Nagdadalawang isip na dito kaagad si Dep kung ano na nga ba yung susunod na gagawin niya. The Trailblazer won't be getting an info. But at the very least, they know na nandito na kaagad si Ten at too late to react na kaagad dito si Sadak. It's down to a 4v5.
Napansin ko din kung walang anchor yung site, nahirapan talaga yung Loud. Hindi nila mapigilan yung super late explode ng Zeta dito. Kung makahanap na silang control sa elbow, patay si Crow. Hindi pa. Okay, patay talaga si Crow. Goodbye, Crow. Goodbye, everybody is Loud. They make some noise. And Zeta, they fall like flies. But Sugar Zero, he nearly lines it up. But almost is never enough.
Do you want me to sing the
They
song?
almost knew what clutch was.
Close enough for Zeta Division to secure end it na.
Taas. Hindi ko yan kaya. Pang ano lang yan eh. Mga...
Pang-biritera, ganun.
Ha?
Pang-Rere.
Oo nga no. Ganda kaya ng boses ni Rere.
Yes.
Wow, compliments for Rere. Bago yan.
Mabawi lang
Bagong
naman,
meta.
diba?
Oo.
Tinawag nating red flag si Rere eh. Kaya naman syempre papatiin natin si Rere.
Ba talaga si Rere? Hindi naman. Kahit yung poste pula.
Hindi Grabe
Oo.
ka naman!
Uy, pero huwag ganyan, HG. Ikaw ha, grabe ka kay Ray Ray.
Ikaw nga, itong nilure out ako doon sa trap na yun na ako yung magsasabi. Hindi ko
Siyempre,
dapat
Sentinel
sasabihin.
Naka-anchor lang ako sa site. Ikaw bahala sa ano, sa mga retakes sa ganyan-ganyan. I think this is a Zeta. Yeah, it is a Zeta timeout here. They have a lot to talk about. Yung oh no, not a Zeta. Was it a Zeta timeout?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Again, the tempo has been completely in their favor. Sabi ko naman na kung walang anchor yung yung Loud, nahirapan sila. They did the exact same thing. They went to take elbow. They had a little bit of CT control. Di ko alam kung anong bago sa utility stagger. Baka na-delay sila ni Sacy yung mga utility niya. Because if you really think about it, they've been avoiding less. They've really been avoiding that decay. And it's been working out.
Yeah. Hindi pa nila nagagamit dito yung Seeker si Sadak, ha? Really is questionable kasi nakuha naman na nila yung round. Pero syempre, we need to still see in value kung paano nyo ba dito mapipigilan na yung Zeta Division. But now with the Blade Storm in the hands of Dep, this can be another explosive round. But the moment na makita at malaman nga ba nila na meron ng decay dito makakaharap, the Toxin Wall will be hindering them down. And the pick-up immediately going into Les. Mukhang tama nga si Raf.
Iwasan mo si Les, yung game plan sa Zeta. Kung mamatay si Dep dito, nako, si Les talaga yung problema sa Zeta. Pero si Dep pa din yung natamaan sa fault line ni Crow eh. Baka si Crow yung problema.
Theory.
Kahit ano-ano na lang yung nangyari dito. Again, a similar strategy. Take B. This time, they're delaying their utility just a bit. Now they're layering the CT smoke a bit better. They have one more in reserve. They still have that Rolling Thunder, but the Seeker and less. Sometimes less is more. And sometimes Pancada is all you need to hold the site. What is going on, Zeta?
Retake lang ang ginawa dito ng Loud. At
uy,
na kaagad sila dito pinagbabato ng mga utilities randomly laban dito sa Zeta Division. Once they knew already kung saan na nga ba sila dito nakapwesto, natumpok nila yung mga times nagpupusoy sana dito na Zeta to go in for the sprays, using the aftershock. Hindi pala ito magiging enough pa. But now, here's the replay kung saan sobrang smooth lang ng pagka-pick off dito ni Les kay 10. Kaya naman ngayon, he was able to at least clip out the wings dito ng mga duelists na wala nang nagawa pa for that retake.
I'm not, so this is where, let's just say we're looking at the game sa perspective nila. May crossroad siya. Do I rotate sides and somewhat mix up Zeta? Actually, mukhang yun yung ginawa niya eh. But the wall is gonna give it away. It is gonna be a quick swap. We see the full aggression on the side of Loud. Nakuha nila yung B. So yung flank sa Zeta sobrang vulnerable actually. But Laz! Oh my goodness, 2 for 1. Does he get a third? But the Boombot will give a little bit of space for Aspas dito. Nabuhay pa siya pero nako.
The moment when he finally needs to at least conquer and someone from Loud, he makes it very, very crucial for Zeta Division para makakuha na nga ng bawi. Pero ngayon, tatlo pa rin naman na natitira para sa Loud para makonquer at ma-retake na nga itong round na ito. Nagkabatuhan na ng mga utilities last na burst out. There's the fault line. Magkakaroon ng slow, magkakaroon muna ng hinder, and then there goes the 3K para dito sa last players. Unfortunately, the time is already ticking at isa na lang din ang natitira. Si Les is already here in bats, pero kasi they are finally on a hunt. Tapos, masasandwich pa siya dito. Si Crow kasi ang nandito, or rather, si Sugar Zero. Kasama din sila Crow, and that is our 11-11 scoreline.
Ang damot ng Zeta, kahit isang pick lang, kahit isang orb para ni Les. Well, he does have Viper Spit, but like I said, right, yung question, Les, as he is the super online anchor, does he mix it up, or does he just stay in the side? Don't fix what's not broken. Of course, we saw a bit of that. Try to mix it up, pero yun din yung strengths ng Zeta. Hindi sila matakot. Sobrang tapang nila kahit yung momentum nila nasira. They're still gonna go for that side. They will believe in their own strat and their own strat book. Pero mukhang magva-Viper Spit na dito si Les, and this is definitely going to be the hard stop that they could potentially need.
Total Tuloy pa nga ba ito ng Zeta Division though? Nandito pa rin naman sila in A-Levy pero kasi the time is already taken. Nakikita na natin ngayon yung Loud na kumukontra na kaagad sa spasyo na kinukuha nila. Kaya ngayon nagtatalawang isip na dito ang Zeta kung ano pa yung pwede nilang gawin dito ngayon. But still, they need to be careful dahil nandito at magkasama na kaagad si Nales and Aspas. The crossfire might really happen in favor of them. Pero tama lang din yung decision dito ng mga players kaya for Zeta Division. They know already. So now, Loud is backing out.
At least hindi sobrang gigil yung Loud.
Oo.
Di nila hinabol yung mga raw gun fights. Pero si Dep, dami niyang pwedeng barilan. Hindi pa siya nakahanap ng isa. Nalilito siguro siya. But Aspas, it could be the first contact. Oh my goodness! They bump into each other! And Aspas still gets Crow! What is going on? A lot of chaos, a lot of pandemonium, and Aspas, is he going to be the man of the hour? That's a third for him. Laz is going to be eliminated. Sugar Zero can't even find him. Yeah, he turns his back. He has a classic even dig Sugar Zero. If he threw the kitchen sink, then that's going to be a very dead Zeta player. But now it's 3v2. We kind of have to calm down here. Pero si Fankada wala ba ding pang chill. Gusto niya tapusin na to. Dep, what do you have inside you? What kind of beast is in the clutch? At yung taba mong crosshair. Walang beast of the clutch?
Wala eh. It all went down to hell nung pati si Ten nalundag. Pagpasok
ano yung nalundag?
Talon.
Bakit nalundag?
Nalundag kasi na rolling thunder din siya eh. Hindi niya tuloy na-maintain yung crosshair niya to place into the couple of members here from Loud Esports. It's really just crazy to see Aspas here to even pop off his showstopper. Di tuloy nakapag-react at di tuloy siya na-counter out kaagad dito ng Zeta Division. They were mind blown para makuha na nga itong round na ito. Match point already for Loud. Forced by na nga lang din na magiging decision dito ngayon na Zeta Division. Nakakamiss na makarinig ulit dito ng dash in mula kay Dep. Pero magkakaroon na nga ba siya dito na magandang space take laban sa Loud.
Nako, kung mag-choke pa yung Loud dito, ewan ko. Lahat na lang sa kanila yung first opening picks. Yung ultimate economy. And of course, HP. Sobrang lamang sila. But nakatingin si Crow sa gilid niya, and then that's it. Loud actually just take it just like that. I couldn't even pay attention to the kill feed. Okay, Loud. Okay. Dapat hindi mag-choke basta 11-12.
Yeah.
Winning play. Just win, bro.
Just win. No matter what.
Diba, official VCT analysis. Just win, bro. Shoot him in the head, pare.
Yeah, yun na lang talaga ang ginawa nila. The moment na may makita sila dito against Zeta Division, and they will be immediately going in for the immediate duel. Punishment sa mga naganap ng first half, but unfortunately for the second half, hindi na nga dito nag-cut off short para sa Zeta Division makakuha ng comeback. Mas clean na lang for them para mahabol yung mga rounds to an 11-13. They were really close enough para sila naman dito yung magkaroon ng play laban sa Loud.
Dapat mag-diet na yung crosshair niya, no? Grabe yun. Sobrang talaga, wide boy. Save wide joy. But again, we saw the same game plan naman on the side of Zeta. They did have full control of B. It's just the way that the utility was shuffled on the side of Loud. At si Chaps lang dito. Sumayaw na siya. Na-distract ako. Pogi mo, pre.
Wow. Raf is complimenting everybody.
Of course. Parang naubos na yung negative energy, di ba? Parang, okay lang. Wala na yung APAC. Sucks lang.
Sucks lang.
Next year agad.
Bawi ka agad talaga.
But like we said, we put the spotlight back on Zeta and Loud. It has been a very, very interesting series. At mukhang mainit talaga yung laban dito, HG. But as the panel mentioned, this video is still definitely leaning towards Loud. And with them taking a map like that, yung tipong stamina, yung tipong tiis, di ba? They have to last as long as they can.
Wala naman din talagang problema dito sa naging composition nila. Talagang yung naging na lang yung mga naging execution at yung place nila dito to win it out laban sa Loud. At dagdagan mo pa ng pagkakataon na ma-pin down sila dito the moment na ayun na nga nagkaroon na nga dito si Sacy or rather si Aspas ng crazy plays and crazy kills. But unfortunately, that is going to be it for us for game number 1 inside of Bind. I'm Honey Glacy, double kasama ko ngayon si Raf. Bago natin makita ang panel, we'll be going into a break.
It's looking like a remake of history dito sa ating series na to between Loud and Zeta Division as Loud gets another map against Zeta Division. Diyos ko, Lord, hindi natin alam kung ano nga ba ang nangyayari sa region natin. Pero pag-asa ng bayan, pag-asa ng continent natin, etong Zeta Division right now. Tanggalin na muna natin sa equation itong DRX dahil pasok naman na sila. Pero back over here at the panel, kasama niyo ako si Likeable and of course, si Dax at si Black and Blue. Marami tayong nakita doon pero kapansin-pansin talaga si Aspas. Tamang-tama kayo dun sa pre-game panel natin.
Diba? Aspas differential, especially yung second to the last round. Natamaan na siya ng Rolling Thunder, na diretso pa niya, concussed and everything, na-line up pa niya yung shots, nahuli niya mga targets through the tracer rounds, and really goes to show na pag may consistency ka as a duelist, na nag-step up ka talaga here for the side of Loud, Aspas really is the one to rely on. Pero really, I see dito sa tournament natin, less in pancada. Step up gameplay yet again. 21 kills each para sa kanila, same as Aspas. At really, para sa Loud, pinaghandaan talaga nila tong Valorant Champions, not just as a team, pero yung individual efforts nila, nag-step up talaga compared to before eh.
Nagkauntugan pa nga dun sa round na sinasabi mo na yun eh. Pero katulad ng pinointat ko kanina, I think Dep is really the guy to look out for here. And just as on this map, nag-get siya dito, he really was one of the big reasons why we lifeline even in the first place itong Zeta Division. Unfortunately, yung second half nila, that's when their woes started to come to the fold. And a lot of the rounds na dapat sa kanila, nabibigay na lang. And a lot of these risks that they take, hindi dapat sa tamang oras. So Zeta Division, I'm still curious how they're gonna do dito sa Ascent, considering Ascent yung mapa na itinalo sila ng Loud dun sa upper bracket.
Grabe, may emphasis ka pa, dapat ng ganito. Awit, bigati,
Oo nga.
masakit. Pero sa totoo lang, parang ang raming dapat na nangyari para sa Zeta Division. Pinakapansin ko, even though si Ten hindi gaanong karaming kills yung nakuha niya, ang rami niyang first kills alongside Dep. Yung double duelist, especially sa simula, Zeta Division able to make it work. Na nakakuha nila yung space, nakakuha nila yung entry, pero nasasagot sila ng Loud. Yung finish talaga yung nahihirapan doon yung Zeta Division. Yung Loud yung nag-claw their way back sa mga rounds na to. At dahil lang doon na sila nanalo eh.
Sinasabi mo, boy, intro boy.
Oh, intro. Maganda yung intro, pero wala talagang tagatapos. At
Yun
feeling
lang.
ko parang naging point of contention nga na si Sadak palaging patay para sa Loud, pero okay lang. Kasi kaya pa rin nila kumambak doon.
Kumbaga, andyan naman yung rest of the team para talaga rest backan yung tropa nila na nahulog doon. Pero tama naman kayo, in a sense, may pagka-intro boys nga kasi sila yung nakakuha ng pistol round itong Zeta. Kaso nung naglabasan na ng big guns, wala na, sumagot na yung Loud. Sorry, yung mechanical prowess namin lumalabas talaga.
A lot of those were from the risks na sinasabi ko na bring up ko kanina. And kito nang sabi ni Dax, you know, 10, he had the most first kills sa buong game na to out of any player. Pero hindi pa rin masara yung rounds because they keep on taking these risks. When they have the advantage, hindi naman kailangan talaga.
Kulang pa, hilaw pa. Pero moving over to Ascent, ano ba ang kailangan gawin ng Zeta Division?
Manalo.
Huwag
Hindi ka nagkakamali.
Huwag maulit ang pagkakamali last time. Diba? Pero I think pwede natin balikan yung point na minimake dito ni Black and Blue. Maganda yung intro nila kasi may setup sila. Pero yung adjustments dun sila na alugi. And that has been a problem para sa Zeta Division na matagal na. Napakatapos ng default, what next? Ano na ang adjustment? Ano na ang galawan? Doon sila nawawala, bumabalik sila, naghahanap ng duels, nag-iisip lang sila kung saan pwedeng initially pumesto, and hindi siya kasing sang-ayon compared sa starting impact nila. And for Zeta Division, ganun ko importante, especially on the attacking side. Makuha nila yung starting impact at yung first kills, yung mga to get the advantage as much as possible, at hindi nangyayari yun against Loud eh.
Ganun lagi yung nagiging scenario talaga eh. Pagdating sa Zeta Division, sanay na sanay tayo. They like being structured, they like things going according to plan. Pero once na may sagot na yung opponent nila dito, wala na. It all goes to shambles. So, yun nga, kailangan matuto silang maging more reactive dun sa kung ano yung hinaharap sa kanila nung kalaban nila. Kasi katulad nga kanina, di ba? Yung Rolling Thunder, may plano sila dun
diba?
eh. Sinira ni Aspas yung plano.
May step 1, may step 3. Pero walang step 2. Walang page, di ba?
Intro, outro, pero walang kalagitnaan. Yung mahirap talaga sa Zeta Division, it really comes down to yung mga mid-round decisions nila that have been punishing them. Binibigyan nila ng oportunidad dito ang Loud. At pag binigyan mo ng ang ahas ng oportunidad para tutuka talaga.
Uy!
Ha?
Ha?
Oh.
Ha? Sorry, pag narinig ko yung tuka si Asuray na naman nakakalala ko.
Experience lang yun ah.
Wala man si Asuray ngayong araw, pero lagi tayong bumabalik talaga doon. Nakita nyo ba? Nakita nyo yung picture ni Asuray na may hawak siyang manok?
Lagi.
Ay!
Anong klaseng
ano
manok?
yung tumutuka? Fighting!
Oo. Yun na nga.
Palaban. Kaya, sa Talaga itong ascent na to, kailangan palaban ng Zeta Division. Hindi pwede na wala silang magawa sa second half. Wala silang magawa sa attacking side. Yung kailangan talaga yung manok na to, tumutuka! Tuka!
Basta may oportunidad.
Oo.
From, napunta nga tayo sa sa Cobra, na tumutuka, tumanok real quick. Talpakan na.
Talapakan.
Pero dito sa Ascent, ano ba ang ma-expect natin sa Loud? Ano ba yung klaseng playstyle na pinapakita nila sa atin dito?
Manalo. Yun lang yun.
Galing!
Top
tier analysis!
Tignan mo naman ang stats ever since March galing sa Loud. 93%, 13-1 this entire year on Ascent. One of their best maps at iniwan ng bukas dito ng Zeta Division. Arguably, mas nakakatakot pa kaysa sa Bind dito ng Loud. And this is the map na pinababa ng Loud ang Zeta sa lower bracket nung early group stage.
Yung talo lang nila dito, Optic. At nanalo na sila sa Optic 2 beses para sa Loud. It really goes to show na ito yung pinaka-comfort pick nila, and we just don't forget na less is most.
Less is most nga naman.
Na siya sa tournament na to. Yung killjoy talaga niya, nakakasakal. At hindi pa tayo nakakahanap ng sagot para sa Zeta Division. Feel ko kung mag-theory craft tayo, pag maisip ng Zeta, baka pwede sila mag-double duelist or anything that makes them that space. Baka yun yung pwede lang paraan sa attacking side. Pero yung expertise talaga ng Loud nandito sa mapang to.
Huwag natin kalimutan na tong Zeta. Kapag dehado na sila, dyan sila buhay na buhay. Gising na gising sila. Paulit-ulit ko na sinasabi na he performs well under pressure. Words niya mismo yan. So, nag-e-expect ako na dahil dito sa Ascent, it matters most.
At mahirap lang para sa Ascent eh. Ito yung talo sila sa Northeption noon, talo sila sa Loud last time around, at kita talaga natin Loud, ganun pa rin yung comp na ilalabas nila na may Killjoy. 10 rin, sasagot, Killjoy rin yung magiging galawan. It's the same comp that they ran last time around. At doon ako naging alanganin eh. Sige, lower bracket Zeta is awake. Upper bracket Zeta is asleep. Sige nga, first game, whatever, the jitters, medyo bumalik sila sa stage na to. Pero uulitin mo yung pagkakamali mo, then ako na nanganganib yung buhay talaga ng Zeta Division dito, knowing especially yung history ng Loud.
Well, I mean, ang big difference dito at the very least, Dax, is nagdala na sila ng Sova. Classically, they typically have the Fade here to accompany sila as on that KO. But I'm not too sure if that change is going to be big enough of a factor para manalo nga dito ang Zeta. Stats na 25% for the entire year. Win rate on the opposing side, 90 pata. So there isn't anything that they should, I think, change here. And considering the Sova combo that you have with a Killjoy, I really do think they're trying to take notes galing sa Loud, considering Loud are one of the best teams on Ascent, period, dito sa buong tournament na to. But still, I don't know if Zeta have enough to be able to break this down.
Feel ko sa labanan rin to ng controllers eh. Si Pangkada, ang effective ng mga paranoia na dito sa mapit na. Sobrang raming assist na nakagawa niya last time around para sa Zeta Division. So they have to really get Sugar Hero back into action. Na yung Astra na yan, makakatulong kasama nung Sova na ibahin nila, na i-head-to-head nila mismo si Sassy sa isa kanyang signature agent. Really, para sa Zeta Division, make or break tong small adjustment na to, pero enough ba yun? Doon ako nagdududa eh.
Ayun na nga eh. Sana hindi maulit yung nangyari last time sa Zeta Division kung saan hindi na sila nakakuha ng attack points eh. Isa lang. Kay Sugar Zero pa nga yun, diba?
Yun na yun.
Pero, magiging debate pa rin natin dito kasi mas responsive kasi yung Omen, mas offensive yung Omen na controller compared sa Astra.
Ginawa niya sa'yo, ba't siya offensive?
Sinaktan ka ba?
Inaway pa si Omen,
na-offend ako.
Hindi mo na nga siya kilala eh.
Sinaktan ka ba?
Wait.
Pero totoo naman talaga, Omen, you wouldn't expect him to be as oppressive as an Astra. Pero sa totoo sa'yo, pag binatuhan ka ng paranoia, ano magagawa mo? Wala. Kakainin mo na lang, di ba? At bahala ka na lang ano magagawa mo.
Lalapit ka kasi wala, medyo bulag ka na doon, nearsighted.
Nearsighted. Pero alam nyo kung sinong hindi nearsighted? Si Honey Glaze kasi si Raf may salamin eh. So pakinggan na natin kung ano nga ba ang masasabi ng casters natin as we go to map number 2.
Kanina ka pa ha? Are you sure si Omen yung medyo offense-oriented like ka? Di ba ikaw? Wala ka nang masabi kasi off yung mic mo.
And we are back again, guys. Dito na nga tayo sa ating casting decks kung saan na nga you're still here with me. Handig Lazy na double kasama ko ngayon si Offensive Raf para dito sa ating game na number 2 in Ascend. This is Loud versus Zeta Division. 1 game lead na kaagad dito for Loud. And speaking of Loud, they will be going in for the offense. Word of the day, Raf.
Offense? Di grabe yung mga analyst natin kanina. Parang zookeeper lang yung may ahas, yung manok, yung cobra, kahit ano-ano na lang. Grabe talaga, no? Basta wala si Asura, lumabas yung ibang-ibang talent sa mga tao dito. Si Laika naging, Grabe si Laika, wala akong ginawa dito. Of course, may salamin ako, Laika. Syempre, I cannot see. I am blind. Not really. Di naman, grabe. But what a beautiful setup we have here. Super reactive, as they mentioned. We do have the KO and the Astra towards mid. Sada could be the first point of contact here for Loud, pero naka-rest back na si Aspas dito. Kung may naka-pick naman sa short, edi syempre may hawak pa din yung Loud. But this is gonna be a pretty chill default. They're just gonna hold on to all their
Almost
everything,
the same,
I guess. Yeah.
Almost the same nung nilaro ko nila kanina yung bind, kung saan they are just playing in for time. But now the smokes and the stars are already placed in. Tingnan natin kung ano ba yung magiging execution ngayon ng Loud dahil merong isang nakaabang nakaagad and Kobe na ngayon
30 seconds
hindi
left.
niya alam kung ano ang gagawin niya. Depth, marirefill siya dito after the smokes is already out. Sugar Zero trying to go in for one. The immediate duels. Last pa dito ang nagwagi. Hindi nakapag-plant ang Loud. Naka-pistol. Nakaagad ang Zeta.
Sayang. Yung winning strat talaga sa Loud dapat hindi mamamatay, di ba? That is the winning strat. We stay alive, they will die. But that's exactly, that didn't happen here. Mukhang daming ininvest na siguro oras ng Loud para sa mid lang. I guess they were expecting a little bit more of a resistance here, but the rotation just came in so fast. But the defense reacted accordingly. Laz could potentially be online. Sabi naman niya sa interview, gusto niya may pressure, di ba? Para exciting yung laro. Oh, sige, eto.
Bakit hindi?
Parang ano tawag dito? Protag buff. Sobrang anime talaga, no? Salanan mo to, Asoray. Naku. Oh.
May mga references tuloy tayong tinutukoy dito for
Buti na
Zeta
lang.
Division. Buti na lang.
Buti lang natulog na si Asoray. Matanda na yun.
So, bago pa natin talaga tuluyan ng matusta, si Asaray pagdating na nga dito sa off-screen time niya, we see here Zeta Division. Hindi nila alam talaga kung ano pa ang gagawin dito ng Loud dahil apparently they are playing it slow once again. Thankfully that they have your favorite agent, Killjoy.
Sige. Okay. Pero siguro kung may mahanap yung Loud dito, at least mag-iingay sila para mid or A short, they could potentially pull the attention, but of course the turret has to be the first contact of Zeta here. That is gonna be a wrench in the plans of Loud, pero mukhang hindi sila magdalawang isip dito. Commit ng commit si Crow, bulag na bulag. But at the very least, he still stays alive. The Cloudburst will still keep him at bay. Instead, grabe yung KD niyang turret niya. Mas maganda pa sa KD ng Loud. Naku, naubos naman yung Loud. Ano na? Akala ko ang laman ng win rate ng Loud dito. Mukhang na-jinx siguro nila Dax at Nico. Ah, syempre, Likers eh. Magmapre pa tayo kasi kasalanan ni Laika.
Oh, binati kasi yun naman.
Oo. Bakit natalo yung Loud? Laika.
Hindi na siya, since wala si Ray Ray ngayon,
Oo, syempre. Yun lang.
Likers.
Tama yun.
Good enough for Zeta Division na ma-hold up dito on Loud dahil again, kailangan nila itong mga rounds na ito. Most of the time, pag nakakuha na ng first 2 rounds dito, Zeta Division, Loud will be coming up stronger when they already have their buys. Step! Maiisahan na kaagad ni Aspas, makakakuha na siya ng isa. Makakapasok na nga ba sila? That is the question dahil meron na nga dito nakakuha ng info. The blind has already conquered them, pero ngayon, entry is already happening. Wala makakapag-depensa, pero kasi makakapasok na rin naman na sila. But the stars are already placed in and the lineup walang matatamaan ni isa.
Buti nilang naharangan pa si Aspas doon, but look at Loud. They recover so well. Of course, it's a bonus here, but 10 gets shredded to bits. And Sugar Zero, can he be a Sugar Hero? Nope, this round is absolutely sugar-free. As Zeta finally dropped. I expected naman round 3, bonus. Typical map movement here. But this is where we kind of see the buy round. This is where we see what kind of strategy Loud would want to implement or Zeta on their defense. Yung defense talaga yung Loud na, or rather Zeta yung malaking question mark eh. Yung, I don't know, sometimes what Zeta is doing, how they lay out their defense. But this is it. They do have a bit of a lead, but like we said, 3-1. I mean 2-1.
It's the same. Nung mga nangyari kanina, and especially when...
Ano nangyari kanina?
and by na kumuha man, nakakuha man, nakapag-bulsa man dito na 2 rounds, kaagad sa Zeta Division, but Loud will be able to conquer it. And most of the time, ito yung mga nagiging starting point nila para maipagpatuloy momentum and then create so much lead lamang sa Zeta Division dahil mostly the plays here from Zeta Division, nababasa din kaagad ng Loud. So they need to have the better holds when they are already inside of the sites, or hintayin natin talaga dito yung retake potential nila dahil ngayon mukhang tatangkain na ng Loud to get inside of it.
Napansin ko din sa Loud kung may hawak na sila sa side, di naman sila mag-overextend. And they don't, like I said, they don't really hunt for those kills, but wow! Sad Hack is literally sad because of that one, but Dev gets his leg cut from underneath. It is an even matchup here, pero hindi pa nasirado yung door. But look at this, everybody's just coming online as fast. That's a 3K for him. He's on pace for the A. Sugar 0 and 10, they are not in positions that could favor any of them, pero pwede naman sila mag-double swing dito. Aspas, he is going to spread everything, but Sugar 0, kahit nabulag siya, nahanap pa din niya si Aspas. 10, can he clutch this out? The turret is gonna tag him up a bit, and Sugar 0 getting slowed down by said turret. Oh dear. 2v1, 1 Killjoy and an Omen on the side of Loud. Meanwhile, 10.
Oh! Nagdalawang isip pa kasi dito si Pancada kung ano ba yung gagawin niya, kung tutulong ba siya sa loob ng site. Ngayon, they are down to 1v1. Sana, okay sana yun kasi naman niya dito sila sa makipag 1v1 dito or 1v2 situation laban kay 10. But unfortunately, siya na lang dito ang natitira. I think he can really have the opportunity dito maipanalo yung duel dahil at least he was able to plant the spike.
Uy, ba't sumilip
You need to
ka?
be careful though.
Parang, oh, but the smoke is here. Then has to make a choice. That alarm bot is gonna allow Zeta, or rather Loud's Pancada to just kind of chill out here. Does he buy on the fake? Mukhang hindi nabenta. And Pancada, you are so smart. Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. That could have gone either way, HG.
Yeah, wala kasi ka-idea dito si 10 kung ano ba yung uunahin niya, kung saan ba siya mag-pick out. That was really such a good use of the smoke. But let's talk about how Aspas was able to conquer in 3 players dito sa loob ng side. And we had also as well the wise place dito ng smokes na meron na nga dito for their Astra, or rather for the other side's Astra, para makakuha na nga dito ng pangwiwindang factor, no? Sugar 0 was able to at least confuse and players from Loud kung saan na nga ba siya dito nakapesto, dahil mostly of the plays na ginagawa niya dito is confuse and players from Loud kung saan na nga ba siya, kung ano na ba yung gagawin niya dito with the stars.
Ay, mukhang Zeta din, na-confused din sila. Kahit yung Loud, na-confused sila pa din. If we don't know what we're doing, they're not gonna know. But jokes aside, I feel like Zeta and Loud, or actually more so Zeta, yung mga, siguro mga salvage plays, mga bailout plays sa eco, it's not really apparent. Yung gusto nila, sige, makahanap tayo ng 1v1. Siguro maka-pick off gamit sa mga sheriff. Pero yung mga strat nila sa pistol, it's not that layered, it's not that deep. Siguro maging problema to in the long run against Loud. Again, we talked about it. Parang kulang tayo sa stamina sa mga playbook natin sa mga longer sets. And now they have no problem with just bleeding out the clock. This could be a very, very fast explode here. And that 0 point's not going to find anybody. Aspas here, he has to take care of Depp, who's so close. Skin to skin na sila, pero nakadash na si Aspas dito. Can he actually find an opening here? Nahanap na si Laz. Oh no, it's Laz too, but Crow! Nice response. Ay nako, si Depp. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung inamark niya, but Trigger 0, can he still? No, apparently not. 10, Deja Vu? Deja Vu. Pancada actually still gets it.
Wow, Sugar 0 with the plays inside of the smoke. Sa loob mismo ng site para mawinda mga dito ang players from Loud, but apparently it's not happening so wisely enough for him to at least sustain and still survive, and so many things na nangyayari at binubuhos na nga kagad dito ng Loud, and Loud already has all of their ultimates available for them to secure, to use, and for so many rounds dito sa loob ng Ascent. Pero Zeta, they have their buys at si Depp dito, he needs to make of value dito sa binili niyang operator, but at the very moment wala kasi dito munang tatapat pa kaagad sa kanya, and we have the smokes that even the 0 point para at least to deny in the players from Zeta Division to at least immediately go in for that pick.
Mid-centric take yung attack ng Loud dito, but looks like they're gonna mamba out. Wala, parang nagdalawang isip sila dito. Buti na lang kasi naka-off si Depp. May off si Depp. Can he actually be the X factor this round? Kahit isa na ma-pick off niya, okay na. But si Aspas nandito pa din. Uy, wag na lang. Sabi ni Aspas. Timing has been everything, HG, and I can't help but feel na sobrang bagal na ng pace ng round na to.
Yung smokes, yung mga bait, okay? Wala namang kumakagat muna, walang nagiging patola, pero ngayon, papatulan na nga ba niya?
Uy!
Dito na si Aspas, makakatira na rin naman nakagad dito si Dep, makakarinig, at yung utility na natin ang may nabato dito ni Sadak ang magiging reason kung bakit sila magdadalawang isip pa. We still have here 4v4 situation. The lockdown will be holding 10 all the way from that quarter. Pero kasi counter lockdown na lang din ang magiging sagot niya. We have here the space. We have here Deb going in for another one with a triple. Les is already down. Tapos TP out, mama out mula kay Pancada. Makapagsarado pa ng ng pituan niya dito para maka-plant in ng spike.
If Pancada wins this, then this is going to be one of the craziest rounds. He has to expend his smoke 10 seconds for another one. He does have paranoia at meron pa siyang shadow step. So he does have a little bit of leeway here. Baka si Dep yung masurpresa dito, but Dep bounces out. Beautiful movement, but beautiful shot by Pancada there, but it's not meant to be. Naka-double mark na yung Zeta. And now Zeta equalize it yet again.
Super zero
Kulit mo Parang hindi ka lang nag-bot frag dito. Kalma lang.
3-3 pa lang ang score din Pero at least good job for them. Para at least makover na nila dito. Yung entry na lang din na ginagawa mismo dito ng Loud. Look at that. It was clean enough for them to secure in so many pick-offs at ma-hold back na nga dito kaagad ang Loud. So now decisions are currently being made dito ng Loud kung ano na nga ba yung site na pwede nilang kuhanin ngayon dahil B doesn't seem to be the best choice for them to evenly get endure pick-offs.
B is not for best, it's for bad. Loud, they have to reconsider their options as HG said. Uy, timing na naman dito pero mukhang mag-aggressive push yung Loud dito para sa A short. Dep, can he actually pop the flash here in time? Wow, Aspas does not care. He's just gonna double updraft this. He does have the space control. Oh my goodness! At the very least, he gets one. Pero si Sadak pa yung nakahanap sa final kill. Di na mag-reset ng knives. Last, is he alive? No, absolutely not. Stacey so saucy. And he's finally come alive. Then, once again, all alone in the clutch. Pero tingin ko, AJ, mukhang mahirap na to. Mag-whiff pa si Ten.
Expected na rin talaga siguro siya dito ni Stacey na magagaling na nga all the way from the flanks. And then, the space take na lang din dito na ginawa ng Loud. Forcing Zeta to go in and call for the timeout dahil nga ngayon napapasa na sila dito for another eco and for another force buy. We're seeing here, si Sugar Zero is just doing something sa mga holds niya dito. Pero kasi, the moment na makapatay siya, it doesn't make a lot of impact dahil nakapasok na kaagad dito yung Loud. And then, the follow-up that will be happening in Loud's favor pa ang kasama dahil wala na dito controller for the retakes na gagawin na lang din dito ng Zeta. So, unfortunately, this is another good momentum na nasa-secure na ngayon ng Loud. They are in the leading point of 1 pero at the very least, isa lang naman.
I'm still wondering when the timing for the adjustments are going to be made because Loud, they've just really not found a rhythm or tempo or set play para sa B. And it's strange to me kasi ito yung signature map ni Stacey, di ba? Of course, we would expect him to individually pop off. He's been pretty okay, to say the least. Zeta, they've been finding opening picks pero yun nga, yung mga finishing nila, yung closing moments around, medyo kulang pa din. Siguro malinis nila dito. It is still getting longer and as Zeta mentioned themselves, they do get better as the rounds progress. They do have 3 ults here but the economy is not gonna allow them any rifle buys except Sugar Zero who has a bulldog. So siguro yung objective ng Loud dito, just minimize the early pickoffs. Alam naman nila lamang sila sa buys dito eh.
Scanning ahead.
Be careful though, dahil syempre may potential pa rin naman dito sila Dep when it comes to the pick-offs, when it comes to the sheriff pushes and the blade storm. Pero ngayon, mid-take. Nandito na kaagad yung info na makukuha. Nakaagad nila last. There is the jumps. There is the info. There is the push. 1 kill na kaagad ang ginawa dito the Depth against Les. Pero they are down to a very low HP. Atras na muna dito yung Loud. But unfortunately dito, it's just Depth doing his things. Para makakuha na naman ng isang tao mula dito sa kabila. Aspas for the trade. Tatlo nila kaagad silang natitira. Pero it's already open for them to take and to secure. But the smokes will be hindering in the vision dito the Dep. Unfortunately, wala siyang makikita. Hindi niya mapapakiramdaman na nandito na pala sa loob si Pancada. Pero look at the space take and the minimap. Right now, we have your Aspas already inside of A, pero
Uy.
si Sadak pa. A pa rin pala ang kukuhanin nila.
Baka bambusol to, baka debate to HG. Pwede naman sila mag-call na we can maybe potentially back out, but I think this is a fantastic read on Zeta. They finally get the sound cue. Sila naman yung mag-engage dito, and this could be a beautiful retake. Natamaan pa si Sadak sa 0 point, nahanap siya ni Ten. And now, Zeta, they are pretty much poised to steal this round away. Pancada, though, he still has the automatic firepower. Pero saan siya pwedeng tumutok? Nako, si Aspas, lurking jet.
Okay, sana kung sumunod na kaagad si Pancada sa kanya kanina. Plant and B. Although iwan nila dito, yes, si Sadak at least was able to at least, or rather, si Pancada dito na makakuha ng pick off. And none of the rotation clear from Zeta down to a 4-4 scoreline and a thrifty, fashionable round manner for Zeta dahil they have free upgrades.
Sabi ko kanina na medyo weak yung mga thrifty eco-buys ng Zeta, pero mukhang nabawi nila. Sige, baka ako yung mali, HG. Okay naman, okay lang. Kasi
I think ang
we
mali
are
lang
only
din
people.
dito kasi ng Loud. Pinersa nila yung mid after death going in for 1.
Yung mali sa Loud, namatay sila.
Oo.
Dapat hindi sila namatay. Ba't ganyan?
Pinilit eh. Pagalitan mo, Raf. Pagalitan mo.
Loud, ha?
1 game lead na eh. They're supposedly having so much momentum na dito. Tapos, bigyan nila ng pressure na Zeta. Pero ngayon, sila na mismo yun na force back dito ng Zeta Division. And now Zeta, they have the info. Pero ngayon, execution na lang din ang ahantayin natin dahil ang Loud, they are still trying to get someone na pwede nga dito mag-overpick sa kanila dito against Zeta Division. Pero wala namang mangyari sa dito muna.
Baka natamaan sila ng analysis paralysis, nag-overthink yung Loud. Kasi yung ginawa naman ng Zeta, nag-1-3-1 sila. Sobrang passive nila sa both sides. At kung may mga sound cue, kung anong mangyari, may call naman, di ba? On the side of Loud, they just really cannot find a way to cut off those rotations. So, sobrang obvious naman kasi ang hina ng mid control nila eh. Pancada naka-ulti na siya pero mukhang mali yung timing ni Ten, hindi ni Pancada. Sobrang sulit ng From the Shadows ni Pancada doon.
Yan, meron na silang space dito na i-secure na. The smokes are already placed in. Tapos may kasama pong showstopper dito mula sa kabila. Wala naman silang matatamaan pero mababurst niya nga dito yung kabila. We still have here the recons. Not spotting in anyone, pero the double pick.
Uy!
Getting in the kill dito mula kina Les, pero Les with the trade. 3v4, Les going in for another, pero ngayon with the mollies mukhang may hit pa kagad yung si Aspas for trying to get them out. Pero Pancada, sabi niya, Tol, ako na ang bahala. 3 ang maibibigay natin sa pangalan niya.
Grabe, katropa pala sila. Stick Tol, ako na.
Tol.
Grabe si HG. Sobrang perceptive. Anong Tagalog ng perceptive, HG? Hindi ko din alam eh.
Hindi ko din alam.
Kaya nga, nagtanong ako, pero grabe yung timing ni Pancada. Mukhang com error din yun eh. Baka siguro yung call ni Ten was like, okay, they pushed lane. Siguro pwede kayo mag-double up sa switch. Pero, hindi ko alam kung bakit walang nakahawak sa flank or sa side at least. Eto naman yung Zeta, sila yung nalilito sa map control nila.
Alam ko na Tagalog ng perception.
Sige, ano?
Pag-unawa.
Pang-unawa. Pang-unawa. Grabe, no? Yung...
Ano ba? We learn something new every day.
Oo, ito yung nangyari sa LCQ eh. Kung may hindi ko alam, HG ano yan? Ray ano yan? Dami kong tanong. Parang nainis na tong dalawa na to.
Oh, hindi oh. At least.
Di pa.
Ay, di pa.
O, anyari dito, HG. Nako, si Ten. Good swing, but unfortunately, wala siyang mobility dito, kaya na-trade siya. Saan yung suporta ni Dep? Pero mukhang na-bait niya yung swing dito kay Les. Sometimes Les is dead.
Nakikita siya ngayon ni Dep. He had one job to at least eliminate in Aspas. Pero Aspas dito, meron pa rin naman siyang baril naghahawak-hawak. We also have your CC. Unfortunately, why is the question indeed for Las? Trying to get in that pick. 3, laman sa 3, mapipick out at malalaman pa kung sino ba nasa loob ng site. But with those fade outs, wide swing naman nangyayari dito kana Devin Sugar 0. Unfortunately, it did not go well in favor of them.
Hindi ko alam kung bakit sumili pa sila. Alam niya, naka-sheriff lang siya. Wala pang flash. Sobrang tipid ng utility. Hay nako, Zeta. Anyari. Pero we talked about it naman. Yung economy nila medyo mahina, so half buy. Kaya nga, I think there could have been a lot of better ways to execute this. Once again, for example, maybe flash out of the smoke. I feel like that could have been the most obvious things. But like we said, right, everything is domino effect. May Bardagulla naman sa mid. So baka isip nila, sige, baka isa lang yung mag-swing dito sa A. But this is a new round, so we have to put our focus on here. Loud, they might have conditioned Zeta to, or rather, yeah, they might have conditioned Zeta to respect mid a little bit more. Wala pa namang info yung nakuha sa 0 point Ilaz. And this could be just gunfights upon gunfights, HG.
Pasok na kaagad sila dito, pero mauna kaagad sila dito ng mga pick of depth. And last, together with the Wabu combos, makakuha rin naman for another. We have the trade-off. Makapasok na sa loob ng site, pero we have Erasmus and Stacey going in for the trades, going in for the kills. Isa na lang kaagad na natitira, pero tatapusin na pala niya. Sadak goes in 4 over 7 to 4 scoreline. No for Zeta.
Oh dear. Now they have to be, I guess, more passive, or now they have to potentially invest in a set player. Dami nilang utility pwede mababato. So, baka natamaan ng tilt yung Zeta. Or maybe just the momentum really hasn't been in their favor. I feel like the adjustment period is the most painful. You still try to look for your rhythm, and Zeta has lost a bit of a step here. That has been 3 rounds. It's slipped away from them. They do have a bit of a, once again, a very, very shaky buy dito. So, man, they have to be a little more conservative here.
Oh no, hindi yata ito ang gagawin ngayon sa Sewer Zero, but that was a high-risk, high-reward play going in for the kill laban dito kay Sedak. At least, wala na pang blind muna ngayon na ang Loud, kundi ang paranoia na lang na hawak-hawak ni Pancada. But still, it's a 4v4. Wala rin smokers dito for Zeta Division, and that's going to be a problem dahil wala nang pang-hinder ng vision kaagad dito ng Loud.
Ang Tagalog ng hinder. Ayun, go. Nagsa-search naman sa HG. Siyempre, HG, di ko yan alam. Kaya nga nagtanong ako.
Kaya mag-aaral din tayo.
Oo, dapat lang. Di ba? Kahit on the job, nag-aaral pa din kami. Sobrang ano talaga. Sipag, di ba?
Hadlangan.
Hadlangan. Grabe. Grabe si Les. Nahanap niya si Dep at hindi na hadlangan ni Les. Yung Loud, but Loud, once again, they found a bit of rhythm, I suppose, but now they're gonna invest this Killjoy ult. Ten has a counter Killjoy ult. Are they gonna invest here? Now Loud has the choice to back out. Dapat mag-commit na yung Zeta dito, pero si Aspas ka mo eh. He actually finds Crow, but can he find the Killjoy lockdown? No, not at all. Still a 2v2. This has been so expensive. And Aspas is in prime position, but he backs out on Generator. He's the one who commits to the plant. May recon dart din si Stacey, pero chill lang. Oh no, 2v1, he's stuck under hell. Nobody jumps, no sound keys whatsoever. Goes for a shock, beautiful preemptive shock, but no, 10 needs nothing. And now Zeta find the 5th round on the board.
Nataranta siya. Nataranta siya nung nakita niya na dito, sina 10, and then last for the follow-up, hindi siya tuloy nakapag-react kaagad. And there was also was immediately picked off nung nalaman na nga dito. Or rather, nila Stacey rather, and also have your Aspas na once na makita siya dito ni 10, he was immediately taken down. That is such a really good half para dito na nga for Loud. Pero again, with the momentum na pwede na nga dito may ipon na muli ng players from the side of Zeta Division. Pwede na nilang hadlangan ang players ng Loud Esports from securing in this game number 2. They already have 1 game in their lead. Pero syempre,
pwedeng hadlangan, pwedeng harangan. Daming H ni HG. Syempre, how do you spell honey glaze? H. Diba? Baka unique yung spelling sa honey glaze mo. Diba dalawang E yung honey glaze mo? Diba follow her on all her socials. Nice plug.
Nice plug. Zeta Division though, sayang yan na syempre. They already had first 2 rounds. Tapos, hindi na talaga nila napigilan dito yung mga defaults and yung mga holes na ginagawa na nga dito ng Loud against them, and then followed up with the coordination play na ultimately, it's just really well coordinated para dito sa Loud para ma-hinder nila muli dito sina 10 and even have players or sina Dep rather para makakuha ng pick-up.
I think I said this about Exit the other day na sobrang ganda ng initial contact nila pero yung mga backup plan, yung mga contingency na sobrang kulang. Parang yun yung nangyari para sa sa Zeta, at least in the last few rounds. They did win this one. And hopefully this is a trend that they can keep continuing. Of course, we don't want to say goodbye to Zeta just yet. Meron pa silang lower bracket pa. But if you look at the stats here, if my stats just load up actually, Laz has been okay lang. I feel like he's just been okay in this series. Siyempre, daming expectations natin kay Laz kasi siya yung superstar ng Zeta Division.
Yeah.
But him on a bit of a more supportive role, mukhang disjointed yung timing niya sa mga mga kakampi. I don't get it. I'm not entirely sure what's going through their minds. Baka yung stamina talaga. But this is only map 2.
Yeah. There is still more yet to come para dito sa Zeta Division. Pero tama ka, dahil usually ang mga ginagamit niya dito is Chamber recently. And then him going up front bilang initiator, bilang isa sa mga magiging reasons kung bakit mo ma-enable kaagad yung mga duelist mo to win out their frags. It will be a hard kind of synchronization. Katulad na nangyari kanina in Bind, diba? It's just usually going in for the play na siya lang talaga mag-isa, na kakapag-blind siya dito ng marami, pero hindi pa rin enough dahil mag-isa lang talaga siya dito makakaharap ng 3, 4 or 5 mula sa kabila.
Tama yung sinabi mo. Hindi sapat yung ginawa ni Laz dito. Pero tama naman din yung sinabi ni Dax kanina na this is going to be a battle of the controllers. Pancada has been absolutely fantastic. Sugar Zero's had his moments, but Loud, oh my goodness. With mechanical dominance comes the first frag. They get scanned, but they are not scared. Bakit na condition yung Zeta? Nag-try out para sa 1v1 ni Aspas. Naubos agad. No, what is Zeta doing? 10 and Laz, all up to them. Si Laz sobrang busy sa pag-farm niya sa orb. But they really need to get this round around. 10 with a frenzy. Gets it. Sad hack on that flank. Mukhang mahanap pa niya si Laz. No, it's actually Laz. How did Laz crawl up here? And Loud. So effective on all those pistol rounds. Actually, lahat ng LATAM teams natin, sobrang lakas sa pistol rounds.
Kaya, they're just really crazy enough to dominate in this much further. Let's look back into what just happened. Dahil si Dep dito talagang napinimulan niya yung audition and then followed up by Sugar Zero. Tapos, hindi sila nag-coordinate enough to go in for the double pick para mahirapan na nga dito kaagad si Aspas to react on time. Dagdagan mo pa ng pagkakataon dito ni Aspas na ma-eliminate kaagad yung 0 point dito nila. So unfortunately, yes, meron tuloy siyang mapagre-rely on dash away from casualty. But at the very moment, yeah, that's the pistol round and now Aspas.
Aray.
Dep ang napuruhan.
Isang ubo na lang si Dep. Actually, there was a time na lahat tayo isang ubo na lang pero si Ten.
Okay.
Mukhang may masabi pa siya dito, but Aspas again. Could he be the hero here? There is quite a number of players na pwede niyang ma-one-hit dito sa Marshall. Maling timing ni Ten. Mukhang mamamatay din siya dito. Pero nakapulot pa naman siya ng bulldog. So it's not that bad. What are these classics made of? Now Loud. They are absolutely demolishing Zeta. Nakaplant naman yung Zeta, so this is a good, at the very least, a good consolation prize for the round.
Oo. They still have their marshals. Makakakuha ba sila na suppress? No, dahil nakapag-back off kaagad sila dito just in time. Pero ngayon, si Aspas, taken by time, 14 HP na lang dito kaagad si Dep. Nandito yung slow plays and the pushes. But the problem is, kakakayanan nga ba nila? The time is already ticking for them to player fight. And then there's a wide swing. Oh my gosh! For the 3K dito, nila Sadak were able to at least dominate in the fight once again, 9-5.
Expected again. Sobrang lugi ng baril yung Zeta, pero nakahanap pa din sila ng 3 pick sa Classic. Ganda. Pero si Sacy mong, huy!
Si Les yung una palang napatay.
Oh my God, nabiglaan talaga si Sacy. Sige, mag-drone muna ako, huy! Balanced gun. Good job, Classic. Good job.
Free gun, by the way.
Free gun, by the way. But now we do have, wow, Aspas on an operator. This is a momentum buy if I've seen one. Sobrang tapang ni Aspas dito kasi kung hindi siya makahanap ng value sobrang aga, then of course we keep talking about it. The operator, the longer the round goes, the worse it gets. Especially kung walang dominant map control yung team na may operator.
And speaking of, we have here, it is already in the hands of Loud. Aspas dito, wala pa makukuha ang info pero mukhang malulure na sila dito onto his trap. Unti-unti na silang gumagapang going into B, but Garage is already taken by Aspas and now we're just waiting in for someone to push someone na didikit na mismo talaga dito sa ating crosshair ni Atlas. At yun na nga si Laz ang unang mabibiktima. Aatras na kaagad dito ang mga tropa niya.
Laz, man, just really struggling. To say the very least, he's not had the greatest game. He's not had the greatest impact on this initiator role. Siguro dapat nag-chamber na siya. I mean, it is so easy to say that as Les is going to be the Grim Reaper of Zeta. At nakahanap pang free upgrade yung mga players allowed. Nako, HG. Not looking too good for our boys over the JP region.
It's already half nang makukuhang rounds na dito na Zeta against Loud. Tapos, ito pang round na ito, ito pang replay natin na ito ay binigla at sinag-guess na lang din kaagad ng Loud. Look at them, naipit sila dito here in mid. Napalibutan na kaagad sila dito ng Loud. And then, Shadows lang din pala ang hawak dito ng Loud to conquer in someone na manggagaling na nga in mid lane. And on the other hand, meron pa rin naman sila ditong operator na hawak-hawak. Mukhang makakaligtas ng bahagya si Ten. Pankada with a one-way smoke. That is a good opportunity for him to secure in a round. But unfortunately, dito Persada na paranoia. And connecting into 5, and connecting into 4, pero hindi pa rin pala siya makakakuha. Kahit ng tatlo, pero tatlo na lang din pala ang matitira sa kanila.
Good mamba out on the side of Loud here. Dapat yung naka-rotate si Les. But Les is still a few seconds away. Dapat mag-hold dito yung Loud. Dapat hindi umasip si Aspas dito. If he misses one more time, then this could be the end of them. Na-separate pa siya. Wala siyang dash. He does have a Blade Storm. Pero sobrang mahal kung gamitin niya yun ngayon. Now Les, he's crawling up. He could be the winning condition here. If mawala yung smoke ni Sugar Zero, baka ma-GG yung Zeta dito. Nahanap yung dalawa. It's all up to Laz. The star of the show burns out. And less. Sometimes less is truly more.
Zeta Division, they were just looking all the way up top. Sa heaven lang sila nakatingin. Lahat, halos sila nakafocus sa iisa. Kaya naman ito ang naging muntin nilang problema kung paano nila masasagutan si Les dahil they were just really taken aback. Hindi nila alam yung gagawin. Nakatatlo pa nga dito si Les. At unfortunately, that is already our 11th point. For the side, 11 points round for the side of Loud. Tapos magiging problema na ito dahil they are really close to the match point. Dalawang objective takes na dito for the rounds na nade-defuse nila lagi yung spike. At Zeta Division, they need to really step it up.
Step it up is really just a really polite way of saying it, and I'm so glad AG is so nice. Sad hack, he gets hacked to death with a spray of that Phantom. Mukhang lamang naman yung Zeta dito, at least on the stake. Pero they have to maintain their ground here. Maubos sila sa retake na to. Nako, ano na, Zeta, Deb, relax. Don't overextend like I mentioned. Yung trade, yung double up ni Ten. Kung alanganin na.
Oh my god, Les was still able to compose himself for a kill. 3v3, the lockdown is already activated. Pero Aspas all the way from the flank. Makikita na kagad yung Pankada kung saan siya makagaling na. Pero with a quick scope of Pankada was able to take down Decisive. To clean things up, dalawa pa silang buhay na buhay pa at maliligtas sila yung operator sa kanilang mga kamay. 12-5. I think this is already it for Zeta dahil wala na silang pera.
Yun na, ang pangit ng trading ng Zeta. Sobrang kulang. Especially this map, yung range finding nila, hindi ko alam kung anong nangyari dito. Super pop-off yung expect natin kay Laz kasi sabi niya, pressure makes him stronger. Pero this is the ultimate pressure. There is no lower bracket after this. This is it. This is done. Laz, if he wants to stay alive in this tournament, he has to come alive.
We need to see so much of a star player play na manggagaling na nga dito mula kay Laz. Pero I think mukhang na uubusan na talaga sila ng firepower dito dahil most of the times yung makikita nating opportunity na pwede na nilang may panalo yung mga duels, yung mga gunfights, hindi pa ito nagiging pabor sa kanila. I think, I already thought na kaya na makuha ni Dep yung pick-off na yon. He was already close. He know already na meron na nga ditong nakapag-flank from Loud, but unfortunately, he missed out the shot. He had one job. Tapos yun pa yung mga naging reasons kung bakit nataranta na ang Zeta down to a 7-point na hinder para makahabol for an overtime.
Well, if we talk about Loud's strongest points naman, and Latam in general, yung rhythm control nila at yung knack for finding those small gaps in the defense at honestly weird times in our game clock. It's fantastic. I think it's what really pushes them over as one of our stronger regions. And Zeta, they're suffering the full wrath. Kompletong-kompleto yung ulti nila. Si Ten na lang yung kulang. But they have 4 to expend to stay alive, HG. Kung di nila magamit dito, nako, when are they gonna use it?
Kaya nga meron naman sila ditong Cosmic Divide. Hunter's Fury to create so much space. Tingnan mo naman din yung KDA recently for Sadak. 5 frags lang siya throughout our game. It has been 17 rounds, pero makikita mo naman na nagre-rely sila dito with his support. You want to find it! Para na nga makakuha ng comfortability dito si Aspas. Early into the round, Sugar 0! Panakagano na wala sa mapa! Blades are moving, connecting in immediately, pero at least was able to compose himself using in the Spectre. He's already inside of the side, but will they be able to secure in the blood of the spike spray down for Zazy? Goes in for 2. Let's naman dito, tutumba na! Papakalawa! Pero isa na lang pala natitira. Bulldog lang din. Hindi na siya makakataol pa. Then turn it is to 5. Clinging out with a 2-0. Clearly, immediately and quick for Loud to remain and at least qualify for the playoffs.
Heartbreaker on the side of Zeta, pero naulit-ulit na natin kung di mahanap nila yung rhythm, kung di nila maayos yung attacking side. Nako Zeta. Nako Zeta talaga. Well, oh dear, and this is yet another team that I feel like a lot of people were looking forward to seeing. But
especially Ray Ray.
Oo, especially si Ray Ray, si Asoray, yung mga weeb na yan. Sobrang Zeta fan sila eh. Pero tama yung sinabi ni Black and Blue kanina, yung winning strat ng Loud is to win.
Win, no matter what. Ulit. Loud with the frags.
Tama din yung sinabi ni Dax. Ngayon lang. Kulang yung effort sa Zeta sa mga trades.
What do you mean by ngayon lang? Aspas with the craziness of this guy. Tapos nagpaka-wild na lang siya dito with this operator. That though, noong first half talaga nakita natin at nakakapanghinayang mga tayo sa kaya naman dito na lang ma-hold off yung Loud. Especially from getting inside of the side. Nakukomfort at nasa-savage nga nila dito ang Loud eh. But look at this guy.
Talaga parang yung map control ng Loud. Sobrang, I guess suffocating is the word. But Zeta, they had a plan cooking. The execution was just not there. And I guess Loud, very, very loud with their statement. 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0. Ultimately saying goodbye already for Zeta Division. It was really such a good try. Lalo na ng first game natin. Mine was truly something to be nervous about dahil sobrang nail-biter ng mga naging play sila dito at na moment na makakuha na sana dito ng momentum ang Zeta Division to at least have their comeback, too late na ito dahil ang haba na kailangan nilang habulin. Kailangan na rin dito kaagad i-close out ang Loud yung mga rounds nila and they know already kung paano ba nila dito i-counter at puputulan din ng momentum ng pakpak ang kabila. Kaya naman we're saying goodbye already for our JP team. But yeah, more is yet to come para sa kanila.
Wow. LATAM has been absolutely annihilating so many teams and it doesn't stop with Loud. We do have yet another step to conquer and that is, I believe it's already the playoffs, diba?
Yeah.
If nagkamali ako, then of course, correct me. But I don't know what else to say about Laz and the boys. They did so well up until this point. Baka stylistic clash, baka yung mga timings nila hindi lang nagka-connect. Yeah. But they just did not look like the Zeta that everybody was expecting.
Then the counters din talaga usually happen here nung Loud na sila yung nakakakuha ng momentum, sila na yung nakakuha ng kanilang control within their space and then there comes Zeta na alam mo yun, hindi nila alam ang gagawin nila once that there is already the pressure na binibigay ng Loud. Tapos dagdagan mo pa na iisa lang yung naging mistake nila dito which was pinapatayan lang nila isa pwesto sa sa A-site para to sa retake gagawin sana ng Loud.
Actually, I think I have to do a little bit of research. Tingin ko yung win rate sa Zeta na si Laz, kung hindi siya mag-chamber, It's not that
Actually,
good,
I
honestly.
also
Like, we've
wanna
seen
check
his
that out.
initiator performance be super, super disjointed. I think his chamber is really a shining spot, a bright spot onto their future. And of course, the future of Valorant in general, right? But baka yung flexibility at yung versatility niya kulang pa din.
Hindi natin din halos nakita body decisions sa kanila pagdating sa mga pressure points, ano? We can say na kaya nga nila makapag-play out through pressure, pero will it be enough? But that is just going to be it for us. That is the final series. We said goodbye already for PaperX and Zeta
Grabe,
Division.
PaperX. Ano? Boom! Search siya. Sige, babay na. Wala nang APAC. Ikaw, HG Don't rub it in.
But we're saying goodbye. We're going in for a break bago natin break it down, sa ating panelists mamaya. See you later.
Heto na nga! Nakompleto na rin natin ang Group B kung saan Loud will be joining Optic Gaming as they move over to the playoffs rather. Masyado tayong nadadala kasi ang lapit rin naman ng labanan, lalong-lalo na dun sa first map natin. Pero we bid goodbye to Zeta Division this time around. Pero let's actually break it all down over here at the analyst desk. Kasama niyo pa rin ako, si Likeable, and of course, dito sa aking katabi ay si Dax at si Black and Blue. Gusto ko lang sabihin Naiba pala yung feeling pag wala si Ray Ray dito sa studio.
Oo nga, maaga pa tayong makakauwi.
Maaga ang uwi pag wala si Ray Ray. Yun talaga. Pero highlights, diba? Well, masasabi ko na lang, from APAC crying, naging Asia crying.
Oh my goodness. Andiyan pa naman yung DRX and of course, si Zeken.
Si Zeken!
Huwag natin kakalimutan si Zeken.
Oo nga.
Siguro iba talaga yung Kalboff. Totoo nga.
Kalboff. I mean, pag tinignan mo yung lahat ng mga halos South American teams, palagi silang may at least isa. And
Sino ba yung mga nananalo recently? Di nanalo si Sassy, si Coach Onur, si Durka.
Oo, mismo.
Iba.
Pati mga casters madami din eh.
May ganun pala na segment, no? Pero ito, tingnan natin tong stats na meron tayo, no? Masasabi ko, hindi natin akalain na mararamdaman si Sadhak dito. Pero nakita nyo ba yung assist niya? 13.
Sadak talaga eh. Pero yung nagiging problema minsan ni Sadak, mamamatay siya maaga. Pero sabi mga team play is the way. At sa totoo lang,
0 point is the way.
0 point. 0 point pa bago mamatay. At ito yun, di ba? Biggest number yun. 0. Walang nakuha ang Zeta sa attack. Last time nakaisa pa sila. Ngayon, parehong problema na ulit pang muli. And unfortunately para sa kanila, hindi ka nag-adjust sila si Crow naglaro ng Sova. It's gonna be a little bit different. Pero walang gaanong natulong pa rin sa pinaka-core problem ng Zeta Division na hindi sila makapasok ng site ng maayos eh.
I mean, if anything, parang mas okay pa nga yung nag-fade sila nung huli. I thought, with the Sova addition to this, mas may madadagdag pa sa attacking side. But instead of Zeta Division, nakuha natin 0 Division. In that case, Crow, bottom fragging, very difficult map for him to get himself going. 6 kills then in the game. Katulad lang ni Sadak, but they lost it. So, it's really hard to say what he really was able to help here much.
Wala lamang si Sadak ng 11 na assist eh. Ganun talaga. Hindi natin mapagkakait. Andiyan na yung numbers. Nakalagay na yan sa VLR, sa VILR, di ba? Pero yun nga sabi nga kanina ni Raf, parang mas prefer niya pa sanang makita sila sa chamber kasi nakita natin yung effect doon eh. Agree ka ba doon, Dax?
Siyempre.
Masasabi ni Raf, agree ako.
Masasabi ni Raf, okay na yun. Pero ito pinakapansin ko rin, Aspas really stepping it up this season.
Yes.
Ang laki ng impact ni Aspas ngayon. Kung sino man makipaglaban siya, si Dep, si Ten, kinulang pa rin. Kasi ilang beses na lang, si Aspas talaga, out-aim, out-maneuver, out-duel. And I feel like, nung second map rin, nawawala na yung clarity ng Zeta Division compared sa Bind eh. Naiiwan na ng mga flank nila open, bigla na sila naiipit, someone nag-less, can take advantage of that. Kaya nagkulang na naman sa Ascent ang Zeta eh.
Nakita mo talaga there was a breakdown. I'm not sure if in mental and in comms, but maybe a combination of all of that. Kasi talagang, as you said, very many simple mistakes that you would assume a top team like Zeta would be able to patch up, pero hindi nga nila mahanapan ng paraan. And kino ng punto mo kanina, a lot of the Killjoy utility parang medyo wayward, a lot of lockdown. So sayang lang, like bakit nalapag? But dito nilapag in the first place. Who knows, things could have been different kung nakita nga natin ang chamber na inilabas ng Zeta.
Yun na nga kanina talaga, yung parang mapapakamot ka na lang na parang alam natin tong Ascent, fundamentals. Lagi natin sinasabi yan kasi nga, yung basic na things, yung dapat hindi mo makakalimutan at ilang beses natin nakita tong Zeta Division na, yun nga, hindi nag-check ng aiming. Nabaril sila isa-isa. Diba? Ang hirap na mag-come back from that. And I think, especially kapag na-overlook mo yung basics, yung mental, nahihirapan na talaga yung team nyo.
Nakikita mo naman din sa kanila, di ba? After they lose those rounds and naflankan sila, basic mistake, you can see how much it's been affecting them sa player cam nila. Mapapansin mo talaga eh.
Palala pa nga ng palala, mag-i-pick sila ng mid na try, wala na lang, bigla lang may operator na kabantay. At bilang mo, para sa side ng Loud, yung mga opportunities na tinik at kinuha nila talaga from Zeta Division that they succeeded on, na hinand over lang ng Zeta Division dahil sa positioning nila. And one of the biggest strengths ng Zeta Division na maganda sana yung intro nila, maganda yung mga default nila sa simula, hindi natin nakita doon sa second half as the rounds went on eh.
Nako na-intro boys na naman. Nakuha na naman nila yung pistol
Wala nga eh. Lamang intro eh.
And speaking of intro, ito, i-introduce na natin yung interview na magaganap nga naman dito, guys. Pakinggan natin kung ano nga ba ang masasabi netong sumunod na team na nag-qualify for our playoffs.
Going up against Zeta, again, you have played them before, you were successful then. Now you had to play them again. Did you feel like your
Siya yung
win
nagta-translate.
condition, how you had to prepare to play against Zeta? Do you feel like that changed? And if so, what were those changes you wanted to implement in this game?
Então, vamos falar primeiramente
Translator.
como foi
Malaki.
o processo. Vocês encararam a Zeta de novo.
Siya ata si Ben.
Então, como é que foi essa preparação? Quais foram as condições que vocês acharam que
Last time na
precisavam
nandyan siya
para
ano
vocês
siya
obterem a vitória mais uma
Sando,
vez contra
tapos
a
iba yung ayos ng buhok.
Então, a
Nakita ko na
gente
siya
se
before.
preparou
Yeah.
muito bem de novo, a gente fez o nosso plano de jogo, assistiu os jogos deles, fizemos um estudo sobre tudo. E também no jogo, quando a gente caiu contra eles na Bind, eles tinham mudado a comp, só que um time que a gente tinha treinado já tinha usado aquela comp, então a gente tinha boa ideia de como jogar contra a comp que eles estavam usando.
So we did our best to prepare as much as we could. Not only that, strategic wise, like we were like willing to adapt to whatever it takes. But like when we ended up facing them at blind, they had like a change on the strategy and like the formation as well. So the thing was that there was another team that they prepared before against that, so we knew already how to tackle that.
Interesting, interesting. Okay, all right.
Remember me.
Well, now moving
Mas maalala
on
kita
in
kung
this
nakapambalik.
competition, which is first time. It's an official that you guys will be having for the first time ever. Are you excited to play against this team? Or anything you're worried about with Lev? Because they are a very, very strong squad and a lot of people are favoring them in this tournament.
Então, agora o próximo passo no campeonato, vocês vão enfrentar a Leviathan. E a princípio vai ser oficialmente o primeiro jogo que vocês vão ter contra eles, né? E eles são um time muito forte que muita gente está torcendo muito e considerando que eles têm um potencial muito grande de levar o campeonato. O que você acha?
Eu acho que vai ser um confronto muito interessante. Eu já queria jogar contra eles há algum tempinho, porque a gente já treinou bastante com eles no Brasil. E eu sempre achei um jogo bem interessante, que é contra eles. E também no campeonato eles estão fazendo partidas fantásticas, como por exemplo a Heaven deles. É um jogo bem bonito, então vai ser bem interessante.
So overall, I think it will be a very interesting match because, like, in the end, like, I always wanted to face them to, like, compete against them.
Yeah, of course.
Because even back in Brazil, we actually had many opportunities to train against them and, like, have some, like, battles. But I think that they have a very interesting like way to play. And for example, if we bring the case of like Heaven, they play in a very nice way. And for me, that's just like very interesting.
Okay, excellent, exciting. Well, last thing I want to ask you, tell me about these guys. Who are they? Who are they? And tell the people at home.
Então, a última pergunta é, quem são esses aí? Então, qual é a história deles? Vamos contar pra galera lá. Quem são eles, o que são eles?
Então eu gosto bastante de cachorros, tanto que eu sempre uso eles no Twitter para responder as pessoas. Os dois foram presentes. Esse daqui chama Doguinho, esse daqui é o irmãozinho do Doguinho, que não tem nome ainda, que ainda vai ter o nome. E basicamente eles foram presentes. Eu gosto muito de cachorros e talvez tenha um terceiro para a próxima partida, porque eu tava pensando um cachorro por vitória, mas vamos ver, talvez tenha.
So, since a long time ago, I always like dogs.
Okay.
And whenever I'm on Twitter as well, like I use them as avatar to actually like reply to people. And so this one is like Doguinho. It's translated as like a little dog.
Okay.
And this is like Doguinho's brother.
Okay.
So it doesn't have like a name, but it's Shao in the next one.
Okay.
But the thing is like, there might be a third one because I started bringing one and then I brought the second with every victory that we have. So that's the whole story that we have about
Okay, so we got to get a name for that one. And then soon, by the time you're in the grand finals, you're going to have a bunch of dogs on your desk, huh?
Então a gente precisa arrumar um nome pra ele e nas finais você vai ter uma pancada de doguinhos com vocês aqui, né?
Seria bem legal, ter uma mesa cheia de cachorrinhos.
It will be really cool to have like a table full of like little dogs like that.
Oh, I hope it happens. I hope it happens. Hey, man, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Arthur, always a pleasure, my friend. But there you go. You heard from the man himself. He just needs more dogs on his desk, and then he's going to basically walk away with a win. Over to you guys.
Doguinho. Doguinho.
Hindi ka nagsalamat kay Golden Boy, binato niya sa akin.
Diba kinakausap, kaya shoutout ka ni Golden Boy.
Oo nga.
Ano yun? Automatic na yun. Tropa kami.
El Aso.
Totoo ba?
Okay.
Tama ba yan?
Pero
Hindi
ano,
ba
sana
pero, dapat?
sana magkaroon din sila ng
what you
Twitter
call me?
thread.
Oh. Huh?
Sana magkaroon din sila ng Twitter thread kamo na Dogs of Turkey. Kasi meron silang Cats of Istanbul, diba?
May Cats of
Meron,
Istanbul,
meron.
tas may Humans of New York.
Oo, tama. Sige.
Okay,
Oo
thank
na
you.
lang.
Okay. Okay na. Uwi
Oo.
tayo.
Kasi alas 4 na.
Time to go.
Time check brought to you by Likeable Ducks and
Salamat.
Black and Blue. Pero yun nga guys, tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, ito yung second team from this bracket na, sa this group rather, na makakapasok sa ating playoffs. Kasama nila yung Kryptonite nila eh. Optic.
Oo. Talo sila, pero sumama pa rin sila.
Oo, magkasama pa rin. Pinatunayan ng Loud na, okay, dinala nyo kami sa lower bracket. Kita-kits na lang sa
Malala nga
playoffs.
tuloy kasi sino ba kalaban nila? Leviathan.
Ay.
Labanan lang latam.
Ang sakit talaga pag ganun. Yung ikaw pa yung magtatanggal sa...
Di ba naman? Double
lower
L,
bracket.
double L.
Pero alam mo yon yung ganong feeling, parang nung nag-LCQ lang yung dito sa APAC na Indonesia versus Indonesia, medyo bittersweet talaga yung victory sa mga ganong scenario, no? Pero, ngayon, Latam versus Latam. May idea ba kayo? Meron konting quick analysis lang.
Kasi na nag-matchup eh. Kasi Loud, Brazil. Leviathan, Latam, yung everything else.
Latam
And
talaga.
yung kalaban naman ng mga Loud, yung tipong crew, diba? Yun yung usual na ng katapat. And Leviathan has to be that X factor na they dominated their group. And really, kahit Loud magiging surprise, I wouldn't be surprised na nag-scrim na sila. Siyempre, same region in a way, pero hindi sila nagkakatapat. But this time around, dito natin makikita kung paano kaya sila mag-matchup.
I mean, Loud, they have probably the better history, right, sa mga na-achieve nila. Pero I really think it's Leviathan right now who's making the name for South America. And if I'm gonna say anything, sila pa nga ang choice ko na pwedeng umabot sa Grand Finals as that South America rep. Sorry, I mean, you look at the other teams din sa group. Okay, wala na tayo.
DRX na lang.
DRX na lang.
Bugbog tayong Asia lahat eh.
Malaman ko lang, sino ba yung prediction mo?
Nung una, Paper X.
Kasi, kaya sinasabi mong Latam, kasi wala na yung Paper X.
Oo nga, Latam na talaga.
Sino yung prediction mo?
Dito?
Oo.
Fanatic.
May pag-asa pa.
Pag-asa
Pwede
pa.
pang tumama. Si Ray, nakangiti pa rin.
Nung nanalo, nakita niya si Scream, ngiti na, okay, predict Team Liquid.
Hindi ko lang alam kung tinry ni Ray na i-weaponize yung yung prediction niya.
Oh,
Dahil gusto niya manalo yung Paper X. Hindi niya ipe-predict yung Paper X. Hindi.
Weaponize sumpa.
Hindi niya sinadya yun.
Okay. Tingnan nga natin kung ano nga ba yung itsura ng brackets natin dito para magka-idea tayo kung sino pa ba yung merong mga madudugong labanan na paparating. So, eto
Bloody
na nga.
battles.
Oo, Group C and Group D naman ang kasunod. Makikita natin tong Fun plus Phoenix versus Crew Esports as well as 100 Thieves versus Fnatic. Meron kayong minamatahan dyan sa dalawang yan?
Minata ko pareho, tapos rematch sila pareho.
Oo nga, pareho nga eh.
Hindi, lahat naman
Bawi yan
rematch eh. Pwera na lang sa Group A natin.
Yun nga, diba? Talaga, 100 Thieves versus Fnatic has to be the match to watch out for. Yung 100 Thieves, sila yung galing sa LCQ ng NA, grabe talaga yung improvement nila, natuloy-tuloy lang yung mga map wins there, and they really proved themselves against Fnatic first time around. Pero tong Fnatic, medyo shaky eh. Minsan mo lang makita ganito kaalanganin yung Fnatic, and it'll be interesting kung sino nga making katapat ni DRX at ni Exit ngayon eh.
Ayun nga, and I think I'm gonna look at the other way, Dax. Pag tingnan mo yung Fun plus Phoenix, they're the team that a lot of people are expecting to potentially be the first parang back-to-back winners ng isang LAN dito. Pero they've been kind of shaky lately. And going up against Crew, another grand finalist in the past, it's not gonna be an easy opponent at all. Of course, syempre, madaming mata dun sa isang matchup na sabi mo, Fnatic and 100 Thieves in terms of yung talagang fan favorites. But I think pagdating sa bracket, pagdating sa pwedeng mangyari and the teams to really to watch out for, I look at that upper bracket Group C match.
At yung sa Group C, ang mananalo ng FPX at Crew kalaban nila DRX.
Yes.
At yung 100 Thieves Fnatic kalaban naman nila yung Pinoy Pride nating Exit.
At, hindi, joke lang, wala akong napag-
Wala na palang karugtong yun. Pero ang interesting kasi ngayon, di ba, before nasasanay tayo na EMEA teams, ang bilis nilang mag-qualify. Pero this time around, nakikita mo may struggle eh.
Nauna pa yung dalawang LATAM, nauna pa yung
May
isang
NA na tayo.
Isang una pa yung Korea. So, ina-expect naman ng marami na mag-full set pa rin yung EMEA, pero sila as the second seed compared to the usual na first seed, magkakaiba talaga nakikita natin ngayon eh.
Kakaiba talaga. Nakakagulat. But then again, this is VALORANT Champions. You always expect the unexpected. Uso na nga ngayon, di ba? Never let them know your next move. Kahit dito sa panel. Di nyo alam kung anong next.
Next move mo? Sige nga.
Diretso na tayo next day. Wala nang uuwi.
Tapos na.
O sige.
Willing naman.
Dito na lang ako. Magka-camping na lang tayo. Ready na lang.
Sige, simulan na
Nagpasalamat
natin.
pa tayo na wala si Ray Ray ngayon. Tapos
Oo
gusto rin pala natin na pahabain pa yung
Nakikita
araw
mo may
natin.
countdown.
Maaga pa naman
Ano
eh.
oras na yun? 4, 1, 2, 3, 6, tapos 18
Wow, quick
hour
maths.
countdown.
Quick maths.
Ready ka na.
Quick maths. Kasi day of quick maths tayo. From 12 teams, naging 10.
Oo nga.
Nabawasan ng 2.
Sakit marinig.
Kasi ang nabawas.
Tayo.
Ang isa.
Sorry na lang sa lahat ng fans ng Pinoy Rex, pero hanggang dito na lang yung journey nila in the meantime as well as Zeta Division. Pero bukas, malaman-laman pa nga yung mga labanan na mangyayari. So make sure na huwag niyong palalampasin ang final day ng group stage natin. Once again, over here at the panel, it has been Likeable, Dax, and Black and Blue. Good morning, good night, good afternoon. Kung asan man kayo ngayon na nanonood, maraming salamat.
You've got Liquid, who are a frustrating team to watch because they have so much potential, but haven't been able to realize it at any point throughout this year. On the other side, PaperX have just been better at every tournament. This would be such a odd turn for them to bomb out in groups.
Oh, from up top! There's the swing, and he's gone hunting. Team is sick. Falls, another thrifty round win.
There's been so many. It is just ridiculous what these two teams are putting on the table right now.
Oh, they've just destroyed PaperX. A Prime Gaming flawless. Liquid take us to overtime. Haven goes in favor of Liquid 15-13. What a marathon. And Mind Freak's gonna find the timing. He is. Oh my gosh, he is. Oh, but the shots don't land initially. What they do now?
This is such a different PaperX right now here at Champions.
A 13-4 shellacking on Pearl as we turn our attention to Ascent.
Hey, yo, man, could you put me up on backstage wall so I can get these kills?
So much importance on this match. Playoffs on the line, a region on the line for SCA here for PaperX.
That was close, that was dangerous. Liquid again hold PaperX back.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Liquid with a Prime Gaming flawless to survive.
The last pillar from LCQ to be erected for Champions, and it does not topple to PaperX.
This is Japan versus Brazil, Zeta versus Loud, and a shot for one of them to make it to the playoff stage of the biggest Valorant tournament of the year. And this is the last time we're going to see one of these teams walk out on a stage this year.
Loud with just keys to the castle there. Making sure there was no easy fight. And the slip out of CT, it's not pretty. You know, gets the job done, Michael. Laz, no! He's found both! The beating heart of this team, Laz will not relent. Aspas, Sassy and Pancard now sweating bullets on the side. Do they commit to the back of this Aspas? Someone among us here! Aspas, how are you? Oh my god! Aspas! Nice! Loud pick up map 1 here. And in some fashion. Nice! Gonna pop down the lockdown of his own. And Zeta a second chance at life. Shut that door. It's only not born in a barn.
Massive pace change from Lau, completely blindside Zeta.
Zeta's heart's broken, but Loud roar their way through the game.
This is the kings of consistency here on Ascent defense, closing this one out so comfortably.